Prelude. In the distant past, in the lands of Iriddoria, there existed the Forgotten Age, a time steeped in myth and legend, where magic users, revered as gods in human form, wielded powers so extraordinary, they shaped the very foundation of civilization. These formidable beings stood tall among ordinary folk, their appearances marked by ethereal glows that emanated from their skin, eyes that shifted colors with their moods, and robes adorned with symbols that pulsed with arcane energy. The air around them crackled with power, leaving behind the scent of ozone and exotic spices that lingered long after they had passed. These mages established the great tribes, guiding them with arcane wisdom and strength from their towering citadels of crystal and stone that pierced the sky like reaching fingers. Each citadel reflected the temperament of its master. Some spiraled in delicate patterns that caught the light in dazzling displays, while others stood as stark monoliths of obsidian and iron, casting long shadows across the lands they dominated. The mages descended from these heights to walk among the people during grand ceremonies, their footsteps leaving momentary impressions of glowing runes upon the ground that slowly faded into the earth. Yet, this era was not one of tranquility. It was defined by profound hardship and strife, a turbulent period of relentless struggles against both rival tribes and the unforgiving forces of nature. The skies often turned black with storm clouds conjured by warring mages, while the earth split and trembled beneath their fury. Fields once fertile became scorched wastelands where nothing would grow for generations, and rivers ran with unnatural colors, crimson, violet, or the sickly green of decay, carrying the taint of magical warfare to distant settlements. Ordinary folk built their homes from whatever materials could withstand the magical fallout: dense stone, enchanted timber, or in some regions, the crystallized remains of magical creatures. Village squares centered around protective wards embedded in circular patterns, glowing faintly during times of peace but flaring to brilliant life when danger threatened. The persistent scent of burnt stone and metallic tang of transmuted elements became as familiar to the people as the smell of cooking fires or blooming flowers. The cycle of destruction continued until at last, peace settled upon the land. Not through any grand treaty or noble sacrifice, but through sheer exhaustion. The mages found their powers diminished by constant warfare, the sources of their magic depleted or corrupted. The landscape, once vibrant with life and natural energy, had become a patchwork of regeneration and devastation. Forests of half-alive trees with leaves that whispered forgotten incantations, mountains with veins of ore that pulsed like beating hearts, and great plains where the grass grew in patterns that spelled out words in lost languages. The great tribes, battered by centuries of conflict, eventually found solace in unity, forging alliances and establishing their borders with resolute determination. Messengers traveled between settlements, carrying tokens of truce carved from the bones of fallen magical beasts or crafted from metals that could only be forged in the heat of magical flame. These tokens would warm in the presence of benevolent intentions and grow cold when treachery was near, simple but effective tools in maintaining a fragile peace. As time marched forward, this hard-won peace endured, sustained by a delicate balance of power across the land. In the great meeting halls built at territorial crossroads, tribal leaders gathered beneath smoke-stained timber beams to discuss matters of mutual concern. These neutral grounds were adorned with the trophies of past victories and symbols of each tribe's heritage. Banners of hide painted with family sigils, weapons of legendary heroes mounted on walls, and ceremonial chairs carved to reflect the personality of each chieftain. Whenever any single tribe grew too numerous or too dominant, threatening to overshadow the others, the remaining tribes would band together in a concerted effort to weaken the rising power, reducing it to the most vulnerable among them. Warriors would don armor distinctive to their tribal affiliations, plates of bronze etched with family histories for some, hardened leather cured in secret solutions for others, or garments of woven fibers enchanted to turn aside blades. Their weapons carried the essence of their homelands: steel tempered in mountain springs, wood harvested from ancient groves, or stone chiseled from sacred cliffs. This cycle of equilibrium persisted for centuries, an unbroken rhythm of peace, war, and strife that defined their existence. The people adapted, developing traditions to mark the phases of this cycle. Festivals of abundance during peaceful times, with tables laden with harvests from fields that had recovered from magical devastation, and solemn rituals before conflicts, where families would exchange tokens to be returned when peace was restored. Markets flourished in the spaces between tribal territories, becoming neutral grounds where goods and stories were exchanged with equal enthusiasm. The air filled with the aromas of exotic spices, cooking meats, and the distinctive smell of different leathers and metals from varied lands. Merchants displayed their wares on tables covered with cloths dyed in colors specific to their home regions, while entertainers performed tales of the old mages with elaborate masks and enchanted props that glowed or changed shape at dramatic moments. Eventually, this fragile harmony was shattered by the sudden emergence of a great gate, a phenomenon unprecedented in the planet's history. Unlike fleeting anomalies, this gate did not merely appear and vanish. It opened and stabilized, embedding itself as a permanent fixture in the landscape, its towering frame radiating an unsettling, otherworldly aura. Standing nearly 50 feet high, its structure defied the natural laws of Iriddoria. Metals that should have corroded remained pristine. Stone that should have eroded maintained sharp edges, and crystals embedded throughout pulsed with a rhythm that matched no known heartbeat or tide. The gate emitted a constant, barely audible hum that set teeth on edge and caused nearby wildlife to behave erratically. Birds would fly in complex, unnatural patterns around it, while predators would approach to the exact same distance before turning away, as if repelled by an invisible boundary. At night, the structure glowed with a light that cast no shadows, illuminating the surrounding area in a pallid bluish hue that made even familiar landscapes appear alien and threatening. At first, the denizens of this world were gripped by confusion, unable to fathom its purpose or origin. Sensing an evil omen, the chieftains of the great tribes convened to investigate, their instincts warning of danger. They forbade anyone from probing too closely, stationing armies around the gate to stand watch with unwavering vigilance. The encampment that formed around the gate grew into a makeshift settlement of its own, with tents and temporary structures arranged in concentric circles. Guards rotated shifts, their movements coordinated by the beating of drums at specific intervals, while scouts patrolled the perimeter, their routes marked by torches that burned with specially treated oils to signal different levels of alert. The aroma of cooking fires mingled with the metallic tang emanating from the gate, creating a unique scent that came to be associated with this period of anxious waiting. The soldiers developed their own superstitions and rituals. Some would refuse to sleep with their feet pointing toward the gate, while others inscribed protective symbols on their armor using pigments made from local plants, believed to ward off harmful influences. 3 weeks after its arrival, the gate stirred, and people began to emerge from its shimmering portal. The air around the threshold rippled and distorted, releasing waves of heat that carried the scent of strange minerals and unfamiliar vegetation. The ground trembled slightly with each new arrival, as if the world itself objected to these intrusions from beyond its boundaries. Clad in robes and long, flowing garments unlike anything the humans of this world had witnessed, their attire was almost majestic in its grandeur, shimmering with intricate patterns that bespoke a foreign sophistication. The fabrics seemed to change color depending on the angle of light, and moved with unnatural fluidity, as if partially liquid or perhaps responding to the thoughts of the wearer. Their garments bore symbols that appeared to shift and change when not directly observed, and emitted faint notes like distant wind chimes when disturbed by the breeze. Calling themselves emissaries from the Donagarian Empire, a small contingent of about 100 arrived, bearing gifts of exquisite craftsmanship and seeking to communicate. Their voices had an unusual resonance, as if each word carried multiple harmonics, making even simple statements sound musical and complex. The gifts they presented defied understanding, objects that maintained impossible temperatures, containers larger inside than out, and instruments that played melodies that seemed to affect the physical world, causing plants to grow, or small objects to levitate. Yet, branded as outsiders and tainted by the gate's sinister reputation, they were met with hostility. The tribal warriors, adorned in their battle regalia with faces painted in patterns denoting their commitment to protect their lands, approached with weapons drawn and spirits emboldened by ceremonial intoxicants. The tension in the air was palpable, hanging heavy like the stillness before a violent storm, as two fundamentally different civilizations faced each other across a divide far greater than mere physical space. The people of the land attacked, only to discover that their assault faltered against the Gate people's surprising prowess. Skilled in magic and supported by powerful magic warriors, the newcomers repelled the onslaught with ease, retreating back through the gate unscathed. Their defensive magic manifested in ways unfamiliar to Iriddorian warriors, shields that appeared as geometric patterns of light rather than physical barriers, weapons that seemed to phase through solid matter before solidifying to strike, and spells that manipulated time itself, causing attackers to move in painful slow motion, while defenders operated at normal speed. Alarmed by this display of strength, the great chieftains reinforced their armies around the gate. Warriors from distant regions arrived daily, bringing with them distinctive fighting styles and weapons unique to their territories. The encampment expanded, becoming more organized and permanent, with defensive structures erected from local timber and stone. Shamans and lesser mages joined the gathering, bringing potions, enchanted weapons, and protective talismans to bolster the combined forces. A week later, the portal flared again, this time disgorging a far larger force. Over 1,000 individuals, not all robed, accompanied by massive 30-foot-tall iron golems. The gate's energy surged visibly during this larger incursion, sending out pulses that temporarily disrupted natural magical energies for miles around. Birds fell from the sky, only to recover and fly in erratic patterns. Plants wilted and then grew at accelerated rates, and water sources briefly changed color or consistency before returning to normal. These towering constructs, walking on two legs, were titans among titans, their presence a chilling testament to the Gate people's advanced craft. Standing taller than the oldest trees in Iriddoria, their metal bodies gleamed with an unnatural luster that suggested alloys unknown to local smiths. Each step they took left deep impressions in the soil, and the ground trembled beneath their weight. Their movements were accompanied by the groan of metal and hiss of steam, creating a rhythmic, mechanical cadence that contrasted sharply with the natural sounds of Iriddoria. Eyes that glowed with internal energies surveyed the landscape with methodical precision, turning in unison to track potential threats with unsettling coordination. Fear and fury seized the people of the land, and the great chieftains united to confront this encroachment, viewing the outsiders' power as a direct threat to their unity and balance. The allied tribal forces gathered on ridges overlooking the gate, their numbers swelling to proportions not seen since the legendary conflicts of the distant past. Campfires dotted the landscape at night, their combined glow rivaling the eerie illumination of the gate itself. War drums beat continuously, building a rhythm that matched the heartbeats of warriors preparing for battle, while shamans led groups in rituals designed to strengthen resolve and protect against foreign magics. Despite their resolve, they could not prevail. The Gate people not only held their ground, but decisively rebuffed the attack. The battle was brief, but devastating. Tribal warriors found their weapons ineffective against the golem's metal hides, while the Gate people's magic bypassed traditional defenses with ease. The smell of burnt flesh and scorched earth permeated the battlefield, accompanied by the distinctive tang of blood and the acrid scent of unfamiliar magical residues. Smoke rose in thick columns, visible for miles and carrying messages of defeat to watching settlements. Unlike their previous retreat, the Gate people now stood firm, swiftly establishing an outpost with remarkable efficiency. Within days, structures of unfamiliar design rose around the gate, buildings that seemed to grow organically from specialized seeds rather than being constructed by hand, towers that defied gravity, and walls that rippled like water, yet proved impenetrable to physical attacks. The scent of freshly disturbed earth mingled with unusual odors from their construction materials, metals that smelled faintly sweet, stones that emitted the fragrance of flowers when cut, and mortar that cured with the aroma of baking bread. The people of the land launched several more attempts to drive them out, but each effort crumbled against the outsiders' formidable defenses. Warriors returned from these failed assaults with tales of weapons that turned to smoke upon impact, arrows that reversed direction in mid-flight, and spells that transformed attackers into harmless creatures before reverting them to human form once removed from the battlefield. Demonstrations of power meant to discourage rather than destroy. As time passed, the Gate people's numbers surged, bolstered by continuous arrivals through the portal. Their settlement expanded into a great city, a marvel by the ancient standards of the land, its spires and structures a blend of magic and ingenuity that awed and intimidated the natives. The city grew in concentric rings around the gate, each level reflecting different architectural philosophies and purposes. Outer walls incorporated defensive enchantments that caused them to blend with the surrounding landscape from certain angles, while inner districts featured buildings connected by arched bridges that appeared to float unsupported. At the center, surrounding the gate itself, rose structures of pure crystal that captured and refracted sunlight, creating spectacular displays of color that changed with the position of the sun and phases of the moon. During this period, the gate people extended offers of peace, seeking to forge connections through trade and shared knowledge. Emissaries ventured out with samples of their crafts and agricultural products, foods that could grow in previously barren soil, textiles that adjusted to the wearer's body temperature, and simple tools that performed complex functions. They established meeting grounds at the borders of their territory, neutrally designated spaces where representatives of both civilizations could interact under agreed-upon protocols. Yet, the great chieftains, unyielding in their defiance, rebuffed every overture, launching relentless attacks at every opportunity. The rejections of peace offerings became ritualized, returning gifts with deliberate damage, burning diplomatic documents without reading them, and sometimes executing messengers in symbolic locations. These actions, intended to demonstrate resolve, instead revealed a growing desperation as traditional strategies failed against the newcomers' superior capabilities. Eventually, exasperated by the ceaseless aggression, the Gate people took decisive action, declaring full-scale war against the tribal leaders. Unlike previous defensive maneuvers, this campaign marked a coordinated offensive strategy. The golems marched in formation, supported by magic users who manipulated weather and terrain to disadvantage the tribal forces. Maps were drawn and redrawn as territories changed hands, while refugees fled from contested regions, bringing with them stories of lands transformed beyond recognition by foreign magics. The conflict raged for a year, a brutal clash of wills and might, but the Gate people emerged as decisive victors, their superior magic and technology overwhelming the tribes. The lands and territories of the great chieftains were absorbed into their domain, ushering in an unprecedented era of prosperity and growth. Former battlefields were reclaimed through advanced agricultural techniques, while injured warriors from both sides received treatment from Donagarian healers, whose methods could restore limbs and cure afflictions previously considered fatal. This golden age transformed the land with an influx of innovations. Technologies of all sorts, from mechanical wonders to advanced medicines that mended once incurable ailments, exotic foods that tantalized the palate, and new forms of magic that broadened the realm of possibility. Markets that had once traded primarily in necessities now overflowed with luxuries previously unimagined. Fabrics that never tore, lamps that required no oil, preservatives that kept food fresh for months, and toys that seemed to anticipate a child's desires. Workshops echoed with the sounds of collaboration as native craftspeople learned from Donagarian masters, creating hybrid techniques that combined the best of both traditions. Everyone seemed to thrive in this period of abundance and enlightenment. The knowledge exchange flowed in both directions. Native healers shared their understanding of local plant properties, while tribal hunting techniques were adapted for Donagarian military applications. Intermarriage became common in border regions, producing children who navigated both cultures with natural ease and developed unique magical affinities that reflected their mixed heritage. But, as with all things, nothing lasts forever. One day, without warning, the great gate that had birthed this era abruptly collapsed and imploded, its destruction stranding many gate people who had not evacuated in time. The catastrophe was preceded by subtle warnings noticed only in retrospect: animals fleeing from the city center, unusual fluctuations in magical energies, and vibrations in the earth that gradually increased in intensity. When the collapse finally came, it generated a shockwave that flattened buildings for miles around, and a sound so profound it was felt rather than heard, leaving a perfect silence in its wake that lasted for several minutes before the first cries of the injured broke through. Cut off from their distant authorities, the survivors rallied, organizing to establish a new kingdom, calling it the Lesser Donagarian Empire. Though not as grand or powerful as their lost empire, it remained innovative and significant in its resilience. The leadership structure reformed around those with the strongest magical abilities and most practical knowledge for surviving in their adopted world. Archives were established to preserve as much of their original culture and knowledge as possible, with scribes working tirelessly to record information previously stored in now inaccessible Donagarian databases. Yet, weakened as it was, this new kingdom lacked the authority of its predecessor, and soon faced renewed challenges from the land's inhabitants, particularly the descendants of the great chieftains, who harbored deep-seated grudges. These inheritors of ancient tribal identities had preserved their traditions in secret, passing down stories of past glory and maintaining old allegiances through coded language and hidden symbols. They emerged from the shadows gradually, first as isolated incidents of sabotage and unexplained disappearances of Donagarian officials, then as organized resistance movements that established territories beyond imperial control. A period of strife and warfare erupted once more, sowing devastation across the land. Fields that had flourished under Donagarian agricultural methods were salted or burned by tribal forces, while imperial outposts found their water sources poisoned or magical defenses unexpectedly neutralized. The landscape began to reflect this renewed conflict. Forests became battlegrounds where ambushes were common. Rivers served as natural boundaries between contested territories, and mountain passes were fortified by whichever side controlled them, changing hands frequently as fortunes shifted. As time wore on, the once mighty empire began to falter, losing territories as the people of the land rose up on every side and front, their rebellion fueled by a thirst for retribution. Resources became scarce, forcing difficult decisions about which regions to defend and which to abandon. The remnants of Donagarian technology grew increasingly unreliable without proper maintenance, while magical constructs began to fail or behave erratically without the specialized knowledge needed to sustain them. Ultimately, the empire collapsed entirely, its final city razed and salted to ensure its desolation. In the aftermath, the successor states that emerged from the empire's ruins turned viciously on its remnants, brutally hunting down anyone suspected of bearing the royal blood of the old emperors. This ruthless purge drove many surviving gate people into hiding, seeking refuge in distant outposts scattered across the world. These refugees adopted native appearances and customs, changing their names and teaching their children to hide any distinctive Donagarian traits or abilities. Some established hidden communities in remote locations, preserving what they could of their heritage while developing complex codes and signals to identify fellow survivors safely. As time passed, these successor states coalesced into new empires, but none rivaled the Valterium Empire in significance or martial prowess. Rising from the northeastern territories where Donagarian influence had been strongest, Valterium incorporated elements of both cultural traditions. The organizational structure and military discipline of the Gate people combined with the adaptability and territorial knowledge of the native tribes. Their architecture reflected this fusion, with buildings that featured Donagarian efficiency, modified with tribal aesthetic elements, and constructed from local materials using advanced techniques. The Valterium Empire rose swiftly, expanding with relentless ambition, absorbing territories and lands into its growing dominion. Victory followed victory, yet this expansion exacted a heavy toll, depleting the Empire's most precious resource in an age of conquest. The martial magic classes, elite warriors whose blend of combat and magic underpinned its success. These specialized fighters required years of training and possessed innate magical affinities that could not be manufactured or replicated through conventional means. Their numbers dwindled through combat casualties, while the expansion of imperial territories demanded more garrisons and defensive positions than could be staffed effectively. As the need for these fighters grew dire, the Emperor's advisors presented a bold plan, drawing on the legacy of the old empire. During its height, the Gate people had crafted dimensional gates in a futile bid to return home, opening portals to new worlds but never their own. These lesser gates, smaller than the original but based on the same principles, had been carefully hidden or dismantled during the fall of the lesser Donagarian Empire. Records of their locations existed in fragmented form, scattered among various imperial archives and private collections, requiring extensive research to compile. Many who emerged from these gates wielded exceptional magic, though their strength often made them hard to control, leading to the program's abandonment. The historical accounts described otherworlders with abilities that manifested differently from native magic users, powers that operated according to unfamiliar principles or affected reality in unexpected ways. Some had proven invaluable allies, while others had caused significant damage before being contained or eliminated, making the program as dangerous as it was potentially beneficial. The advisors urged the Emperor to locate and reactivate these gates, using them to summon otherworlders, beings from these alien realms, and draft them into military service to bolster the Empire's ranks. The proposal was debated extensively in the Imperial Council, with opponents citing the historical dangers and proponents emphasizing the desperate need for magical reinforcements. Maps were redrawn, ancient texts consulted, and surviving Donagarian artifacts examined for clues about gate locations and activation methods. Convinced of the plan's merit, the Emperor instituted a system to find, activate, and harness these gates, conscripting otherworlders into his forces. Specialized teams were formed, combining scholars who could interpret ancient texts, magic users who could manipulate the necessary energies, and military personnel to secure both the gates and whatever came through them. Initial attempts resulted in failures, gates that remained dormant, portals that opened to empty or hostile environments, or connections too unstable to allow passage in either direction. Gradually, techniques improved, and successful activations became more common. Processing centers were established near each functioning gate, where otherworlders could be evaluated, classified, and assigned appropriate roles within the Empire based on their abilities and aptitudes. Integration programs were developed to teach Imperial language and customs, while magical researchers studied the unique properties of otherworlders to better understand and utilize their capabilities. Thus began a new chapter, where the Voltarium Empire turned to the powers of other worlds to fuel its relentless ascent. The flow of otherworlders became a steady stream, bringing diverse beings with varied abilities into Imperial service. Some adapted readily to their new circumstances, finding opportunities they had never imagined in their home worlds, while others resisted or planned escape, creating an ongoing security challenge for their handlers. Regardless of their individual reactions, collectively they represented a significant enhancement to Imperial capabilities and a fundamental shift in how the Empire approached both warfare and magical research. The consequences of this program extended beyond military applications, as otherworlders introduced concepts and perspectives previously unknown in Iriddoria. Their influence began to shape Imperial culture in subtle ways. New artistic expressions, technical innovations, and philosophical approaches that gradually integrated into mainstream thought. The very fabric of society started to transform, setting the stage for developments that would reverberate through generations to come and ultimately lead to the circumstances that would one day bring Eric Henson to this world, forever changing the course of history in Iriddoria. Chapter 1. The sun had barely risen when the persistent sound of the alarm clock jolted me from my slumber, leaving me groggy and disoriented. The harsh electronic beeping cut through the peaceful silence of my bedroom like an unwelcome intruder, its insistent rhythm pulling me reluctantly from the depths of unconsciousness. I rubbed my eyes vigorously, attempting to shake off the stubborn remnants of my dreams and the deep, enveloping sleep that had held me captive throughout the night. My vision blurred, then cleared as I blinked against the soft morning light filtering through the thin curtains, casting elongated shadows across my modest bedroom. The digital display on my nightstand showed 6:05 a.m., mocking me with its unforgiving precision. Gathering my strength, I quickly got out of bed and headed to the bathroom, my feet relishing the sensation of the cool tiles that contrasted sharply with the warmth of my cozy bed. The bathroom mirror reflected a face I barely recognized in the mornings, hair tousled in chaotic disarray, eyes puffy from sleep, stubble shadowing my jawline. Dark circles underscored my eyes, testament to too many late nights and early mornings. I turned on the shower, allowing the warm water to wash over me like a soothing embrace, effectively dispelling the last traces of sleep and the memories of my dreams. As the water danced against the tiles, I felt a renewed sense of energy coursing through me, invigorating and preparing me for the day ahead. Steam rose around me, filling the small bathroom with a cloud-like mist that smelled faintly of the eucalyptus soap I'd received as a gift last Christmas. The scent was sharp yet pleasant, clearing my sinuses and helping to focus my still foggy mind. Another day. Another dollar. I muttered to myself, the words lost in the steady rhythm of water hitting the shower floor. Hastily, I dressed in my work attire, a plain button-up shirt in forgettable blue, khaki slacks that had seen better days, and a tie I'd never particularly liked but wore anyway. My fingers worked mechanically at the knot, muscle memory taking over where conscious thought failed me so early in the morning. I glanced at my watch, already 6:40, and darted out the door, my heart pounding as I realized I was running late. Determined not to be the last one to arrive at the office, I knew I had to catch the bus that would deliver me to my destination. With a sense of urgency, I hurried down the street, the morning air still crisp and slightly chilled, carrying the scent of dew-covered grass and distant car exhaust. The suburban landscape around me was familiar to the point of invisibility. Rows of similar houses with trimmed lawns, parked cars collecting morning dew, the occasional neighbor retrieving a newspaper from their driveway. My shoes clicked against the sidewalk as I quickened my pace, the leather messenger bag at my side bouncing rhythmically against my hip. The weight of my laptop and the half-eaten sandwich I'd hastily packed last night reminded me that I was woefully unprepared for the day ahead. As I traversed the familiar path, I suddenly encountered a bizarre and terrifying phenomenon. A tear in the very fabric of space-time materialized before me, taking the ominous form of a dark, swirling portal. It appeared without warning, like a hole punched through reality itself, disrupting the mundane backdrop of my morning commute. The air around it crackled with an unnatural energy, raising the hair on my arms and sending a chill down my spine despite the mild temperature. It was eerily reminiscent of a black hole, voraciously consuming everything in its path. First small debris, then larger objects, swallowing them into its unfathomable darkness. "What the hell?" I gasped, my voice strangled by shock and fear. I watched in abject horror as objects and unsuspecting people were drawn into the portal, vanishing into the unfathomable darkness. A newspaper stand uprooted from its spot, whirling into the void. A parked bicycle untethered itself from a nearby rack, clattering across the pavement before being sucked in. Most terrifying of all, a woman in a red coat screamed as she lost her footing and was pulled toward the anomaly, her fingers clawing desperately at the ground before she disappeared entirely. The street erupted into chaos, car alarms blaring, people shouting in panic, the sound of breaking glass as windows imploded. The smell of ozone permeated the air, acrid and sharp, burning my nostrils with each panicked breath. My ears popped painfully as the pressure around me changed, the very atmosphere seeming to compress and expand with the portal's pulsations. Desperation gripped me as I tried to resist the portal's relentless pull. I could feel its overwhelming force drawing me closer, like a moth to a flame. My feet skidded across the pavement, leaving scuff marks on the concrete as I fought against the invisible current. I struggled to maintain my grip on a nearby light pole, my knuckles turning white with the effort, but my efforts were futile. The portal's power was simply too great. Despite my best attempts, I found myself being dragged towards it against my will, my hands slipping from the pole inch by excruciating inch. "Help!" I shouted, my voice lost in the cacophony of destruction and panic surrounding me. "Someone help me!" But there was no one to help. Those who could flee had already done so, and those who couldn't were already gone, swallowed by the insatiable maw that now beckoned me toward oblivion. In that fateful moment, an unexpected blow from a flying garbage lid struck me, sending me hurtling towards the portal with a sense of impending doom. The impact was sudden and jarring, knocking the wind from my lungs. A flash of pain erupted across my back as the metal edge connected with my spine. As the darkness encroached, dread filled every fiber of my being, knowing I was on the precipice of being consumed by the unforgiving void. Despite the terror that coursed through me, I plunged headlong into the portal, suddenly finding myself unable to move or breathe. Time became an enigma, and I could no longer discern whether I had been trapped for mere minutes or an eternity. The sensation was unlike anything I'd ever experienced. Weightlessness coupled with crushing pressure, searing heat and bone-chilling cold simultaneously assaulting my senses. My consciousness scattered and reformed, as if my very being was being unmade and reconstructed with each passing moment. I couldn't scream, couldn't think, couldn't even remember who I was. There was only the void, endless and consuming. Gradually, a glimmer of light pierced the suffocating darkness, beckoning me towards it. A surge of hope washed over me as I realized that escape from the void might still be possible. I was irresistibly drawn to the light, and as I neared it, I discerned that it was a gateway to an unfamiliar realm. The light grew stronger, more defined, until it coalesced into a doorway of sorts, a circular opening leading somewhere, anywhere but the nothingness that surrounded me. With my last remaining strength, I reached for it, my fingers stretching toward the promise of freedom. And then, in an instant, I was through. Upon crossing the threshold of the portal, I found myself instantly encircled by a contingent of mysterious soldiers. Clad in armor that gleamed dully in the low light, their faces were concealed by helmets with narrow slits for eyes, revealing nothing of the people beneath. The armor was ornate yet functional, a fusion of medieval craftsmanship and elements I couldn't quite place. Metal plates overlapping like scales, etched with symbols that made no sense to me. They wielded menacing weapons and exuded hostility. Their swords pointed at me, the sharp tips mere inches from my throat, and their intentions were clear.
Doshidovra,
one of them barked, his voice muffled by his helmet. Though I couldn't understand his words, the meaning was unmistakable. Roughly restrained, I was forced to join a group of other captives who had also unwittingly stumbled through the portal. Rough hands grabbed my arms, fingers digging into my flesh hard enough to leave bruises. I was shoved forward, stumbling over uneven ground as I joined a huddle of terrified people, men and women of various ages, all looking as bewildered and frightened as I felt. Their clothes were different from mine, suggesting they might have come from different places, different times even. I surveyed my surroundings and concluded that we were in an underground chamber of sorts, ancient and foreboding. Stone walls enclosed us, rising to a vaulted ceiling supported by massive pillars. Torches mounted on the walls cast flickering amber light that danced across the rough-hewn surfaces, creating shadows that seemed to move with a life of their own. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth, smoke from the torches, and something else, a metallic tang that I would later recognize as blood. In the center of the room stood the portal I had traversed, resembling a mysterious ancient machine of unknown origins. It was a massive structure of stone and metal, pulsing with an eerie blue light that seemed to breathe, expanding and contracting like a living thing. Corralled with the other prisoners, we were subjected to a rigorous inspection involving some form of magic. The soldiers barked orders, taking the procedure with utmost seriousness. One of them carried what looked like a staff topped with a glowing crystal, which he passed over each captive in turn. The crystal changed colors as it moved, sometimes glowing bright red, other times a dull green or vibrant purple.
Vitaxt Ktizel,
a soldier ordered a middle-aged man with a graying beard, shoving him forward. To my horror, one captive, a woman in her 30s with short blonde hair and defiance in her eyes, resisted and was brutally slain by the soldiers without hesitation. She had lashed out when they tried to restrain her, catching one soldier off guard with a well-placed kick to his knee. His comrades responded with immediate and disproportionate force.
"I won't be your guinea pig,"
were her final words, before a sword plunged through her chest, silencing her forever. The woman's body crumpled to the floor, blood pooling around her, its coppery smell filling my nostrils and making me gag. The other captives huddled closer together, terror reflected in their wide eyes. I bit the inside of my cheek to keep from crying out, the taste of my own blood mixing with the bile rising in my throat. The overseer of the inspection, a taller soldier with a plume of red feathers on his helmet, admonished the soldiers, but his words were met with cruel laughter. It became apparent that human life held no value here, and that these soldiers were a brutal, ruthless force. Fear and uncertainty gnawed at me as I pondered the grim fate that might await me in this hostile, alien world.
Shonarol Garelvs,
the overseer said, his voice carrying an edge of authority.
Vesed lege obsex pav horses.
One of the soldiers shrugged, cleaning his blade on the dead woman's clothes with casual indifference.
Bevis vlextivore chesevegasenom, vekevlid, hawking hovard vegorel.
I closed my eyes, attempting to remain composed amidst the terror and desperation that gripped me. My heart hammered against my ribs, threatening to burst from my chest. Cold sweat trickled down my spine, soaking through my shirt and making me shiver despite the warmth of the chamber. My situation was a mystery, and the consequences of the inspection were unknown. The only certainty was that I was at the mercy of these merciless soldiers, and my future hung in the balance. Abruptly, a hooded figure approached, speaking in a mysterious language I couldn't comprehend. The soldiers stepped back, their postures stiffening in what appeared to be respect, or perhaps fear, permitting the hooded man to draw nearer. He was tall and thin, his face hidden within the depths of his hood, except for a glimpse of pale skin and a sharp chin. His robes were of a rich, dark material that seemed to absorb the light around it, moving with fluid grace as he walked. He addressed me harshly, and I could sense the malevolence and hatred seething within his words. The hooded man placed a mysterious orb on my forehead, and immediately, a dull ache began to pulsate within my brain. The orb was smooth and cold, glowing with an inner light that seemed to penetrate my skull. The pain intensified rapidly, evolving into a debilitating migraine that felt as if my brain was being ripped apart. Waves of agony crashed through my consciousness, each more intense than the last. My vision blurred, colors fragmenting and distorting. Overwhelmed, I crumpled to my knees, and I sensed a warm fluid trickling from my nose. To my horror, I realized it was blood, its metallic taste coating my lips as it dripped down my face. With a command from the hooded man, his soldiers hoisted me back onto my feet. My legs trembled, barely able to support my weight. The world tilted and swayed around me as I struggled to remain upright. He addressed me once more, his voice frigid and menacing.
Do you understand me now, foreigner?
He demanded, the words somehow making sense despite being in a language I'd never heard before. Still reeling from the agony and the blood loss, I was too stunned to respond. My mind couldn't process what was happening, how I could suddenly comprehend his speech, or why I was here at all. The hooded man repeated his question, impatience evident in his tone. His fingers twitched at his sides, long and pale, like the legs of a spider.
Do you understand me now, foreigner?
To my astonishment, I could now comprehend his words. It was as if a switch had been flicked, granting me the ability to decipher this alien language. The man's question echoed again in my mind, demanding an answer. A soldier's hand struck my face with enough force to snap my head to the side, and I tasted blood in my mouth where my teeth had cut into my cheek. Stars exploded in my vision, adding to the disorientation that already plagued me. The hooded man's voice was now laced with rage and impatience.
Do you understand me now, foreigner?
He snarled, leaning in close enough that I could smell his breath, sour and strangely metallic, like old coins. My heart raced with fear and uncertainty, wondering what terrible fate awaited me in this hostile place. The room seemed to close in around me, the walls pulsing in rhythm with the throbbing pain in my head. The faces of the soldiers blurred into a nightmarish tableau of helmets and glowing eyes. With trepidation, I managed to reply, I can understand you. Don't hit me again. I can understand you. My voice was hasty, desperate to avoid further abuse, the words tumbling out in a panicked rush. My throat felt raw, as if I hadn't spoken in days, and each word was an effort. The soldiers behind me jeered at my swift response, their laughter echoing off the stone walls. One remarked to a comrade,
Well, at least we know this one's brain isn't fried from the speech orb. He still understands the language of pain.
His voice was gruff, tinged with a cruel amusement. His fellow soldier snickered, a sound like gravel being crushed underfoot.
They all do eventually,
The second soldier replied, poking me roughly in the back with something hard, the pommel of his sword, perhaps.
Some just take longer to learn than others.
Annoyance flickered across the hooded man's face as he sharply rebuked the soldiers. Though his face remained mostly hidden, I could see his mouth twist into a scowl, thin lips pressing into a bloodless line.
It defeats the point of killing them before we've checked their abilities.
He scolded, his voice cutting through their mirth like a blade.
We need to know what we're dealing with before we dispose of them.
One soldier scoffed, defensively retorting,
This sorry batch isn't worth the crystal it took to get them here. Just a bunch of worthless utility classes. We've yet to find a single mage amongst the whole sorry lot. It's like their world is void of magic. What a miserable world it must be.
He spat on the ground for emphasis, the spittle landing dangerously close to my shoes. The hooded man countered, turning to face the soldier fully. His hands emerged from his sleeves, pale and marked with strange tattoos that seemed to shift and change as he gestured.
Even so, we have to be thorough in our inspections. Who knows? We might find some useful ability amongst some of them.
There was something calculating in his tone, a cold practicality that was somehow more frightening than outright cruelty. The soldier dismissed his words with a sneer, his helmet tilting to one side in a gesture of contempt.
Not likely,
he replied, folding his arms across his armored chest.
We'd have better luck training dogs for battle.
It became clear that the hooded man was the leader of these soldiers and the one overseeing the inspections. His authority was evident in the way the others deferred to him, despite their grumbling. Fear and uncertainty gripped me as I pondered what awaited me. I had no idea what abilities I harbored, or what the results of these inspections would yield. My fate hung in the balance, completely at the mercy of these merciless soldiers and their ruthless leaders. The hooded man retrieved a long rod with a luminous orb affixed to its end from within his cloak. The rod was made of some dark metal, intricately engraved with symbols similar to those on the soldier's armor. The orb at its tip pulsed with an inner light, shifting through various colors, red, blue, green, purple, in a hypnotic pattern. He instructed the two soldiers to restrain me, rendering me immobile.
Hold him still,
he ordered, his voice devoid of emotion.
This needs precision.
Panic swelled within me, and I tried to break free, twisting against the iron grip of the soldiers. But it was futile. Their strength was overwhelming, their hands like vices on my arms. One of the soldiers yanked my hair back forcefully, bearing my forehead to the orb-tipped rod. My scalp burned with pain, tears springing to my eyes involuntarily. "Please," I gasped, though I knew begging would do no good. "I don't understand what's happening." As the man pressed the device against my forehead, I was seized by a searing pain that caused my body to convulse uncontrollably. It felt as though I was being electrocuted, every nerve ending on fire, every muscle contracting at once. My vision whited out, replaced by bursts of color and light that had no source. It felt as if my very soul was being probed, examined, catalogued. Despite my best efforts to bear the torment in silence, I couldn't help but cry out, "Stop!" The soldiers behind me snickered at my weakness, their amusement a distant sound beneath the roaring in my ears. One of them struck me on the side of the head, the blow adding a new layer of pain to the agony I was already experiencing. They coldly ordered me to be silent, claiming,
"It's almost done."
Their voices seemed to come from very far away, barely penetrating the fog of pain that enveloped me. I feared the ordeal would never end, and that I would perish there, my mind shattered by whatever examination they were conducting. But soon enough, the torment ceased, and the man inspected the end of the orb stick device. The pain receded slowly, leaving behind a dull throbbing and a strange emptiness, as if something had been taken from me. I gasped for air, struggling to regain my breath. My lungs burned with each inhalation, my throat raw from screaming. My body trembled, the aftershocks of the brutal ordeal still coursing through me. Sweat soaked my clothes, plastering them to my skin. The hooded man glanced between the device and me, his expression revealing displeasure at what he had discovered. The orb at the end of the rod now glowed a steady, unimpressive brown color. The hooded man's disappointment was palpable, his shoulders slumping slightly as he examined it. At the mercy of these ruthless soldiers and their heartless leaders, I could only wait and hope that I would survive this alien, hostile place. My mind raced with questions that had no answers, fears that had no comfort. The hooded man's irritation was palpable, his voice tight with barely controlled rage.
What is this? An artificer? Another utility class? This is the 8th utility class I've checked from this world. At least a soldier would have been useful like the last two, but a utility class is of no use at all, especially in the war against the Celestorian kingdom.
His disgust was evident in every syllable, every gesture of his hands. He sneered at me, his face momentarily visible within the hood. Angular features, skin so pale it was almost translucent, eyes that were entirely black without whites or irises.
He's useless. Throw him in the pit with the other rejects. The guard captain can decide what to do with him.
I was manhandled roughly, dragged across the stone floor toward an opening I hadn't noticed before. My feet scrambled for purchase, but the soldiers moved too quickly. Their armored gloves bit into my flesh, sure to leave bruises. We approached what appeared to be a large hole in the floor, its depths obscured by shadows. The smell that emanated from it was foul, a mixture of unwashed bodies, excrement, and despair. Soon, I found myself standing at the edge of a steep drop, looking down into darkness. One of the soldiers laughed, a harsh sound devoid of humor, and shoved me forward.
"Enjoy your new home, reject,"
he said, and then I was falling. Unceremoniously, they hurled me in, face first. As I tumbled down, my lip was split against something hard, a rock, or perhaps the wall of the pit. My torso collided with various protrusions, each impact adding new bruises to my already battered body. The fall seemed endless, though it could only have been seconds. I landed in a heap at the bottom, the breath knocked from my lungs, surrounded by other captives who had been deemed rejects. The fear and desperation in their eyes mirrored my own, and I knew that I was in an exceedingly perilous place. I surveyed my surroundings, attempting to understand the environment I found myself in. The pit was shrouded in darkness, my eyes struggling to adjust after the relative brightness above. What little I could see confirmed my worst fears. The walls were sheer stone, offering no handholds or hope of climbing out. The floor was earth, packed hard by the countless feet that had trodden it. The pit was damp and reeking with a repugnant odor that made me want to vomit, human waste, rotting food, and the sickly sweet smell of infection. I could hear the sound of dripping water from somewhere unseen and the shuffling of feet as my fellow prisoners moved away, giving me space. The eyes of the other captives weighed heavily upon me, their stares filled with despair and hopelessness. Some looked as if they'd been here for a long time, clothes in tatters, bodies emaciated, eyes sunken into hollow sockets. Others seemed more recent arrivals, their faces still showing the shock of their capture. I couldn't help but question my own fate in this strange and hostile environment.
"Welcome to the pit,"
someone said nearby, their voice little more than a hoarse whisper.
"Hope you didn't expect a long life."
Seated in the pit, I felt the pain of my injuries and the gnawing fear of the unknown. I was surrounded by captives sharing my fate, uncertain of what lay ahead for any of us. All I could do was bide my time and cling to the hope that somehow I'd survive this nightmare. As days turned to an indistinguishable blur, hunger and thirst relentlessly tormented me, leaving my body battered and bruised. The passage of time became meaningless. There was no day or night in the pit, only periods of slightly greater or lesser darkness as torches were lit or extinguished above. My stomach became a constant ache, gnawing at me from the inside. My throat burned with thirst, my lips cracking and bleeding. Desperation intensified as I wondered if escape from the pit was even possible. Each day, anonymous figures tossed bags of unsorted food into the pit, inciting fierce competition and brutal fights among its inhabitants. The food was scraps at best, stale bread, rotting vegetables, occasionally meat of questionable origin. But in our state of starvation, it became treasure worth fighting for. From above, I could hear soldiers' laughter, placing bets on the victors as if we were animals in an arena. Their voices echoed down to us, filled with cruel amusement at our suffering.
10 silver on the big one.
No, watch the skinny one. He's quick.
They're like rats in a barrel.
The daily struggle for sustenance left us all bruised and battered, fighting with a desperation born of survival instinct. I received black eyes, cracked ribs, and countless other injuries in these skirmishes. I also inflicted my share of damage, my knuckles split and swollen from connecting with jaws and ribs. In those days, my existence was reduced to mere survival, driven by the primal urge to eat and preserve my strength. I had become an unthinking, unfeeling animal in the pit. I finally understood the truth of the adage that you never know what you're capable of until you're faced with the need to survive. One day, The sound of approaching footsteps broke the monotony. We had learned to distinguish the footfalls of soldiers from those who brought food or removed bodies. These were purposeful, heavy, multiple people moving with authority. A group of soldiers peered down at us, their helmeted faces silhouetted against the light from above. Their eyes, visible through the slits in their helmets, were filled with contempt and cruelty. One of them bellowed,
"Get up, you lot! The guard captain wants to see you!"
A rope ladder was thrown down, and we were ordered to climb up one by one. Those who moved too slowly were prodded with spears or threatened with worse. We were hauled from the pit with rough hands and led away, a procession of dirty, emaciated prisoners shuffling through stone corridors. My legs, weak from lack of proper exercise and nutrition, trembled with each step. My dread intensified as I wondered what would become of us. In a large chamber, a man clad in a black cloak awaited, the guard captain in charge of inspections. He was different from the hooded man I'd encountered earlier, broader, more imposing, with a face that was visible and all the more terrifying for it. Scars crisscrossed his features, his nose had been broken multiple times, and one eye was milky white and unseeing. He surveyed us with disdainful, cruel eyes, taking in our filthy, weakened state with obvious disgust.
"What do we have here? Another batch of rejects?"
He spat, his voice echoing in the chamber.
"I don't have time for this. Take them to the slave market camp and see if anyone wants to buy them. If not, execute anyone left unsold. I have more important things to do."
With that, he turned and left, leaving us in the hands of his subordinates. Fear seized me as I pondered my fate. Would I be sold as a slave, or would I face execution if no one wanted me? The uncertainty was almost worse than the certainty of death. Chapter 2. The soldiers who had captured us were clad in peculiar armor that gleamed dully in the flickering torchlight. The metal plates overlapped like scales of some ancient beast, etched with symbols I couldn't decipher. Their helmets concealed most of their faces, revealing only their eyes, cold and merciless as they surveyed us with thinly veiled contempt. Each soldier carried an assortment of weapons, swords sheathed at their sides, daggers strapped to their thighs, and some wielded spears with tips that glinted menacingly. Their heavy boots left clear imprints in the soft earth as they moved among us with practiced efficiency. As we trudged forward through the dimly lit passage, my legs ached with each step. The rough stone floor scraped against my worn shoes, and the dank air filled my lungs with the musty scent of earth and decay. I noticed that there were other captives like myself, some of whom were wounded and bleeding profusely. One man to my right had a deep gash across his forehead, blood trickling down his face and staining his tattered shirt crimson. A woman nearby cradled her arm against her chest, her face contorted with pain as she struggled to keep pace. Their labored breathing and occasional whimpers punctuated the oppressive silence.
"Keep moving,"
barked one of the soldiers, his voice echoing off the stone walls. His hand rested on the hilt of his sword, fingers tapping impatiently.
"Or you'll end up like the last one who couldn't keep up."
The soldiers roughly grabbed us and pulled us towards an area where they secured our arms and wrists with tight bonds, leaving us severely restricted in movement. The coarse rope bit into my skin, and I winced as it was pulled tighter by a soldier with a jagged scar running from his temple to his jaw. His breath smelled of something fermented and unfamiliar as he leaned close to inspect his handiwork.
"Too tight?"
he asked with mock concern, lips curling into a cruel smile.
"Good."
Once everyone was restrained, they ordered us to advance towards the opening in the cavern wall. The tallest soldier, whose armor bore additional markings that suggested some higher rank, gestured with his spear.
"Move. Anyone who falls behind stays behind,"
he commanded, his voice devoid of emotion. His eyes scanned our group, lingering briefly on the wounded before shifting away dismissively. We entered the cavern and began to navigate towards an unknown destination, a seemingly endless journey with only a few stops in between. The passage twisted and turned, sometimes widening into chambers large enough that I couldn't see the ceiling, other times narrowing so much that we had to proceed in single file. Stalactites hung from above like petrified tears, water occasionally dripping from their tips onto our heads. The ground was uneven, scattered with loose stones that threatened to roll beneath our feet and send us stumbling. The air grew thinner and colder as we progressed deeper into the earth. My lungs strained with each breath, and my body shivered despite the exertion of the march. The smell changed too, from damp earth to something more mineral, with occasional wafts of sulfur that made my eyes water. The sound of our footsteps and the clink of the soldier's armor created an eerie rhythm that bounced off the walls, making it impossible to tell if we were truly alone in these tunnels. During our infrequent rest periods, we were allowed to sit on the cold ground, our backs against the rough stone walls. No one dared to speak above a whisper, and even then, conversations were brief and furtive. A young man with hollow cheeks and trembling hands murmured something about seeing creatures moving in the shadows, but a sharp glance from one of the guards silenced him immediately. By the time we finally reached our destination, I was utterly exhausted. Every muscle in my body screamed with fatigue, and my feet felt like they were encased in lead. My throat was parched, and my stomach had long since stopped growling, having resigned itself to emptiness. However, we soon emerged from the end of the tunnel, and the sight that greeted us was a stark contrast to the dimly lit cave. A bright and sunny day. The sudden brightness was blinding after so long in the darkness. I squinted, raising my bound hands instinctively to shield my eyes, earning a rough shove from the guard behind me. I was somewhat taken aback, having incorrectly assumed that it was nighttime outside. There had been no way to track the passage of time in the cave, no clocks or windows, just the relentless march forward. As I stepped out of the cave, I got my first real glimpse of the world I had found myself in. The landscape spread out before me was both familiar and alien. Rolling hills covered in vegetation that resembled grass but was a shade too purple. Trees with trunks that twisted in improbable ways, their leaves fluttering in colors I had never seen in nature. In the distance, mountains rose like jagged teeth against the horizon, their peaks capped with what might have been snow, but glinted with an almost metallic sheen. Looking up at the sky in awe, I felt a mixture of disbelief and wonder at the magnificent sight before me. The sky was blue, a familiar hue, but that was where the similarities with my own world ended. The sky was adorned with two suns, both radiating their light onto the world below. One sun was larger and more orange, hanging like a fiery orb directly overhead. The other was smaller, almost white-blue in color, positioned lower in the sky as if chasing its larger companion. On the far side of the sky, in the opposite direction, there was a visible moon. However, this moon was unlike any I had ever seen before. It was enormous, potentially even larger than a planet, and had horizontal bands of beige and red, most likely gas streams swirling around its surface. The sight was so breathtaking that for a moment I forgot my dire circumstances. The cosmic ballet playing out above me was mesmerizing, the dance of light between the two suns casting dual shadows behind every object. I couldn't help but wonder if this world was, in fact, a moon orbiting a colossal gas giant. The thought triggered a cascade of questions in my mind. Questions about physics, astronomy, about how a habitable world could exist in such conditions. A scientist from my world would give anything to study this place. My thoughts were abruptly interrupted when one of the soldiers struck me across the face, the impact sending me staggering sideways. Pain bloomed across my cheek, and I tasted blood where my teeth had cut into the inside of my mouth. The soldier towered over me, his face twisted in anger beneath his half-helmet. His eyes were dark and narrowed, his skin weathered and marked with tiny scars that spoke of many battles.
"Pay attention and keep up with the rest,"
he snarled, spittle flying from his lips. His breath smelled of meat and something bitter.
"Or I'll do the same to every one of you and kill you myself."
The other guards chuckled, one of them slapping his whip against his palm suggestively. The captives around me shrunk back, fear evident in their hunched shoulders and lowered eyes. The harsh reality of my situation hit me like a ton of bricks, and I quickly snapped back to reality, recognizing that this was no time for sightseeing. The sting of the blow and the metallic taste of blood in my mouth were sharp reminders of my vulnerability. I had to stay alert and focused if I was to survive in this strange and unfamiliar world. We trudged on for several days, stopping only briefly to hydrate and rest for no longer than 3 hours at a time, with the soldiers relentlessly leading us towards an unknown destination. The water they provided was tepid and had a mineral taste that coated my tongue unpleasantly. but I gulped it down greedily whenever it was offered. Food was scarce, dry, hard bread, and occasionally strips of some kind of dried meat that was tough and salty. The weather fluctuated wildly as we traveled. During the day, when both suns were high, the heat was nearly unbearable, the air shimmering with it. Sweat soaked through my clothes, attracting biting insects that left raised welts on any exposed skin. At night, when the smaller sun dipped below the horizon, the temperature plummeted, and we huddled together for warmth, our breath forming clouds in the chill air. As we marched, a sense of unease pervaded my thoughts, leaving me wondering what lay ahead for us. The prospect of being in the clutches of these hostile soldiers was a terrifying one, and I couldn't dispel the feeling that something dreadful lurked in our future. My mind kept replaying the brutal execution of the woman who had resisted during the inspection, the way her body had crumpled to the ground, the life leaving her eyes in an instant. The image sent a shiver down my spine. I knew I had to remain vigilant at all times if I was to survive. On the second day of our journey, we crested a hill, and I saw our destination spread out in the valley below. Even from a distance, the cacophony of people talking and shouting grew louder, carrying on the wind. The air changed too, becoming thicker with the aroma of burning wood from cooking fires mingled with the stench of sweat and fear. My stomach clenched with dread as we approached the slave camp. The camp was a sprawling, chaotic assemblage of structures. Ramshackle tents of various sizes and colors dotted the landscape, some of which served as makeshift shops where traders hawked their wares. Smoke rose from dozens of cooking fires, and people, both guards and slaves, moved about in a constant bustle of activity. But the primary focus, I quickly realized, was the inhumane trade of human beings. It was apparent that slavery was still a prevalent and accepted practice in this world. The slave pens were crudely built, little more than cages constructed from rough-hewn wood and metal bars. They housed people from my world, and others who appeared to hail from different realms, all crammed together in conditions that no animal should endure, let alone thinking, feeling beings. Some of the captives were clearly human, while others had features that marked them as something else. Skin in hues of blue or green, extra fingers or limbs, eyes that reflected light like a cat's. Some seemed resigned to their grim fate, sitting with vacant expressions and slumped shoulders. Others fiercely resisted their shackles, pulling at the bars until their hands bled or shouting defiance at their captors. The guards responded to such resistance with swift brutality, using whips or clubs to beat the fight out of them. I watched with growing horror as people were auctioned off like cattle on a raised platform at the camp's center. The platform was stained dark in places, and I didn't want to speculate on what had caused those stains. Prospective buyers were permitted to examine the captives up close, their hands roaming over bodies as if inspecting livestock, making it easier for them to decide whether to purchase or not. They checked teeth, prodded muscles, and sometimes performed more invasive examinations, all while discussing the merits of each item, as if the person wasn't standing right there, hearing every word.
"This one's strong, good for labor,"
a buyer commented, squeezing the arm of a muscular man whose eyes blazed with suppressed rage.
"Too much fight in him,"
replied the seller, a corpulent man with a jeweled dagger at his belt.
"But nothing a few weeks of breaking won't cure."
The atmosphere was charged with tension, underscored by the din of shouting and the chilling sound of whips cracking through the air. The auctioneer's voice struggled to rise above the clamor of the crowd, his words reduced to unintelligible shouts from where I stood. Witnessing people being sold into slavery was nauseating, and it made me appreciate the good fortune of being born in a world where slavery had long been abolished. My stomach churned with disgust and helplessness. Amid the pandemonium and distress of the slave camp, I couldn't help but marvel at my surroundings. The sky was an extraordinary shade of blue, illuminated by two suns casting their brilliance from above. The air was warm, with a gentle breeze carrying the enticing scents of cooking food and the distant cries of exotic animals. Strange birds circled overhead, their wings spanning wider than any eagle I'd ever seen, their calls like metallic chimes on the wind. The landscape was adorned with strange, unfamiliar trees and plants. Some trees rose in spiraling patterns, their branches fanning out at impossible angles. The vegetation near the camp had been trampled and reduced to scrub, but further away, I could see fields of what looked like grass, shimmering in shades of lavender and indigo. In the distance, mist-shrouded mountains loomed majestically, their peaks lost in clouds that seemed to glow from within. The slave camp was a world apart from the one I knew, but my determination to return home never wavered. I realized I had to keep my wits about me and never abandon hope. I had to keep fighting, regardless of how bleak the situation might seem. The thought of never reuniting with my family and friends was unbearable, but I knew that I had to persevere, pushing forward, no matter the obstacles. Our group was led to one of the pens, the gate creaking open on rusted hinges to admit us. We were shoved inside, and the gate was locked behind us with a clang that felt terribly final. The pens into which we were cast were nothing more than expansive open-air enclosures, encircled by towering metal bars that left us feeling exposed and vulnerable to the merciless elements. The bars were rough with rust in places, but still solid enough to resist any attempt at breaking them. They rose at least 12 feet high, topped with cruel spikes that discouraged climbing. The ground beneath us was parched and dusty, sporadically interrupted by protruding rocks or stones that made finding a comfortable place to sit nearly impossible. The air inside the pen was stifling and oppressive, thick with the smell of unwashed bodies and human waste from the rudimentary latrine in one corner. Little more than a hole in the ground surrounded by a low wall that offered minimal privacy. The glaring absence of shade offered no respite from the relentless sun, and the heat bounced off the hard-packed earth, creating a furnace-like environment. The other captives sharing the pen with me appeared just as defeated as I felt, heads bowed and eyes shut, seeking solace in the fleeting escape of sleep. Some had clearly been here longer, their skin burned red by sun exposure, their lips cracked from dehydration. Others bore the marks of mistreatment, bruises in various stages of healing, cuts that had scabbed over, welts from whips that formed raised patterns on their backs. The only sounds punctuating the heavy silence were the shuffling of feet and the occasional cough or sneeze. Now and then, someone would sob quietly, the sound quickly stifled, as if they feared drawing attention to themselves. A woman nearby rocked back and forth, her arms wrapped around her knees, murmuring words in a language I didn't understand, her eyes fixed on something only she could see. Surveying the scene, I noticed that the pens were partitioned into sections, each housing a distinct group of captives. Among them were humans like myself, but there were also beings the likes of which I had never encountered, displaying an array of skin colors, shapes, and sizes. In one pen, the occupants had blue-tinged skin and elongated fingers that ended in what looked like small claws. In another, the beings were short and stocky with disproportionately large heads and no visible ears. Some of these beings seemed to be in immense pain, their bodies contorting in ways that suggested they were not meant to exist in this world's conditions. Others appeared to be in a state of shock or disbelief, their expressions vacant as if their minds had retreated to some safer place. The guards overseeing the pens were just as ruthless as the soldiers who had brought us here. They patrolled the perimeters with a swagger that spoke of their absolute power over us. Dressed in lighter armor than the soldiers who had captured us, their faces were fully visible, most bearing expressions of boredom or contempt. They bellowed orders and brutally struck anyone who dared to defy them.
"Back from the bars!"
one shouted, his face flushed with anger as he approached a captive who had been gripping the metal. He brought his whip down with practiced precision, opening a red line across the man's arm.
"Next time it'll be your face."
Armed with whips, they wielded them with unsettling frequency, as evidenced by the scars and bruises that marred the backs of some fellow captives. The guards seemed to relish their cruel occupation, their eyes gleaming with satisfaction as they treated us like mere animals. Some even made a game of it, wagering on which prisoner would break down first under their torment. A profound sense of hopelessness weighed on me as I came to terms with this horrifying new reality. The prospect of being sold into slavery and regarded as nothing more than property was unbearable, yet I knew that I had to muster the strength to endure. I closed my eyes and attempted to devise an escape plan, but such a feat seemed insurmountable. The pens were heavily guarded, and the only apparent exit was the front gate, flanked by even more formidable soldiers. As the day wore on, my body weakened and my thirst intensified. My tongue felt swollen in my mouth, sticking to my palate with each attempt to swallow. The sun showed no mercy, beating down on us with the combined force of its dual presence in the sky. I began to feel the onslaught of heat exhaustion, dizziness, nausea, a pounding headache that made my vision blur at the edges. I longed for a sip of water, but it was a luxury I knew would be denied until the guards decided we had suffered enough. They reveled in our torment, their aggression mounting as the day progressed and the heat made them irritable. One guard, a squat man with a nose that had been broken multiple times, took particular pleasure in withholding water from those who begged for it, only to pour it on the ground before their eyes. Dread consumed me as I acknowledged my utter powerlessness in this alien world. I was a captive, a slave, entirely at the mercy of my heartless captors. The weight of this realization was almost physical, pressing down on my chest until each breath became an effort. I knew I had to find a way to escape, but the means eluded me. The pens seemed inescapable, and I was surrounded by guards who were all too eager to resort to violence to maintain order. On the third day of our confinement, men in official-looking attire arrived at the camp. They wore clothing that was finer than anything I'd seen since arriving in this world. Robes of rich fabrics in deep colors, adorned with intricate embroidery and fastened with clasps that glinted like gold. Their bearing suggested authority, and even the guards straightened their postures as they approached. Finally, as the officials concluded their negotiations with the prison guards, they commenced their inspection of us. We were herded out of the pen and lined up before them like chattel. The officials scrutinized each of us, one by one, assessing our potential worth. They prodded and poked at us, inquiring about our skills and evaluating our bodies for signs of physical strength or resilience.
"This one has some muscle,"
commented one official, a thin man with a pointed beard and calculating eyes. He pinched the arm of the captive in front of me, a young man who flinched but didn't resist.
"Could be useful in the mines."
"What of his class?"
asked another, this one older with silver streaks in his dark hair.
"We need more than just bodies."
"Utility class, nothing special,"
replied the first with a dismissive wave.
"But strong backs are always in demand."
Regrettably, the officials were sorely disappointed with what they discovered. The majority of us were ordinary individuals possessing no extraordinary abilities, save for a few who boasted utility classes, whatever those were. As my turn approached, a surge of fear engulfed me. My heart raced, and sweat that had nothing to do with the heat trickled down my spine. The officials scrutinized my appearance with cold, evaluating eyes that seemed to see right through me. One of them, a woman with sharp features and hair pulled back so tightly it looked painful, consulted a scroll in her hands. I stared at her blankly, utterly unfamiliar with the concept of magic, or the meaning of the term artificer. The word meant nothing to me. Was it a type of craftsman? A magical ability? I had no frame of reference, no context in which to place it. I don't understand, I stammered, my voice hoarse from disuse and thirst. The official's expression hardened.
"Don't play ignorant. What are your specialties? Enchanting? Alchemy? Runic inscriptions?"
I endeavored to conceal my ignorance, but the officials easily saw through my facade. My confusion must have been written plainly on my face, because the woman's mouth twisted in disgust.
"Useless,"
she spat, making a mark on her scroll.
"Either too damaged by the transition or truly ignorant of his own abilities."
They scoffed at me, deeming me a useless waste of their precious time and resources. The man with the pointed beard gestured for the guards to move me aside.
"Put this one with the others for the eastern region,"
he ordered.
"They always need bodies for the fields, regardless of class."
Once more, I was confronted by the dire predicament I found myself in. I was in an alien world, surrounded by people who regarded me as nothing more than a commodity to be traded and sold. Bereft of friends, allies, and any means of escape, I was entirely at the mercy of these officials and their merciless whims. Overwhelmed by hopelessness and despair, I struggled to find a way to survive in this enigmatic and foreign world, where I was perceived as little more than an expendable instrument. Fear and uncertainty clouded my thoughts as I contemplated my uncertain future. I resolved to find a means to survive and, if feasible, escape from this bizarre realm. After the officials completed their evaluation, the prison guards commenced moving us from the pen to a new location. As we progressed towards our new destination, slated to be our home for the next several days, I couldn't help but notice the heightened alertness of the guards. Their weapons were drawn and ready, as though anticipating imminent danger. Their eyes scanned the surroundings constantly, and they communicated with sharp hand signals more than words. Whatever lay ahead, it clearly warranted caution. After several weeks of travel across a landscape that gradually shifted from the arid region of the slave camp to more fertile lands with actual farms and settlements visible in the distance, we arrived at an imposing stone edifice featuring colossal wooden doors, flanked by a pair of vigilant soldiers. These soldiers were different from our escorts, their armor more elaborate, their posture more disciplined. The clanking of our chains and the footsteps of the soldiers reverberated off the walls, creating an ominous symphony that echoed my mounting dread. Upon reaching the entrance, the guards stepped aside, and the doors were swung open, revealing a yawning darkness beyond. Although my heart was heavy with hopelessness and despair, I was determined to survive and unearth a means of escaping this confining place. We were ushered into a vast chamber illuminated by wall-mounted glowing orbs and furnished with elongated tables and benches. The orbs cast a pale blue light that created long shadows and gave everyone's skin an unhealthy pallor. The air here was cooler than outside, but stale, carrying the scent of too many bodies confined in too little space for too long. The room teemed with people spanning all ages, genders, and races, each shackled and garbed in tattered clothing. Children huddled together at one table, their eyes wide with fear and confusion. Elderly men and women sat with stooped shoulders, their faces etched with lines of resignation. All were enslaved, their eyes filled with a blend of fear and curiosity as they gazed upon us. The room was eerily quiet, save for the constant clinking of chains and the occasional whispered conversation that quickly died when guards looked in that direction. The soldiers guided us to a prominent table at the heart of the room and instructed us to sit. The bench was hard and splintered, but it felt like luxury after days of standing or sitting on bare ground. Once we had settled, they proceeded to inspect each of us, removing our shackles and examining our hands, feet, and faces. They searched meticulously for any indications of disease or injury, their touch impersonal and clinical. One prisoner, a man with a festering wound on his leg, was immediately separated from the group. His pleas were ignored as he was dragged away, disappearing through a side door. No one spoke of what might have happened to him. The extensive inspection persisted for several hours. My muscles cramped from sitting in one position for so long, but I dared not move too much and draw attention to myself. As I glanced around, I noticed that some of the other slaves appeared to be in pain, their faces contorted, bodies hunched protectively. It led me to wonder about the treatment they had endured at the hands of their former masters. What horrors had they witnessed? What suffering had they endured before arriving at this place? And more importantly, what awaited us all in the days to come? Chapter 3. "Line up," barked the soldier, his voice resonating through the air as we concluded the initial inspection. The command cut through the murmured conversations around me, sharp and uncompromising. The soldier stood rigid in his dark uniform, hand resting on the hilt of his sword, eyes sweeping over us with practiced disdain. His weathered face bore a scar that ran from temple to jaw, evidence of battles survived and hardships endured. Reluctantly, I took my position in the queue, casting furtive glances at the other slaves surrounding me. The line stretched before and behind me, a procession of misery and uncertainty. Some bore the marks of weariness, their shoulders slumped and eyes vacant, evidently broken by their prolonged stay, while others seemed to be recent arrivals like myself, alert, confused, frightened. Their faces reflected various states of despair and resignation, a living gallery of human suffering. I couldn't help but ponder how long I would be ensnared within the confines of this dismal place. The holding area was a stark, utilitarian space, with rough stone walls that seemed to absorb both light and hope. Flickering torches cast long, dancing shadows across the floor, creating an atmosphere of perpetual twilight. The air hung heavy and stale, permeated with the mingled odors of unwashed bodies, damp stone, and the metallic tang of fear. Occasional drafts carried the distant sounds of shouted orders and the rhythmic clanking of chains. Rumbling hunger pangs gnawed at my stomach as the aroma of food wafted towards me from a nearby distribution point. The scent was both enticing and repellent, a strange mixture of boiled grain, some unfamiliar spice, and the slight undercurrent of spoilage. The sustenance being distributed appeared far from appetizing. The bread was dense and gray, the meat suspicious in its origin. Nonetheless, I was keenly aware that I needed to eat to maintain my strength. An uneasy thought crept into my mind. Would I ever acclimate to this wretched new existence, or would each day present an unyielding struggle for survival? The line shuffled forward slowly, punctuated by the occasional bark of orders from guards positioned along the wall. Their weapons gleamed in the torchlight, a deliberate reminder of the power they wielded over us. My legs ached from standing, and the fresh wounds from earlier inspections throbbed with each heartbeat. When my turn arrived, the attendants tended to my wounds with stoic efficiency. Their hands were neither gentle nor deliberately rough, merely functional, like mechanics servicing machinery. The food distribution area was a long table staffed by hollow-eyed workers who mechanically ladled portions onto crude wooden plates. Guards loomed nearby, ensuring no one received more than their allotted share. The floor around the table was slick with spilled food and water, making footing treacherous. As I neared the end of the line, a shudder coursed through me at the thought of what lay ahead. The soldiers were notorious for their callous and brutal demeanor, and I harbored no illusions of mercy from them. A large, barrel-chested guard with a thick beard scanned the new arrivals with predatory interest. His eyes lingered on those who appeared weakest or most frightened, like a wolf identifying the vulnerable members of a herd. My apprehensions were soon validated as they ruthlessly stripped us of our garments and doused our shivering bodies with frigid water. The shock of the cold made me gasp involuntarily, the icy water striking like needles against my skin. It poured from above through crude perforated pipes, creating a makeshift shower that offered no privacy or dignity. The water pooled around our feet, dark with the grime it washed away, swirling into drains set into the stone floor. Desperation swelled within me as I sought to cover myself, but the soldiers forcefully pushed me back, demanding unflinching compliance.
"Arms at your sides,"
shouted a lean soldier with a pockmarked face, shoving the shoulder of a man who had attempted to shield himself.
"Anyone hiding anything gets 20 lashes."
His voice carried the casual cruelty of someone who had delivered on such threats many times before. Next, they handed us a bucket filled with coarse white powder, commanding us to scrub our bodies vigorously. The powder felt like fine sand mixed with some caustic substance. I observed some of my fellow captives hesitate, their expressions betraying confusion or revulsion, only to be met with ruthless beatings for their perceived defiance. A young man to my right paused too long, earning a swift blow to his kidneys that dropped him to his knees in the puddles of dirty water. I can't risk it, I thought, steeling myself for the task, my grip tightening on the handful of powder I'd scooped from the bucket. I must adhere to their orders if I want to survive. With unwavering determination, I began scrubbing myself with the abrasive powder. I winced as it seared my cuts and bruises, the sensation akin to 1,000 needles piercing my skin. The powder formed a gritty paste when mixed with water, stripping away not only dirt, but seemingly layers of skin as well. The smell was acrid and chemical, burning my nostrils with each breath. Nonetheless, I persevered through the pain, unwilling to draw the ire of the ever-watchful guards. Their eyes scanned continuously for any sign of rebellion or resistance, hands resting on the hilts of their weapons. Around me, others grimaced and bit back sounds of pain as they followed the same procedure. Some had tears streaming down their faces, mingling with the water that continued to fall. The ritual humiliation seemed deliberate, a process designed to strip us not only of filth, but of dignity and individuality. After completing the arduous scrubbing, I trudged over to the east side of the area, where others were congregating. My skin felt raw and hypersensitive, protesting against even the gentle touch of the air. A series of tables, laden with towels and clothing, awaited us. The towels were thin and scratchy, barely adequate for their purpose, while the clothing appeared to be simple, undyed garments of rough-spun fabric.
"Dry yourselves before putting on the clothes,"
a guard stationed behind the table bellowed at us. His voice echoed against the stone walls, unnecessarily loud for the short distance.
Anyone who gets their clothes wet will spend the night without them.
His lips curled into a smirk that suggested he hoped someone would make this mistake. Eager to rid myself of the chill that had settled deep in my bones, I snatched a towel and hastily dried off, anticipating the comfort of clean attire. The towel quickly became sodden, more spreading the water than absorbing it, but I managed to remove enough moisture to satisfy the watchful guard. The guard scrutinized me, his gaze lingering on my shoulders and arms as if assessing my potential for labor. His nostrils flared slightly, and with a grunt of acknowledgement, he flung a linen shirt and pants in my direction. The garments landed at my feet, and I quickly retrieved them before another captive could claim them instead. I slipped them on, grateful for the crisp fabric against my skin. The shirt was loose and shapeless, the pants held up by a simple drawstring, but they offered blessed coverage and a small return to normalcy. However, a sudden panic seized me as I realized my smartphone was missing. The familiar weight in my pocket was gone, and with it, my last tangible connection to my former life, my identity. Where could it be? I fretted, feverishly scanning the floor where I had been standing, my heart racing. Please be there, I silently beseeched as I rummaged through my discarded clothing, trying to appear casual while my fingers searched desperately. The guards were occupied with new arrivals, giving me a precious moment of reduced scrutiny. Miraculously, I discovered it concealed within a fold of my old shirt, the black case nearly invisible against the dark, wet fabric. Relief flooded through me so intensely that I nearly gasped aloud. With trembling fingers, I palmed the device, marveling at how something once so ordinary could now feel like a priceless treasure. Stealthily, I slipped the device into the front pocket of my new shirt, praying the soldiers wouldn't detect the slight bulge it created. The risk of discovery was terrifying. I had already witnessed the consequences of disobedience, but retaining it was a gamble I was willing to take. The thought of parting with the precious photographs and memories of my family stored on my phone was unbearable. Whatever this strange new world held, I couldn't lose that last tangible connection to who I was and where I came from. Once clothed, we were ushered into an area designated for eating. The dining space was a long, rectangular room with crude wooden tables and benches bolted to the floor. Torches and wall sconces provided meager illumination, casting most of the room in shadow. The ceiling was low and crossed with thick wooden beams darkened by years of smoke. Our meager provisions consisted of stale bread that crumbled at the touch, bland sausages of questionable origin that glistened with grease, and a cup of tepid water that carried the faint taste of minerals and rust. The food was served on wooden trenchers worn smooth by years of use and countless scrapings. Famished from the day's ordeals, I devoured the unappetizing fare without hesitation, with hunger transforming it into a veritable feast. My body demanded sustenance, regardless of its quality or presentation. Around me, others ate with the same desperate focus, hunched protectively over their portions as if expecting them to be snatched away. Some attempted to save morsels for later, tucking them into pockets or wrappings, only to have guards force them to consume everything immediately. The message was clear. Here, we would have no control, not even over when or how we ate. As I consumed the meager meal, an overwhelming sense of hopelessness enveloped me. The reality of my situation pressed down like a physical weight on my shoulders. I was utterly lost, uncertain of my location, how I had arrived here, or what my fate would be. The foreign sky with its 2 suns and strange moon had confirmed what seemed impossible. I was no longer on Earth. The rules, physics, and societal structures I had known my entire life no longer applied. However, upon finishing my meal, scraping the last crumbs from the trencher with my fingers, I resolved to remain resilient, determined to forge a path to survival. Succumbing to despair was not an option. I needed to endure, regardless of the hardships that lay ahead. I straightened my back slightly, took a deep breath, and observed my surroundings more carefully, looking for patterns, routines, anything that might provide an advantage or insight. After the soldiers deemed our eating time over, announced with a sharp whistle that cut through the murmur of hushed conversations, they led us through a series of corridors. The passages were narrow and winding, the stone floors worn smooth by countless footsteps over the years. Moisture seeped from the walls in places, creating slick patches that reflected the torchlight. The air grew increasingly fetid as we descended, carrying the unmistakable odors of human waste, unwashed bodies, and animal musk. Eventually, we emerged into a dimly lit, repugnant animal stall. The space had clearly been repurposed from its original function, with feeding troughs still attached to the walls and rusted rings for tethering animals protruding at regular intervals. The stench was nearly unbearable, a potent mixture of old hay, manure, mildew, and the sharp tang of urine that burned my nostrils and made my eyes water. Bits of moldy straw still littered the corners, providing meager bedding for those lucky enough to claim a spot there. The soldiers dragged us to the wall, where they fastened our chains in place with practiced efficiency. The metal cuffs were cold and heavy against my wrists, the chain between them allowing only limited movement. The clanking of metal reverberated through the room, amplifying the suffocating darkness and the finality of our imprisonment. Soft whimpers and cries punctuated the silence, emanating from the despairing souls around me. Some prayed in hushed tones, others cursed vehemently. Many simply stared vacantly into the darkness. The guards departed, leaving only 2 stationed by the entrance. They lit a small brazier that cast a weak, flickering light across the space, revealing the faces of my fellow captives in ghostly relief. The heat from the brazier barely reached the walls where we were chained, leaving us to endure the damp chill that permeated the stall. A few courageous minutes later, some prisoners dared to initiate whispered conversations. The hushed murmurs grew bolder, and soon everyone was engaging in quiet exchanges. To my surprise, I recognized several individuals as originating from my own world. Their clothing, speech patterns, and references to familiar places and concepts confirmed my suspicion that whatever had brought me here had affected others as well. When everyone saw that the soldiers made no attempt to stop us, some of the prisoners began to go around asking each other if they knew what was going on. I heard snippets of conversations, and it seemed that most of these prisoners were just as clueless as I was. It was a disheartening realization that we were all in the same boat, and nobody had any answers. The fragments of conversation painted a disturbing picture. People snatched from ordinary lives across the United States, perhaps across the world, all ending up in this nightmarish realm. One of the prisoners approached me, his chains rattling softly as he moved. He was a middle-aged man with thinning gray hair and deep lines etched around his eyes and mouth. His movements were cautious, as though each step caused him pain.
"Do you know what's happening?"
he whispered, his voice hoarse and uncertain. His eyes darted nervously to the guards before settling back on me, desperate for any information that might make sense of our situation. I shook my head, the movement making the chain links rattle against the stone wall behind me. No, I have no idea. The admission felt like a defeat, another reminder of how helpless we all were. He looked at me, his eyes wide with fear, the whites visible all around his irises.
"I was on a walk with my friends, and then I ended up here. What kind of sick game is this?"
His voice cracked on the last word, and he swallowed hard, fighting to maintain composure. I didn't have any answers for him, and I felt just as scared and helpless as he did. The man eventually nodded in resignation and moved away, continuing his search for someone who might know more than I did. I watched him go, wondering if anyone in this place had the answers we all desperately sought. 30 minutes later, the relative quiet was interrupted again as someone else approached me. I was startled when a somewhat hesitant female voice broke through my thoughts.
"Hey, I don't suppose you know what's going on, do you?"
she asked, her voice carrying a distinct inflection that immediately caught my attention. I turned toward the voice and replied, "No, I'm just as clueless as you." The words came out more defeated than I intended, but they were honest. As I looked at the female, I couldn't help but notice how her blonde hair shone in the dimly lit space, catching what little light the brazier provided and seeming to hold it. Even in the poor lighting conditions, her bright blue eyes were striking, though they looked tired and frightened. Despite the grime and exhaustion evident on her face, she was undeniably pretty, with delicate features and a natural grace to her movements. As she spoke, her accent immediately caught my attention, It was a California Valley Girl accent, which was not uncommon in Austin these days, where I worked before being abducted. She took a few steps towards me, the chains at her ankles forcing her to take small, shuffling steps. Her fingers twisted nervously in the fabric of her rough spun shirt as she asked again,
I'm sorry to bother you, but are you sure you don't have any idea what's going on here? Any information is helpful.
Her voice was almost pleading, tinged with the same desperation I felt. I shook my head, my mind still reeling from the recent events. The movement sent a twinge of pain through my neck, a reminder of the rough handling I'd received during processing. I don't know, I replied. I was just grabbed off the street and now I'm here. She nodded slowly, her shoulders slumping slightly as another hope for answers was extinguished. Then, straightening somewhat, she introduced herself.
I'm Amy, by the way.
She attempted a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes.
Figured we might as well know each other's names if we're going to be here.
The pause before the last word carried all the weight of our shared predicament. She told me that she had been working as a receptionist for one of the Austin-based tech firms before being abducted. There was a strange comfort in finding someone from the same city, a tenuous connection to the world we'd been ripped from. I told her my name was Eric Henson, and we began to talk for a while, sharing our stories and trying to piece together what had happened to us. The conversation provided a welcome distraction from the dire circumstances, a momentary escape into normalcy. As we spoke, other prisoners occasionally glanced our way, perhaps taking comfort in seeing two people manage to find connection amidst the chaos. As we huddled together for emotional comfort, our backs against the cold stone wall, Amy looked at me quizzically, her head tilted slightly to one side. Her gaze was appraising but not unkind.
You don't really look like an Eric,
she remarked, a hint of genuine curiosity in her voice. I laughed softly, nodding in agreement, as I had heard that comment numerous times throughout my life. The familiar observation was oddly comforting in its mundanity. My mother is Japanese, and my dad is Swedish, born in America. He's the one who named me, I explained, the words conjuring images of my parents that sent a pang of longing through my chest. Amy introduced herself again more formally, tucking a strand of blonde hair behind her ear.
Amy Wilson. That's my full name.
Her voice carried a note of pride, as though clinging to this piece of her identity.
Born and raised in the bustling Los Angeles Metroplex area of California. Moved to Austin for an accounting position with Thompson and Briggs.
The recitation of these normal details seemed to steady her, anchoring her to the person she had been before all this. In response, I revealed that I worked as a software engineer for a tech company in Austin. Nothing fancy, just back-end systems for inventory management, I added, the technical jargon a strange contrast to our primitive surroundings. Amy seemed genuinely delighted to converse about familiar subjects with someone in her age group who understood her industry's nuances. Her expression brightened perceptibly, some of the tension leaving her shoulders.
No way! So we probably crossed paths at some point, huh? Maybe at one of those tech mixers downtown?
As we chatted, the chains and cold stone faded momentarily from awareness. I couldn't help but feel a sense of comfort and familiarity with Amy. Despite the dire predicament we found ourselves in, talking to her made the situation feel somewhat more manageable, providing a thin thread of normality in an otherwise incomprehensible experience.
I hope you don't mind,
Amy said, her voice dropping to an even softer whisper.
But do you mind if I stay close to you for a while? I feel safe when I'm with you, and I haven't felt that way since I've been here.
Her eyes revealed a glimmer of fear beneath the request, and she hugged her knees closer to her chest, making herself smaller. Of course I don't mind at all, I replied, offering her a reassuring smile. The idea that I could provide safety for anyone in this place seemed absurd, but her words warmed something in me nonetheless. Perhaps it was simply the human connection, the knowledge that we weren't facing this alone. Despite the challenging circumstances, I felt fortunate to have found a temporary companion like Amy. Her easy smile and warm demeanor made the ordeal more bearable, and I was grateful for the opportunity to talk to someone during the seemingly endless night. The darkness outside the small barred windows suggested it was late, though without familiar stars or moon, Time felt strangely untethered. As our conversation continued and we exchanged personal stories, carefully avoiding the deeper fears and uncertainties that plagued us both, I couldn't help but admire Amy's attractiveness. Even in these harsh conditions, she exuded a girl-next-door charm that made her even more appealing, and we appeared to be connecting on a deeper level. It was truly regrettable that we had to meet under such distressing circumstances, but I was thankful for her presence. Back home, my dating experiences had been less than successful. Standing at 5'7" and being a 24-year-old half-Japanese-American computer engineer, I didn't exactly fit the archetype of the suave guy that many girls my age seemed to desire. Moreover, I was grappling with a mountain of student loan debt, and my idea of a luxurious meal consisted of a bowl of ramen noodles, a Coke, and an inexpensive popsicle. Amy, on the other hand, appeared as though she had been quite popular in high school and college, possibly dating football and basketball stars. She carried herself with a natural confidence that suggested she was accustomed to attention and approval. She was undeniably attractive, intelligent, and presumably successful in her career back home. The fact that she was even conversing with someone like me felt like an unexpected dream come true, a silver lining in the darkest of clouds. As Amy leaned closer to my face to hear something I was saying, I couldn't help but feel self-conscious about my appearance and her nearness. The scent of her hair, somehow still carrying traces of floral shampoo beneath the more immediate smells of our surroundings, was distracting. However, she abruptly pulled back, an apologetic expression crossing her face.
Sorry about that,
she said, brushing her hair back nervously.
Didn't mean to invade your personal space. I just got excited finding someone my own age who works in tech.
Her cheeks colored slightly, visible even in the dim light. I smiled warmly and reassured her, saying, "Oh, no need to apologize. I didn't mind at all." The words came out more earnestly than I'd intended, and I felt a flush of embarrassment creep up my neck. As the night progressed, I noticed that Amy was clearly struggling with the physical toll of our ordeal. She had bruises and abrasions on her arms, likely from the iron chains that had once restrained her, and the marks on her upper arms indicated that she had been roughly handled by one of the guards. The dark purple marks stood out starkly against her fair skin. It was heart-wrenching to see her in such a state, but we needed to remain strong to navigate whatever trials lay ahead. We both wore the same type of ragged slave attire, but Amy's shirt extended all the way down to her ankles, and she had been given a rope to tie around her waist, transforming the shirt into a makeshift dress of the lowest quality. The coarse fabric hung awkwardly on her frame, clearly designed without consideration for comfort or dignity. It was evident that we were both in the same unfortunate predicament, with no one receiving preferential treatment, regardless of their background. Observing her, I realized that back home, she likely inhabited a completely different world than mine. She probably donned luxury designer brands and had a wealthy boyfriend who drove a high-end sports car. The careful way she tucked her hair behind her ear and her poised posture even in these circumstances suggested someone accustomed to presenting herself well. I may have initially misjudged her appearance, but it became clear that even without makeup and accessories, she was still out of my league. The primary reason she was even engaging with me was likely because she was frightened, and I represented a familiar, friendly face, a reminder of the world we'd lost. Despite our dire situation, I still felt as though I had discovered a temporary friend in Amy, someone who shared the same struggles and uncertainties as I did during this trying ordeal. There was comfort in that shared experience, a connection forged through adversity that transcended the social barriers that might have existed back home. We engaged in small talk for a while longer, sharing stories about our lives and discussing our interests. But eventually, our conversation dwindled into silence. The initial relief of finding a fellow Austinite gave way to the crushing reality of our imprisonment. We found ourselves sitting there, staring at the rough-hewn stone walls that surrounded us, each lost in our thoughts and the reality of our situation. It was challenging to comprehend what had transpired. Just a few weeks ago, we were living our ordinary lives, working at our jobs, dealing with the mundane concerns of bills and deadlines and weekend plans. And now, we found ourselves in a foreign, terrifying world, stripped of our freedom, and uncertain about what lay ahead. The cognitive dissonance was overwhelming. How could this be happening? How could we have been transported to a place with 2 suns and strange moons? The questions circled endlessly, finding no answers. As the night dragged on, Amy's body language began to betray her emotions, showing the weight of our predicament. Her shoulders slumped, her head bowed, and the brief spark of animation that our conversation had kindled gradually faded. She eventually lay down in the fetal position. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she looked up at me, vulnerability etched across her features.
"Can I stay with you for a while longer?"
she asked, her voice barely above a whisper, almost lost in the ambient sounds of the stall, the shifting of bodies, the occasional cough or sob, the distant footsteps of guards. "Of course," I replied, eager to offer her any comfort I could in this desolate place. "You're welcome to stay here as long as you want. I'm glad you feel safe with me." The words sounded hollow against the reality of our chains and imprisonment, but they were sincere nonetheless.
"Thank you,"
she said, offering a faint smile before closing her eyes and settling in next to me. Her breathing gradually steadied, though whether she truly slept or simply retreated into herself was impossible to tell. I kept watch over her as she attempted to find sleep amidst the turmoil, my eyes scanning the dark corners of our prison, ears attuned to any change in the guards' movements that might signal trouble. The weight of responsibility felt strange, yet somehow right. Having someone to protect, even in this limited way, gave purpose to the moments that stretched before us. Before long, I could feel the tug of exhaustion gnawing at me. My eyelids grew heavy, the day's events and emotional toll demanding their price. As much as I wanted to remain vigilant and alert, I knew I needed to rest. I leaned against the wall and closed my eyes, feeling the cold stone press against my back, a constant reminder of our harsh reality. For a few moments, I struggled to resist the pull of sleep, but it was a losing battle. My eyelids grew heavier, and my breathing slowed. The sounds of the stall, the soft weeping, the rattling chains, the occasional murmured conversation, began to fade. Before I knew it, I succumbed to the darkness and fell into a deep, dreamless sleep. Chapter 4. I awoke to the sound of the guards unlocking the gate to our stall, the metallic scrape of iron against iron piercing through the haze of uncomfortable sleep. The noise reverberated through the chamber, startling me to consciousness. Pale morning light filtered through narrow slits high in the stone walls, barely illuminating the cramped space filled with huddled bodies. The stench of unwashed flesh, stale urine, and musty hay assaulted my nostrils, a potent reminder of our dire circumstances. Every muscle in my body protested as I tried to move. Sharp pains shot through my joints, and my back throbbed from sleeping on the hard stone floor. The straw that had been scattered about offered little cushioning, and the cold had seeped into my bones during the night. My wrists were raw and chafed from the metal restraints, the skin around them inflamed and tender. I winced, feeling every ache and pain in my body, each movement sending a jolt of discomfort through me. The heavy wooden door swung open with a creak, revealing 3 guards in their dark uniforms. Their faces were impassive, almost bored, as if herding captives was merely a tedious daily chore. The tallest among them had a jagged scar across his left cheek, his eyes narrowed as he surveyed us with detached indifference. Behind them, 2 servants carried containers of what appeared to be dry sausages, the meat dark and heavily spiced judging by its pungent aroma. Others followed with wooden buckets of water, the liquid sloshing over the sides as they navigated the uneven floor. As I struggled to sit up, my joints cracking in protest, I heard Amy stir beside me. Her blonde hair was matted and tangled, and dark circles underscored her eyes, evidence of fitful sleep. She looked smaller somehow, diminished by our circumstances, her shoulders hunched forward as if to protect herself from further harm. One of the guards, a stocky man with a grizzled beard speckled with gray, approached and thrust a portion of food toward me. The sausage was hard and dry, more like jerky than proper meat, and a small hunk of bread accompanied it. The bread was dense and slightly stale, nothing like the soft loaves I was accustomed to back home.
"Be thankful,"
he said, his voice gruff but not entirely unkind. His eyes, a weathered blue beneath heavy brows, showed a glimmer of something resembling empathy.
"Your temporary owner has decided to feed you. Eat up, you'll need it. Most of you will be sold today to your new owners.
The words hit me like a physical blow. My stomach clenched, and the meager food in my hands suddenly seemed unappetizing despite my hunger. The guard's statement confirmed my worst fears. This nightmare was not ending anytime soon. New owners? I asked, my voice cracking from disuse and thirst. The words felt foreign on my tongue, as if belonging to someone else's reality. Dread pooled in my gut, cold and heavy. You mean this isn't the place we'll stay? We'll have to go somewhere else again? The guard looked at me with a complex expression, a mixture of pity, resignation, and warning. His weathered face softened slightly, lines deepening around his eyes. He glanced over his shoulder to ensure no superior was watching before leaning slightly closer.
Look,
he said, lowering his voice.
I understand what you're going through. I was once in your position, too.
His admission startled me. He had been a slave? Now he guarded others in the same position.
Whatever world you came from, forget about it. You can't return home. The ancient device that brought you here has already broken.
He shifted his weight, adjusting the sword at his hip.
The only way forward for you people now is to be alert, stay out of trouble, and keep your head down.
His expression hardened, emphasizing the gravity of his next words.
If you choose to disregard this advice, there are plenty of unmarked graves. I'm sure the soldiers could find room for one more.
The casual way he mentioned our deaths sent a chill through me. This wasn't an idle threat, but a stark reality check. I nodded slowly, struggling to swallow past the lump that had formed in my throat. The guard moved on to distribute more rations, leaving me to process his warning. I knew how serious this warning was. I had seen enough of this world in my short time here to understand the danger we were in. The casual brutality, the disregard for human dignity. These weren't anomalies but the norm in this alien place. My fingers tightened around the food, knuckles whitening with tension. My friend Amy, who was beside me, started to cry. Silent tears tracked down her dirt-smudged cheeks, carving clean paths through the grime. Her shoulders shook with suppressed sobs, and her breathing came in ragged gasps as she tried to contain her distress. I put a comforting arm around her, feeling the trembling of her thin frame beneath the coarse fabric of her makeshift dress. Around us, the other women in our group began to break down as well, their sobs echoing throughout the cramped space, a chorus of despair that seemed to seep into the very stones. The sound of collective weeping created an atmosphere of absolute desolation. Some of the men looked away, uncomfortable with the display of emotion, or perhaps fighting back their own tears. Others stared blankly at the walls, already retreating into themselves as a defense mechanism against the horror of our situation. As the morning wore on, the light through the high windows strengthened, revealing more details of our prison. The stall was larger than it had seemed in the darkness, with rough stone walls lined with iron rings for tethering. The floor, worn smooth by countless feet, bore dark stains that I preferred not to contemplate. Dust motes danced in the beams of sunlight, creating an almost ethereal effect that contrasted sharply with the grim reality of our surroundings. Another guard, this one younger with a perpetual sneer twisting his lips, came in with a fresh bucket of water and a container of more white powder. The same caustic substance from yesterday, I realized with dread. The bucket clanked against the stone floor as he set it down, water splashing over the sides.
Clean yourselves up,
he barked, his voice echoing harshly off the stone walls. His gaze swept over us with undisguised contempt.
Your new owners won't want to buy something that looks like it's been dragged through the mud.
Some of the prisoners made their way over to the bucket and began scrubbing themselves with the powder, their movements mechanical and resigned. The caustic substance bubbled slightly when mixed with water, releasing a sharp chemical smell that made my eyes water. I hesitated, rooted to the spot. My cuts and bruises throbbed with pain, the memory of yesterday's burning sensation still fresh in my mind. I didn't want to make them worse. Glancing at Amy, I could see she shared my trepidation, her eyes wide with fear and uncertainty. Her lower lip caught between her teeth.
Come on,
Amy said after a moment, wiping her tears with the back of her hand. Her voice was soft but determined, a hint of her former self breaking through the despair. She gestured for me to join her, tucking a strand of blonde hair behind her ear.
It might sting, but it's better than smelling like a pigsty.
I took a deep breath, the stale air filling my lungs, and made my way over to the bucket. The water was cold, a shock against my skin as I dipped my hands in. The powder stung as I rubbed it on my skin, the sensation like thousands of tiny needles pricking at once. I gritted my teeth and bore the pain, knowing cleanliness might make a difference in our uncertain future. The powder had a chalky texture that became slick when wet, and it left my skin feeling tight and dry after rinsing. Amy winced as she cleaned a particularly deep scrape on her arm, but she continued methodically, her jaw set in determination. There was a quiet resilience to her that I hadn't noticed before, a core of strength beneath the tears and fear. We worked in silence, each focused on the task at hand, finding a small measure of control in this simple act of self-care. After we had finished cleaning ourselves, the guards brought in another round of rations. This time, there was more bread, slightly fresher, and what looked like dried fruit along with the sausage. I was surprised to find that they were almost enough to fill me up, the gnawing hunger subsiding for the first time since my capture. The fruit, while withered and tough, burst with unexpected sweetness in my mouth, a welcome change from the bland and chewy meat. I suspected that this was because our current owner was a middleman of some sort, buying us cheaply and selling us at a higher price. So, he likely wanted us in reasonably good condition until he sold us. Healthy merchandise fetched better prices, a calculated business decision rather than compassion. It was a depressing thought to realize that we were nothing more than human livestock, bought and sold like cattle. The dehumanization was perhaps the hardest aspect to grasp, the complete reduction of a person to property. But I couldn't dwell on that now. I had to stay alive, no matter what it took. Survival first, philosophical crises later. After what felt like an eternity, a group of guards arrived to collect us. They wore more elaborate uniforms than the stall guards, with insignias on their shoulders that probably denoted rank or function. Their leader, a tall woman with a severe expression and hair pulled back in a tight braid, barked orders in a clipped, efficient manner. They unlocked us from the walls that we were tethered to, the iron cuffs falling away to reveal raw, reddened skin beneath. The sudden freedom of movement was both a relief and a reminder of how restricted we had been. The guards ordered us out of the room, gesturing with spears and swords to herd us like animals. The air in the corridor was damp and musty, heavy with the smell of mildew and something more putrid that I couldn't identify. Moisture beaded on the stone walls, glistening in the light of wall-mounted torches that cast writhing shadows as we passed. I could feel the coolness of the stone floor against my bare feet, smooth in some places and rough in others, occasionally punctuated by sharp pebbles that dug into my soles. As we were led down a long, dimly lit hallway, Amy stayed close to me, seeming afraid to go more than a few feet away. Her presence at my side was a small comfort, a reminder that I wasn't facing this alone. Her fingers occasionally brushed against mine, a silent communication of shared fear and mutual support. The corridor twisted and turned, descending slightly before climbing again. The acoustics changed as we moved, sometimes amplifying our footsteps into a thunderous cacophony, other times swallowing sounds in an unsettling manner. Periodically we passed small alcoves containing unidentifiable equipment or locked doors that presumably led to other areas of the complex. Finally, we arrived at what appeared to be a gathering hall. It was much brighter than the hallway we had just come from, with tall windows letting in shafts of light that illuminated the dust particles floating in the air like tiny stars. The sudden brightness was almost painful after the dimness of the corridors, and I had to squint until my eyes adjusted. The hall was spacious, with a high vaulted ceiling supported by massive wooden beams, darkened by age and smoke. The floor was stone but covered in places with faded rugs that might once have been colorful, but were now dulled to muted browns and grays. Long tables lined the walls, laden with scrolls, writing implements, and what appeared to be record books. The center of the room was empty, creating a stage-like area where we were directed to stand. I looked around, trying to take in my surroundings, and that's when I saw him. A large and portly man was standing in front of us, his substantial girth straining against the rich, well-tailored clothing he wore. His tunic was deep purple, embroidered with gold thread in intricate patterns, and his fingers glittered with multiple rings. His face was fleshy and florid, with small, shrewd eyes that evaluated us like merchandise, which I supposed we were. I suspected he was the temporary owner and a merchant. He quickly looked us over and motioned for us to hurry up and stand in the place he pointed, pudgy fingers stabbing at the air impatiently. He was surrounded by guards, all of whom were towering over him, their muscular frames and stern expressions creating an intimidating barrier. Yet he seemed to have no concern for his safety, likely due to the size of his bodyguards and their watchful stares. He moved with the confident swagger of a man accustomed to having his orders obeyed without question. As he began to ask basic questions and write down our skills, classes, and ages on simple wooden tablets, his voice was surprisingly high-pitched for a man of his size, with a nasal quality that grated on the ears. He spoke rapidly, occasionally pausing to dab at his perspiring forehead with a silk handkerchief. The merchant handed us tags and told us to hang them around our neck like a necklace, distributing them with the efficiency of someone who had performed this task countless times. The tags were made of a thin, pliable material that resembled leather, but was lighter, perhaps some kind of parchment. They were inscribed with strange symbols that somehow made sense to me, a disorienting realization that reminded me of the changes that had happened to me since arriving in this world. I was surprised to see that I could understand the strange language and letters used on the tag. It stated my name and age, and gave me the additional category of utility class. The symbols seemed to shift and settle as I looked at them, as if my brain was translating them in real time. It was an unsettling sensation, like having knowledge I hadn't earned. The merchant, now red-faced from exertion and the stuffiness of the hall, then instructed all of us with utility class categories to go see the assessor at the far wall. Those with useful class were instructed to follow the guard outside to the auction block, and those with common class would also be going to the auction block, but to a separate area to be sold as a group. I was suddenly startled by a muffled cry coming from Amy, who was right next to me. The sound was heart-wrenching, a half-choked sob of despair. I looked over at her, and my fears were confirmed. She was sobbing, her shoulders shaking with each ragged breath, her face contorted in anguish. Her usually bright blue eyes were now bloodshot and puffy from crying, and her nose had reddened, giving her a vulnerable, childlike appearance that intensified the tragedy of her situation. I reached out to her, placing a hand on her arm, feeling the goosebumps that had risen on her skin despite the warmth of the hall. Her skin was cold to the touch, as if the fear had chilled her from within. I hoped to give her some small measure of comfort in this dire situation, though I knew words were inadequate in the face of such overwhelming despair. It was then that I saw her tag, which stated her name and age, 22. It was a stark reminder of how young she was, we both were, to be facing such a brutal reality. She had been designated as a common class slave, which meant that she would be sold off today, along with some others, separated from me and thrust into an unknown future with an unknown master. I tried to comfort her by embracing her and saying, "It's going to be okay, Amy. Just be strong, and you'll get through this." The words felt hollow even as I spoke them, a platitude in the face of genuine horror. Despite my words, she still looked unconvinced, her eyes filled with fear and uncertainty, darting between me and the guards as if searching for an escape that didn't exist.
"I can't do this,"
she whispered, her voice breaking.
"I can't be someone's property. This can't be happening."
Before I could do anything else, the guard who had been eyeing me for my slow response to instructions hit me over the head with the flat of his hand. The blow wasn't particularly hard, more of a warning than an attempt to cause injury, but it was humiliating and jarring nonetheless. He grabbed my arm with rough fingers, his grip tight enough to leave bruises, and took me to the gathering area for the utility class slaves. The room was small and cramped, with only a few rickety tables and chairs scattered about. The walls were bare except for a faded tapestry depicting what might have been a battle scene, though time and dust had obscured many of the details. The air was thick with the smell of sweat and fear, almost suffocating in its intensity. A single window, set high in the wall, provided minimal ventilation, the glass cloudy with grime. About 15 other people were gathered here, all wearing the same utility class designation on their tags. They stood or sat in small groups, some talking in hushed tones, others silent and withdrawn. Their expressions ranged from confusion to resignation, with occasional flashes of defiance quickly suppressed under the watchful eyes of the guards. As I waited in the room, I overheard the assessor explain his purpose. He was a tall, thin man with a scholar's stoop and fingers stained with ink. His robes were of better quality than the guards' uniforms, but still practical, designed for work rather than show. Wire-rimmed spectacles perched on a narrow nose, magnifying pale, watery eyes that seemed to miss nothing. He introduced himself as an assessor and said that he would be assessing the classes of the slaves, as otherworlders sometimes had unrecognizable classes that were not well understood. His voice was precise and clinical, the voice of a man who viewed his work as purely scientific, divorced from the human suffering it entailed. I felt a shiver run down my spine at his words. What kind of classes was he talking about, and what would become of us once our fates were decided? The assessor then approached a young woman with pale skin, blue hair, and gray eyes. She stood out among the others, her unusual coloring marking her as different even in this diverse group of captives. Her shoulders were squared, her chin lifted in what might have been pride, or simply the determination not to show fear. He motioned for her to lay down on a table and she complied, though her movements were stiff with tension. The table was a simple wooden platform covered with a thin cloth that had seen better days, stained with substances I preferred not to identify. The guards then began to secure her with leather latches, binding her wrists and ankles to prevent movement during whatever procedure was to come. The assessor placed an apparatus over her head, a complex contraption of metal and crystal that reminded me vaguely of an archaic medical device. He activated the machine by pulling a lever, and the apparatus began to glow with a strange white light that seemed to pulse with an inner rhythm. The light cast eerie shadows across the room, transforming familiar faces into grotesque masks. The woman screamed as if she was being electrocuted, her body arching against the restraints with such force that the table creaked in protest. The sound was primal, a cry of pure agony that sent a jolt of vicarious pain through everyone in the room. Several of the waiting captives turned away, unable to watch, while others stared in horrified fascination. Once the assessor lifted the lever and removed the apparatus, I saw burn marks on her forehead and tears in her eyes. The marks were reddish-brown, not as severe as actual burns, but more like a sunburn in the shape of the device's contact points. Her eyes were glazed with pain, tears streaming unchecked down her temples and into her blue hair, darkening it to indigo. The guards assisted her off the table, her body trembling from the ordeal she had just experienced. Her legs buckled as they tried to stand her upright, and it took both guards to support her weight. She was guided to a chair in the corner, where she sat staring at nothing, occasional tremors still running through her frame. The assessor then walked over to a pillar that held a large orb, and I noticed a thick black electrical-like line connecting the apparatus to the pillar. The orb glowed with the same white light as the apparatus, pulsing slightly, as if alive. I had no idea what this contraption was, but it seemed to be a crucial part of the assessment process. I tried to shake off the sense of unease that had settled over me, but it clung to me like a dark fog, refusing to dissipate. As I stood there, my heart pounded in my chest, the sound so loud in my ears that I was sure others could hear it. I could feel the cold sweat trickling down my back, soaking into the rough fabric of my shirt. I knew that soon it would be my turn to face the assessor and his terrifying machine. While I stood among the small group of utility class members, I watched nervously as each person was strapped to the table and subjected to the glowing orb's assessment. The orb resembled a strange and mystical tablet, with mist swirling around it, as if it held secrets from another realm. It was about the size of a basketball, but its surface was not solid. Instead, it appeared to be a contained cloud of luminous vapor that shifted and churned within an invisible boundary. The individuals who touched it were instantly connected to its power and the information it held, their fates determined by its judgment. The connection was visible, tendrils of light extending from the orb to encircle the heads of those being assessed, creating an almost beautiful display if one could forget the pain it caused. I could see columns and charts displayed on the orb, appearing to float within the mist like ghostly spreadsheets. They revealed the blue-haired female's affinity types and strength rankings, data appearing and rearranging itself as the assessment progressed. The blue-haired female had a different set of affinities, and I could tell from the assessor's muttered comments and furrowed brow that some were more valuable than others, contributing to their ultimate worth. The blue-haired woman, classified by the machine to be a librarian, had both wind and water affinities, but her water affinity was a strength ranking of R1, much to the assessor's disappointment. Her wind affinity, on the other hand, was above average. It was a strength ranking of R4, and the assessor mumbled that she would fetch a good price in the market. His tone was that of a produce vendor appraising a particularly fine apple, completely divorced from the fact that he was evaluating a thinking, feeling person. As more people were assessed, my nerves grew, my palms sweaty, and my heart pounding in my chest. Each scream, each display of data on the orb, brought me closer to my turn. I had gone through something similar in the cave, but this seemed much worse, more thorough, and consequently more painful. The mechanical precision of the process made it somehow more terrifying than the chaotic brutality I'd experienced before. When it was finally my turn, I was filled with dread, as if a dark shadow had engulfed me. The guards led me to the table, and I lay down without resistance, knowing it would be futile. The leather straps were secured around my wrists and ankles, tight enough to prevent movement, but not so tight as to cut off circulation, a small mercy that somehow made the situation more surreal. The apparatus descended over my head, cold metal pressing against my temples and forehead. I caught a whiff of ozone and something medicinal before the lever was pulled down, and I screamed in pain as the assessment began. The pain was unlike anything I had experienced before, a burning, probing sensation that seemed to reach into the very core of my being. It was as if someone had inserted tendrils of fire directly into my brain and was using them to stir my thoughts. I writhed on the table for what felt like an eternity, my muscles straining against the restraints, my voice growing hoarse from screaming. I could feel my body being probed, my affinities being scrutinized by the orb's unrelenting gaze. The sensation was invasive, a violation of the most intimate sort, not physical, but something deeper, as if the machine was reading my very essence. But eventually, it was over, the pain receding like a tide, leaving me gasping and disoriented. I was pulled off the table and into the corner to rest with the others, my body aching from the ordeal. My legs wouldn't support me, and I slumped against the wall, sliding down until I sat on the floor. My head throbbed with residual pain, and my vision swam, the room tilting and spinning around me. While I caught my breath, I saw the orb's misty display, showing the results of my assessment. My name was displayed in glowing letters, followed by a classification that read, Artificer. Below this were listed 12 affinities: fire, water, earth, air, light, dark, life, death, time, space, mind, and body. And beside each was the designation R1, indicating their strength ranking. The man who had been assessing us was initially excited by my 12 affinities, his eyes widening behind his spectacles, his mouth forming a small O of surprise. But his excitement was short-lived. When he saw that my strength ranking was the lowest possible R1, he muttered to himself,
"What is an artificer? I'll have to look that up in my books,"
his tone dripping with disappointment. He scratched notes on a piece of parchment, the quills scratching loudly in the relative quiet that followed each assessment. As I sat there in the cramped room, my mind was racing with questions and thoughts. The information I had learned from the assessor's assessment had opened up a whole new world to me, one that was filled with unknown elements and mysterious classes. I wondered about my own potential and what it meant to be an artificer. Would it be a blessing or a curse? I tried to process the concept of affinities, which appeared to be intrinsically linked to magic in this world. The connection seemed obvious now that I had experienced the assessment, the pain, the glowing orb, the strange classifications. This was a world where magic was real, quantifiable, and apparently tradable. I found myself questioning how many affinities existed and if they correlated with the number of elements present in this world. The fact that affinities had different strength rankings, from R1 to R4, made sense to me. It seemed like a practical method to quantify the power of each affinity and gauge an individual's potential. However, the classification of classes in this world left me bewildered. Drawing from my experience playing fantasy video games, I recalled that an artificer was typically an inventive character who wielded powerful devices and items to vanquish foes. Such characters crafted magical items and imbued ordinary objects with extraordinary powers. So, why was I classified as a utility class? And what about the other utility class slaves I had heard about, such as engineer, investigator, trader, librarian, entertainer, and healer? They all seemed to be designated for supporting roles in society. If I was an artificer, why wasn't I classified as a combat class? My head began to ache from the whirlwind of thoughts, and exhaustion slowly crept over me, a bone-deep weariness that made even thinking difficult. The adrenaline of fear was ebbing, leaving me drained and hollow. I decided to wait for more information before coming to any conclusions. I had no idea what my future held, but I knew that I had to stay strong and keep my wits about me if I was going to survive in this uncharted world. I couldn't help but feel a lingering sense of unease as I realized that I was different from the others. I didn't know what an artificer signified in this world, nor did I understand the implications of possessing all 12 affinity types with such low strength rankings. Was this a harbinger of misfortune? Or could it be an undiscovered blessing in disguise? As I pondered these questions, a mix of anticipation and apprehension filled my heart, and the uncertainty of my future weighed heavily on my mind. Chapter 5. After what seemed like hours of relentless pain, the assessment ordeal for me and the others was finally over, and we were released to go back to our holding cells. The cold stone floors beneath my bare feet provided little comfort as I shuffled along the dimly lit corridor, guided by the impatient prodding of a guard's staff. Torches mounted on iron brackets cast dancing shadows along the walls, their orange glow insufficient to banish the pervasive gloom that seemed to swallow us whole. The corridor twisted downward, each step echoing hollowly against the stone, a constant reminder of our descent into captivity. My entire body ached, every muscle and joint protesting with each movement. The burn marks on my forehead from the assessment device throbbed in time with my heartbeat, a persistent reminder of the violation I had endured. I could practically feel the exhaustion seeping out of every pore of my skin, a bone-deep weariness that made even breathing feel like a labor. The bitter tang of fear lingered in my mouth, mixing with the metallic taste of blood where I had bitten my lip during the assessment. Desperate to catch my breath, I leaned against the wall for support once we reached the holding cell. The stone was cool against my back, a small mercy in this place of suffering. My fingers traced the rough surface, feeling the indentations and cracks, silent testament to the countless others who had been imprisoned here before me. As I stood there, gathering what little strength remained, I couldn't help but think about Amy. Her face materialized in my thoughts, blue eyes wide with fear, blonde hair disheveled, tears tracking clean lines down her dirt-smudged cheeks. I found myself wondering whether her day would be any better than the living nightmare I had just experienced. The image of her being paraded before potential buyers, evaluated like livestock, made my stomach knot painfully. It filled me with unease to consider the possibility that she might be sold off in a group with some of the other slaves, shipped away to face unknown horrors with strangers rather than familiar faces. I knew that I needed to focus on the present moment, on my own survival, but my thoughts kept wandering into the uncertain future, consumed by anxiety about her fate. The connection we had formed, tenuous though it was, represented the only semblance of humanity I had experienced since arriving in this alien world. I hope she's okay, I muttered to myself, the words barely audible even in the silence of the cell. My voice sounded foreign to my ears, raspy from screaming during the assessment. The sentiment hung in the stale air, almost as if I were trying to convince myself that everything would turn out all right in the end, though I knew better than to truly believe it. The guard who had escorted us back to the cell gave me a dismissive look before slamming the iron-barred door shut. The heavy clang reverberated through the small space, the finality of it settling over me like a shroud. His weathered face, half obscured by the shadow of his helmet, betrayed no emotion as he turned the key in the lock, metal scraping against metal with a sharp, grating sound. My value was slightly higher than that of a slave from the common class, because I belonged to the utility class. This classification system, arbitrary and cruel as it was, had become the framework within which my worth was measured. In this harsh and unforgiving world, I was grateful for even the smallest of blessings, and this was one of them. The thin barrier between being sold as part of a batch, faceless and interchangeable, versus being evaluated individually for specific skills could mean the difference between surviving and merely existing. Recognizing that my survival was one of the few things that truly mattered in this world, I clung to this minuscule source of solace with all the strength I could muster. When I turned to survey my surroundings, my eyes adjusting to the dim light filtering through a narrow, barred window high on the wall, I saw that there were only 2 other people in the cell with me. Both were men, one middle-aged with a receding hairline and sallow complexion, the other younger, perhaps in his 20s, with a shock of dark hair and a gaunt face that spoke of prolonged hunger. Both were fast asleep, or at least pretending to be, curled on the bare floor in positions that suggested they sought to minimize contact with the cold stone. The cell itself was small, perhaps 12 feet square, with walls of rough-hewn stone that glistened with moisture. A thin layer of moldy straw covered portions of the floor, offering minimal insulation from the chill that seemed to emanate from the very stones themselves. The air hung heavy with the mingled scents of human bodies, mildew, and the acrid tang of urine from the small bucket in the corner that served as our toilet. The only furnishing was a crude wooden bench attached to one wall, barely wide enough to accommodate a single person. I slid down the wall until I was sitting, my knees drawn up to my chest, and reached for my smartphone, carefully extracting it from its hiding place in my tattered clothing. After locating it, I activated it with trembling fingers, the screen coming to life with a soft glow that illuminated my face from below. The dimly lit cell stood in stark contrast to the bright screen being displayed, the modern technology an alien anachronism in this medieval nightmare. When I checked the battery life, I was relieved to see that it was at 80%. A small victory, but one I savored nonetheless. The device was my last tangible connection to the world I had left behind, a world of convenience and technology, of freedom and choice, concepts that seemed increasingly distant with each passing day in this place. I flipped through some cherished photographs of my loved ones, trying to divert my attention from the nagging anxiety I felt about the challenges that still lay ahead. Each image was a window to a past that now felt like a dream. Bright colors, smiling faces, moments of joy frozen in time. My thumb swiped across the screen with practiced ease, muscle memory from a life that no longer existed. My mother and father had been married for years when one of the pictures was taken. The image showed them at an anniversary celebration, seated at a restaurant table adorned with candles and flowers. My father, with his salt and pepper hair and kind eyes behind wire-rimmed glasses, had his arm draped lovingly around my mother's shoulders. She was leaning into him, her dark hair with subtle gray streaks framing a face that, despite the years, retained the gentle beauty of her Japanese heritage. They were celebrating their anniversary, their faces radiant with joy and contentment, as if their connection could never be severed by anything. I studied their expressions, the way they looked at each other, a silent conversation happening beneath the surface, decades of shared experiences and understanding condensed into a single glance. My father's smile reached his eyes, creating a network of fine lines that spoke of a life filled with laughter. My mother's hand rested on his, her wedding ring catching the light, a small but powerful symbol of their enduring bond. I couldn't help but feel envious of what they had found together, a partnership that had weathered the storms of life and emerged stronger. The photograph captured not just a moment, but the culmination of years of choosing each other, day after day. I secretly wished that one day I'd be able to find something comparable to it, a connection that transcended the superficial to touch something deeper and more meaningful. But then, a moment of clarity hit me, and I realized that paying off the debt from my student loans would be a drawn-out and laborious process, one that had consumed my thoughts before all this began. It was a cruel twist of fate that this entire nightmare scenario had one ironic silver lining. Most likely, I wouldn't have to stress about making the payment for the following month. The thought elicited a laugh from me, but it was a hollow, bitter laugh that echoed against the stone walls before dissipating into silence. I was all too aware of the dire circumstances I found myself in, where financial concerns had been replaced by the more immediate fear of survival. As I sat there, lost in my own thoughts, the smartphone's glow illuminating my haggard features, I couldn't help but notice the musty odor that permeated the prison cell in which I was confined. The smell was a complex mixture of dampness, human sweat, mildew, and something else. A sour, earthy scent that I couldn't quite identify but that seemed to permeate everything in this place. I felt like I was going to suffocate, my lungs struggling to extract oxygen from the thick, fetid air. All I craved was a fresh breath of oxygen, a moment of respite from the oppressive atmosphere that seemed designed to crush not just the body, but the spirit. The only sound that filled the air was the eerie whistling of the wind coming from outside, finding its way through cracks in the mortar and around the ill-fitting wooden door. The mournful noise was punctuated by the occasional drip of water from somewhere in the ceiling, each drop marking the relentless passage of time. The stone walls and floor radiated an uncomfortable warmth, not the comforting kind that comes from a hearth, but the sticky, cloying warmth of too many bodies in too small a space, with inadequate ventilation. It was a glaring illustration of the pervasive bleakness that shrouded every aspect of my current existence. My parents were my only family when I was growing up, because I was an only child, a fact that had shaped my personality in ways I was still discovering. My father, with his meticulous attention to detail and methodical approach to life, had instilled in me a certain pragmatism that served me well as a software engineer. My mother's creativity and warmth had balanced this, teaching me to see beyond the practical to appreciate beauty and connection. When my dad was in his mid-40s, he finally got married to my mom, finding love later in life than many. Up until that point in his life, he hadn't fully appreciated the significance of matrimony, focusing instead on building his career and establishing himself financially. He desired to establish a name for himself in history, to leave a legacy that would outlast him, and my mother, who was 10 years his junior, provided him with the opportunity to do so through creating a family. They were married for 2 years before they had me, their only child, on whom they lavished all their attention and hopes. Despite the fact that my parents were considerably older than the majority of the parents of my classmates, I considered myself fortunate to have been able to spend more time with my father, because he didn't have to work as much during those years. His career was established, allowing him the luxury of time, a gift he chose to share with his family. Even though it was only occasional work, he was able to put aside enough money to support our family through his work as a contractor in the Austin area, where he built homes. His skill with his hands extended beyond his profession into hobbies like woodworking and home repair, talents he had tried to pass on to me with varying degrees of success. Together, they managed to bring in a respectable amount of money thanks to my mother's work as a medical biller at one of the regional hospitals, a position that offered stability and benefits that complemented my father's more variable income. My childhood was filled with mostly happy memories, despite the fact that we were never wealthy, but always had more than enough to get by. We lived in a modest home in a good neighborhood, took camping trips instead of exotic vacations, and celebrated special occasions with home-cooked meals rather than expensive restaurants. These experiences had shaped my values, teaching me to find joy in simplicity and to appreciate what I had rather than yearning for what I didn't. As I lay there, attempting to get some rest on the hard floor of the cell, I couldn't help but reflect on how drastically different my life had become since I had left. The stark contrast between my history and my present life was overpowering, a chasm so vast it seemed unbridgeable. I found myself yearning for the security of my previous way of life, for the world where my biggest concerns were meeting project deadlines and paying bills on time. However, I was aware that this was not an option, that there was no going back to the familiar comfort of my former existence. The portal that had brought me here was broken, according to the guard's warning. I needed to concentrate on the here and now, on surviving this new reality with its brutal rules and unfamiliar dangers. The past was a luxury I couldn't afford to dwell on if I wanted to survive the present. I continued to scroll through my smartphone for a few more minutes in an attempt to divert my attention away from the situation that was transpiring. The screen's blue light cast eerie shadows across my face, highlighting the hollows beneath my cheekbones and the dark circles under my eyes. After a while, reasoning that I needed to conserve the battery for when it might truly be needed, I turned it off and removed the battery so that I could save the power for future use. I tucked both components back into the pocket of my shirt, and following the example of the other two slaves, I laid down in an effort to get some rest. The floor beneath me was hard and unyielding, the thin layer of straw doing little to cushion my aching body. I shifted uncomfortably, trying to find a position that would allow me to relax, but comfort seemed an impossible goal in these surroundings. The cell had become progressively warmer as the day wore on, the air growing thicker and more difficult to breathe. The air in the cell had gone stale, heavy with moisture, and the accumulated exhalations of its occupants. It was making it difficult to breathe, each inhalation an effort that left me feeling unsatisfied and slightly lightheaded. I yearned for the crisp air and bright sunlight of the outside world, for the sensation of a breeze against my skin and the vast expanse of an open sky above me. But the thought of actually experiencing it seemed like a far-off fantasy, a dream as distant and unreachable as the world I had left behind. I closed my eyes and focused on clearing my mind, attempting to quiet the clamor of thoughts that threatened to overwhelm me. But the anxiety I felt about the future was too much for me to shake, a persistent background noise that refused to be silenced. The most difficult aspect was the lack of clarity regarding what was to come, the uncertainty that shrouded every moment with a cloud of apprehension. I couldn't help but wonder if I would ever be able to return to my previous way of life, or if this nightmare was now my permanent reality. The sound of the gate opening was like music to my ears, a break in the monotony that had begun to feel like a form of torture in itself. I had been waiting for this moment for what seemed like an eternity, though in reality, it had likely been only a few hours. My entire body ached from lying on the hard stone, and I could feel the exhaustion seeping deeper into my bones with each passing minute. Despite my physical discomfort, my mind was preoccupied with thoughts of Amy, the connection we had formed in this hostile environment, providing a slender thread of humanity to cling to. As the door swung open with a protesting creak of hinges, I searched the faces of the people coming in, hoping to see her among them. My eyes scanned the group of returning prisoners, looking for her distinctive blonde hair and blue eyes, for any sign of the woman who had briefly been a source of comfort in this desolate place. But to my dismay, she was nowhere to be found among the haggard, defeated figures that shuffled into the cell. A sinking feeling of dread settled in my chest, a cold weight that made it difficult to breathe, as uncertainty about her fate continued to gnaw at me. My heart sank, and a sinking feeling formed in the pit of my stomach, a visceral response to the realization that she wasn't returning. I couldn't help but feel uneasy about the possibility that she might have been sold off with some of the other slaves, her future now even more uncertain than my own. The thought of her alone and afraid, subjected to the whims of an unknown master, was almost unbearable. Desperate for answers, I turned to one of the nearby slaves who had not been sold, a thin man with a weathered face and eyes that had seen too much suffering. His clothes hung loosely on his frame, suggesting recent weight loss, and his movements were those of someone trying to conserve energy, each gesture deliberate and minimal. "You were there in the common class group, right?" I asked, my voice urgent despite my attempt to sound casual. "What happened to the young girl who was with us the other day, the one that I was talking with? You know, the blue-eyed and blonde-haired female?" The slave looked at me with a solemn expression, his eyes meeting mine briefly before darting away, as if maintaining eye contact required more energy than he could spare. His face was a map of hardship, deep lines etched around his mouth and eyes, testament to a life of struggle long before he found himself here.
"Oh, yes, I know who you're talking about,"
he replied, his voice soft and rasping, barely audible above the ambient sounds of the cell.
"Her name was Amy. She was sold to one of the bidders. They bought her separately from the rest of us."
The confirmation of my fears hit me like a physical blow, a punch to the gut that left me momentarily breathless. A sickening feeling crept over me, a cold wave that started in my core and spread outward, leaving numbness in its wake. She wasn't among them. She had been sold, her fate now tied to the whims of someone who had viewed her as property to be purchased. I felt responsible for her, though logically I knew there was nothing I could have done to prevent what had happened. We had formed a connection, brief though it was, and I couldn't help but wonder what would happen to her now. Would she end up in the hands of a cruel owner, forced to endure a life of torment? The thought was unbearable, and I couldn't shake the feeling of helplessness that settled over me like a heavy blanket, pressing down with a weight that threatened to crush my spirit. Logically, I knew there was nothing I could do to protect her. I was just another slave, powerless and at the mercy of our captors. My own future was as uncertain as hers, my fate hanging in the balance, dependent on the outcome of whatever auction awaited me. But knowing that didn't make the feeling of responsibility any less intense. I had formed a connection with Amy, and now that connection had been severed, another loss in a series that had begun the moment I was pulled through the portal into this world. The realization that I was powerless to help her, to influence her fate in any way, was almost too much to bear. It was a stark reminder of my own vulnerability, of the precarious position I occupied in this new reality where human life held so little value. I walked away from the cell door, feeling emotionally drained and determined to avoid getting close to anyone else in this place. It was easier that way, to keep my distance and not get attached, to protect myself from the pain of inevitable separation. The floor seemed to tilt beneath my feet, my steps unsteady as I made my way to a corner of the cell, seeking solitude in which to process my thoughts. As I walked, my mind raced with thoughts of what was to come, scenarios playing out in rapid succession, each more grim than the last. This is pointless, I thought to myself, the words echoing in my mind with a finality that left no room for hope. They're just going to sell us off one by one until we're all gone. The hopelessness of our situation was suffocating, a noose that tightened with each passing hour, and I couldn't help but wonder what fate awaited me. Would I end up in the hands of a kind owner, someone who viewed their slaves as human beings deserving of basic dignity? Or would I be subjected to a life of pain and misery, my days measured in tasks completed and punishments avoided? The uncertainty was almost unbearable, a constant companion that whispered doubts and fears into my ear, preventing even a moment's peace. I knew that I needed to focus on the present moment, to take each challenge as it came rather than borrowing trouble from an unknowable future. But as hard as I tried, my mind kept wandering to what lay ahead, consumed by anxiety about what was to come, about the auction block that surely awaited me. I had no doubt that we would likely make our way over to the auction block very soon. The idea of being paraded in front of a crowd of bidders, each one scrutinizing us like a piece of meat, was almost too much to bear. I imagined the cold, calculating eyes sizing us up, considering our worth, and deciding our fate with the simple raise of a hand. Would they see me as a person, with thoughts and feelings and a history? Or would I be just another commodity, evaluated solely on my potential utility? The thought sent chills down my spine and only intensified my fear and dread for what lay ahead. I took a few deep breaths, attempting to calm the storm of emotions that had been stirring inside me. The situation was dire, but I knew I couldn't let myself be consumed by it. I had to find something to hold on to, something that could give me a glimmer of hope, even if it was just an illusion, a story I told myself to make it through another day in this nightmare. That's when the thought of the Artificer class crossed my mind, the classification that had been assigned to me during the assessment, a label that had confused even the assessor himself. It was a mysterious and possibly powerful class, one that held the promise of unlocking secrets that could help me gain my freedom. The fact that I possessed all 12 affinities, even at their lowest strength level, suggested potential that perhaps I could develop, skills that might serve me in ways I couldn't yet imagine. I made a mental vow to focus all my energy on gaining power, on learning everything I could about what it meant to be an artificer in this world of magic and brutality. The path would be difficult, fraught with dangers I couldn't yet comprehend, but it offered a direction, a purpose beyond mere survival. If I could harness these abilities, whatever they might be, perhaps I could take back control of my life and escape the chains of slavery that now bound me. As I gathered my thoughts, a small spark of hope began to flicker in the depths of my mind, a tiny flame that refused to be extinguished by the darkness that surrounded me. Maybe there was a way out of this after all. Maybe I could use what I learned of the Artificer class to find a way home, back to the world I knew and the loved ones I left behind. The possibility, however remote, gave me something to cling to in the depths of my despair. But first, I needed to gather more information, to understand this world and my place in it. Tomorrow, I would likely be sent to the auction block, where I would be at the mercy of the highest bidder. I couldn't let myself be paralyzed by fear, couldn't afford the luxury of giving in to the despair that threatened to overwhelm me. Instead, I needed to keep my wits about me, to observe and learn and adapt. I would use every opportunity to gather information about this strange and brutal world, seeking out allies and potential avenues for escape. As I lay down, I stared up at the rough stone ceiling, thinking about my future. The idea of being sold off like a piece of property made my blood run cold, but I refused to give up. I would find a way to survive, to thrive, no matter what it took. I would adapt, learn, and grow stronger, for my own sake and for the sake of others who suffered as I did. But unfortunately, I was wrong. The auction block would come to me, faster than I had anticipated, and the events that unfolded would force me to confront the harsh realities of my situation head-on. Chapter 6. Several hours had passed since the other slaves had returned from the common slave auction block, and the guards were now dispatched to gather all the utility-class slaves from their dim, restricted cells. The scrape of keys against locks echoed through the stone corridors, followed by the heavy thud of boots against the floor. 2 guards appeared at my cell door, one tall and lean with a pockmarked face, the other shorter but broad-shouldered with a scar bisecting his left eyebrow. Their expressions remained impassive as they unlocked the door and gestured for me to follow.
"Move!"
the taller guard commanded, voice flat and eyes cold.
"Time to find you a master."
As we were being herded together like cattle through winding hallways, the weight of our display tags around our necks constantly reminded us of our dismal status. The parchment-like material hung heavily against my chest, the string chafing the tender skin at the nape of my neck. The sound of shuffling feet and clinking chains formed a grim cadence as we moved forward, no one daring to speak. Our small group of utility-class slaves, perhaps 15 in total, presented a stark contrast to the dozens of common-class slaves I'd seen earlier. The corridor gradually changed as we walked, transitioning from rough stone walls to polished marble, from flickering torches to crystal-encased magical lights that cast a steady, unwavering glow. Even the air changed, becoming less stale and damp, now carrying subtle notes of expensive perfumes and polished wood. We were then escorted to an opulent room within the imposing facility, a chamber that staggered the senses after days in the squalid cells below. The ceiling soared at least 20 feet above us, adorned with intricate frescoes depicting scenes I couldn't begin to interpret. Figures wielding what appeared to be magic, strange creatures, and landscapes unlike any I'd seen on Earth. Crystal chandeliers hung from gilded chains, each facet catching and splitting light into miniature rainbows that danced across the walls. The merchant owner, a man of considerable wealth and influence, was seated at the head of an enormous table crafted from dark, polished wood that gleamed like obsidian. His considerable girth strained against the confines of his elaborate purple and gold robes, the fabric rippling with his every movement. Rings adorned nearly every finger, catching the light as he gestured grandly to his guests. His jowly face bore the flush of someone who enjoyed rich food and abundant wine, his small eyes bright with the anticipation of profit. He was entertaining an array of seemingly affluent guests of various backgrounds, perhaps 30 in all, who lounged on plush velvet chairs or mingled in small groups throughout the room. The perimeter was lined with stern-faced guards, their hands never far from their weapons, a reminder that despite the civilized veneer, this was still fundamentally a glorified prison. The attendees were adorned in exquisitely tailored clothing that fit their forms like a second skin, the fabric moving with an almost liquid grace. Many of the men sported gold necklaces with pendants bearing symbols I didn't recognize, and their fingers were adorned with large rubies, emeralds, and sapphires, embedded in exquisite rings that caught the light with every gesture. The material they were draped in looked like fine silk to me, shimmering and reflecting the light in a mesmerizing presentation of wealth and status. One woman wore a dress of midnight blue, embroidered with silver thread that formed constellations across the fabric. Her hair was piled atop her head, in an elaborate arrangement held in place by jeweled pins. Another man, tall and gaunt with hollow cheeks, was dressed entirely in crimson, from his high-collared jacket to his polished boots. Their faces bore expressions ranging from boredom to predatory interest as they surveyed us. As we stood there, lined up against the wall like items in a shop window, I couldn't help but be struck by the stark contrast between the lavish setting and the grim reality of our situation. The guests were dressed in the most luxurious silks and satins, their jewels casting a dazzling display in the flickering candlelight, while we were dressed in coarse, plain linen-looking material, dirty and ill-fitting, marked with the humiliation of slavery. The air was filled with the rich aroma of wine, deep, fruity notes that made my empty stomach clench, and an abundance of succulent food arranged on silver platters throughout the room. Roasted meats glistening with fat, exotic fruits sliced to reveal jewel-like interiors, pastries dusted with what might have been sugar. The smells mingled together in a tantalizing symphony that was all the more torturous, because we were not permitted even a morsel. My mouth watered involuntarily, and I swallowed hard, trying to ignore the painful hollowness in my stomach. As I looked around, I could see the other slaves were just as ashamed as I was, their eyes downcast and their spirits shattered. A young woman to my left trembled visibly, her thin frame nearly lost in the oversized shirt she wore. An older man stared straight ahead, his weathered face a mask of resigned dignity. The only sounds in the room were the clinking of silverware against fine porcelain plates, the gentle splash of wine being poured, and the soft murmur of the guests' conversations, which only served to emphasize the dreadful reminder that we were nothing more than objects to be bought and sold. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from one end of the room, shattering the veneer of civility. I turned my head to see a group of rowdy, inebriated guests who had clearly had too much to drink. 3 men and a woman, their faces flushed with wine, their movements erratic and uncoordinated. They stumbled over to where we slaves were lined up and began to jeer and taunt us mercilessly, their words slurred but no less cutting.
"Look at this sorry lot,"
one man said, his breath heavy with alcohol.
"Not worth half what the merchant will charge, I'd wager."
His companions laughed, the sound grating and cruel. One of the guests, a heavy-set man with an elaborately trimmed beard and a ruby the size of a grape on his pinky finger, even reached out to grab the chain around my neck. His fingers brushed against my skin, clammy and invasive, before he was abruptly stopped by one of the vigilant guards who stepped forward with surprising speed for someone in such heavy armor.
"No touching the merchandise before purchase, my lord,"
the guard said firmly, hand on the hilt of his sword. The drunk nobleman withdrew his hand with a scowl but backed away. I felt a surge of anger and fear course through me like wildfire, a hot rush that started in my chest and radiated outward. My fists clenched involuntarily at my sides, fingernails digging half-moons into my palms. How could these people treat us like this, as if we were no different from a piece of furniture? The casual dehumanization was perhaps worse than outright cruelty. At least cruelty acknowledged our humanity, even as it sought to break it. I knew I had to keep my head down and remain silent, but the feeling of powerlessness was suffocating and all-consuming. As the night wore on, I couldn't help but wonder about the owner of the facility. How could he be so heartless and cold, reveling in the misery and suffering of others? He sat there, sipping his wine from a goblet encrusted with jewels, occasionally throwing back his head in laughter at some joke or comment. His eyes, when they passed over us, held no more emotion than if he were looking at a wall. I yearned for the day when I could break free of this torturous existence and reclaim my own freedom. But for now, all I could do was endure. I kept my head down and my thoughts to myself, waiting for the seemingly endless night to be over and hoping for a better tomorrow. Out of nowhere, a woman with a regal air about her stood up from her seat and approached me, interrupting my thoughts. She moved with practiced grace, her emerald green gown rustling softly with each step. Her dark hair was swept back from a high forehead, revealing sharp, calculating eyes that missed nothing. Fine lines at the corners of her mouth and eyes hinted that she was perhaps in her early 40s, though she carried herself with the confidence of someone who had never worried about such things as age.
"What's your name, boy?"
she asked in a commanding and arrogant tone, her voice carrying the distinct accent I'd come to associate with the nobility in this world. Her gaze traveled over me with clinical detachment, as if inspecting produce at a market. I hesitated for a moment, not wanting to draw attention to myself. The woman raised an eyebrow, impatience flickering across her features. But I knew refusing to answer was futile and would only invite punishment. "I am Eric," I replied softly, almost in a whisper, the words feeling strange in my mouth, as if by giving her my name, I was surrendering a piece of myself.
"Eric, a strong name,"
she said, scrutinizing me from head to toe. Her eyes lingered on my face, then moved down to my shoulders and chest, measuring and assessing.
"You look to be in good shape, and not too bad on the eyes either,"
she added with a lecherous smile that sent shivers down my spine. The smile never reached her eyes, which remained cold and evaluating. She reached out a hand adorned with multiple rings and nearly touched my face before apparently thinking better of it, perhaps remembering the guard's earlier intervention with the drunken noble. Instead, she circled me slowly, like a predator sizing up potential prey. My discomfort grew exponentially as she lingered, her invasive gaze making me increasingly uneasy. I fought the urge to step back or turn away, knowing such defiance would not be tolerated. The very air around her seemed charged with a subtle menace, a reminder of the complete power she and her kind held over people like me in this world. When she finally walked away, rejoining a group of similarly dressed nobles who greeted her with raised glasses, I couldn't shake off the unsettling feeling that had crept up on me. My skin crawled where her gaze had lingered, and I resisted the urge to wipe my face, as if her look had left a physical residue. I was left to ponder the true intentions of some of these partygoers. I couldn't help but wonder if there was more to their visit than just simple entertainment. The way they assessed us suggested underlying motives, potential uses for their purchases that went beyond mere service. As we stood there in silence, my slight hunger pangs growing stronger with each waft of delicious food that passed by on servant trays, I couldn't help but feel frustrated at our powerless situation. Every now and then, one of the guests would come over and inspect the new tags around our necks with curious interest. These tags were quite fancy, a stark contrast to the crude markers we'd worn earlier. They were crafted with intricate borders and painted with blue and gold ink, the lettering precise and elegant. As I examined mine, gingerly lifting it to see it better without drawing attention, I saw that my utility class had been labeled as a tinkerer instead of the expected artificer that I had been designated during the assessment. Curiosity piqued, I turned to one of the guards who was standing nearby, a younger man whose expression seemed marginally less hostile than his companions. "Excuse me," I ventured cautiously, my voice low. "What does tinkerer mean exactly?" I asked, hoping for some answers without inviting punishment for speaking out of turn. He looked at me with a sneer, his lip curling to reveal teeth stained slightly yellow.
"It means you work with magical machines and devices,"
he replied, voice clipped and impatient.
"Your kind is highly sought after for their skills in repairing and creating such things."
He shifted his weight, armor creaking slightly.
"Now shut it, unless you want trouble,"
he added, though without much heat, as if the explanation had been offered more out of boredom than any desire to help. As I pondered my new information, standing uncomfortably in place as the evening continued around me, I couldn't help but feel a sense of relief knowing that my skills as a tinkerer could potentially be useful in this world. The classification suggested specialized knowledge, perhaps even a degree of respect within certain circles. However, I couldn't shake off the nagging feeling that something didn't quite add up. Why did the magical devices label me as an artificer, when it seemed that in this world they were called tinkerers? I theorized to myself, could it be that the people using these machines and devices weren't the ones who created them, and were simply making assumptions based on their limited understanding of the magical base classes? Perhaps artificer was an ancient term, one from the time when these assessment devices were created, while tinkerer was the modern equivalent. Or maybe they represented two different aspects of the same fundamental ability. The more I thought about it, the more confused I became. It seemed like there was much that I still didn't understand about this world and its inner workings. The classification system, the affinities, the rankings, all of it spoke to a complex magical framework that I was only beginning to glimpse. Perhaps I needed more information before I could draw any definite conclusions. For now, I decided to put my thoughts aside and focus on the present. I knew that dwelling on these questions wouldn't get me anywhere, and that I needed to be practical if I wanted to survive in this world. I resolved to keep learning as much as I could, in hopes of gaining a deeper understanding of this strange and foreign place. I felt a sense of relief at this information, knowing that my abilities could be valuable to me someday. But at the same time, the thought of being trapped in a life of servitude as a tinkerer made me feel uneasy. Would I be expected to create weapons or tools that might harm others? Would my creations be used to further oppress people like myself? These questions swirled in my mind, adding to the growing knot of anxiety in my chest. Just then, one of the guests approached me, a smile on his face. He was a thin man with scholarly features, a narrow nose, high cheekbones, and intelligent eyes behind wire-rimmed spectacles. His robes were less ostentatious than those of the other guests, but the quality of the fabric and subtle embroidery spoke of quiet wealth. He carried himself with a thoughtful air, his movements measured and precise.
"Ah, a tinkerer,"
he said, looking at my tag with genuine interest rather than the predatory assessment I'd endured from others. His voice was soft and cultured, with a slight accent I couldn't place.
"What kind of magical machines can you work with?"
"I am really not sure, since I am new to your world, but I am a fast learner," I replied, trying to sound confident, but not arrogant. My background in computer engineering seemed laughably irrelevant here, yet the analytical thinking and problem-solving skills might translate, if I survived long enough to apply them. He gave me a non-committal nodding motion of his head in reply, his expression thoughtful. "Interesting," he murmured, almost to himself.
"Most tinkerers specialize early. A blank slate might be valuable in its way."
With that cryptic comment, he turned away, rejoining a conversation with a woman in a silver dress. As he walked away, I couldn't help but feel a sense of dread creeping up on me. His assessment of me as a blank slate sounded uncomfortably like someone evaluating raw material, malleable and ready to be shaped to purpose. I shook off the feelings and turned my attention to the other slaves, wondering what kind of skills they had and what fates awaited them. I stood there with the other slaves, each of us displaying our tags with our affinities and utility classes. Some were labeled as engineers, others as healers or librarians, classifications that suggested specific roles and abilities. Throughout the evening, the guests would look me over, and I could see the surprise on their faces at the number of affinities I possessed. Their eyebrows would rise, lips parting slightly in expressions of interest or astonishment. However, their expressions soon turned to disappointment when they realized that all of my affinities were R1, the lowest ranking possible. The light of curiosity in their eyes would dim, replaced by dismissal as they moved on to inspect other merchandise. As the night wore on, the large chamber growing warmer from the press of bodies and the heat of the numerous candles, the merchant host began to wind down the party. The servants cleared away the remnants of the feast, and the guests settled into their seats with an air of expectation. The atmosphere shifted subtly, from one of social indulgence to business-like attention. The merchant stood, raising his hands for silence. When he spoke, his voice carried easily across the room, practiced in the art of commanding attention.
"My esteemed friends,"
he began,
"the time has come for the evening's main entertainment."
He gestured towards us with a flourish, as if presenting a special treat rather than human beings. He instructed his guests to write their bids on slips of parchment and fold them before placing them in an ornately carved wooden container that a servant carried around the room.
"The highest bidder will win that item,"
he said to the guests, gesturing to the line of slaves waiting to be sold. The first item up for sale was the blue-haired, gray-eyed woman I had seen the other day during the assessment. She stood rigidly, chin raised in defiance despite the fear evident in the slight trembling of her hands. She looked nervous, and I couldn't blame her. The partygoers began to write their bids on slips of parchment and hand them to a servant girl, who collected them and placed them in the wooden container. She moved among the guests with practiced efficiency, her eyes downcast, her movements almost mechanical. Her plain dress and subdued demeanor marked her as another slave, though one who had clearly been in service for some time. Moments later, the prominent merchant meticulously examined the bids, tallying them up behind a veil of secrecy, as the amount paid remained undisclosed. His fingers moved quickly through the slips of paper, eyes narrowing as he calculated, occasionally nodding to himself as if confirming a private suspicion. He announced the winner to be an elegant, regal noblewoman who appeared slightly tipsy, judging by the rosy hue adorning her cheeks and the slight unsteadiness in her posture as she rose to claim her prize. She was the same woman who had approached me earlier, her emerald gown catching the light as she stood. The partygoers enthusiastically applauded her victory, and she graciously accepted their congratulations with a flourish, bowing slightly with a satisfied smile playing at the corners of her mouth. The blue-haired woman was led away by a servant, her face now a mask of resignation. The auction sessions progressed in this fashion, with the slaves being sold off one by one. The procedure had a rhythm to it. The presentation of the item, the distribution and collection of bids, the moment of tension as the merchant calculated, and finally the announcement of the winner. Remarkably, no one person had won twice, and the bidding seemed to be distributed quite evenly among the attendees, suggesting perhaps some prior arrangement or unspoken rules governing the proceedings. As I observed my fellow captives being auctioned off, an unsettling sense of dread enveloped me. The line of slaves ahead of me grew shorter with each sale, bringing me closer to my own moment of judgment. I couldn't fathom what my ultimate fate would be or who would end up owning me. Would it be someone cruel or kind? Someone who would see me as a person or merely as property? All I could do was cling to the hope that my future master or mistress would treat me with at least a modicum of respect and kindness. As I watched the others being sold, I noticed that I was positioned at the end of the line, which likely signified that I would be the final item up for sale. My heart sank as the realization dawned upon me that I would be the last one standing, waiting anxiously for someone to purchase me. Being the final item could mean I was considered the least valuable, or perhaps, given the merchant's theatrics, the most valuable. Either way, the prolonged wait only intensified my anxiety, my mouth growing dry and palms sweating as the moment approached. When all the other slaves had been sold, the chamber felt oddly empty despite the crowd of buyers still present. The merchant cleared his throat with a sense of purpose and began to address the crowd. He stepped forward, arms spread wide in a gesture that commanded attention.
All right, we have something quite unique and special for sale,
he announced with a theatrical flourish, his voice rising to fill the chamber.
As you know, I typically like to save the best for last, and I trust that many of you will not be disappointed. We have a rare tinkerer for sale, who once adequately trained, will likely be able to repair many of your magical devices and items at a fraction of the cost it would incur at one of the specialized tinkerer shops.
The partygoers laughed heartily at his jest regarding the exorbitant prices of repair shops, their earlier purchases apparently having put them in good spirits. The sound of their laughter echoed off the high ceiling, a cacophony that grated on my already frayed nerves. The merchant continued unabated, clearly warming to his role as auctioneer.
This young lad is quite exceptional too. He possesses a remarkable 12 affinities,
he announced, beaming with pride as if he had personally created me rather than simply acquired me. He gestured towards my tag, drawing the guest's attention to the list of affinities. One of the more inebriated guests interjected, slurring his words slightly as he spoke.
Yes, but they're all R1s,
he pointed out dismissively, waving a hand as if to brush away the merchant's claims. His fine clothes were slightly disheveled, wine staining the front of his tunic. The merchant took the interruption in stride and replied jovially,
Come now, surely you understand that a tinkerer's worth is not measured in the sheer power of his affinities, but rather in their diversity.
He spread his hands in a reasonable gesture, his tone that of someone explaining a basic concept to a child.
I wager that once properly trained, he'll be able to work with a myriad of magical items, spanning a diverse range of classifications.
The guests settled down and grew quiet after hearing this insightful pronouncement, considering his words with renewed interest. I could see some of them contemplating the merchant's words more thoughtfully, perhaps reassessing their initial impressions of my potential value. Heads nodded, whispers were exchanged, and calculating looks were cast in my direction. The merchant then established the minimum bid at a considerable sum of 200 gold pieces, eliciting scoffs from some of the partygoers, who apparently considered the amount excessive. One woman in a sapphire blue dress actually laughed outright, covering her mouth with a bejeweled hand. However, many remained undeterred and eagerly began to write down their bids, quills scratching against parchment in the suddenly quiet room. Approximately 2/3 of the attendees participated in the bidding process, and the merchant diligently collected their bids before commencing the tally. The room held its breath as he sorted through the slips, occasionally raising his eyebrows or pursing his lips as he read a particular bid. Ultimately, it was announced that my new owner would be an elderly, grandfatherly-looking gentleman named Jiren Lysander. He stood when his name was called, rising slowly from his seat with the aid of an intricately carved cane. Despite his apparent age, his hair was silver and thinning, his face a web of fine lines that deepened when he smiled. There was a sharpness to his gaze that suggested his mind remained keen. He wore robes of deep blue with silver embroidery, simple compared to some of the more ostentatious outfits in the room, but of obvious quality and craftsmanship. In contrast to the jovial attitudes of the guests that was on display earlier, the partygoers appeared somewhat annoyed that they hadn't won, particularly those who had actively participated. Their smiles became fixed, their congratulations to Jiren tinged with insincerity. One man, a corpulent noble in crimson silks who had eyed me throughout the evening, muttered to himself in frustration,
"I knew I should have bid more."
His thick fingers clenched around his wine goblet, knuckles whitening with the force of his grip. The merchant host consoled the disappointed guests, his voice smooth with practiced diplomacy.
Now, we're all friends here, aren't we? Let's give the winner a well-deserved round of applause.
And everyone begrudgingly began to clap for my future owner, albeit with a hint of reluctance. The sound was perfunctory, lacking the enthusiasm that had greeted earlier purchases. Later that night, as the festivities gradually calmed down and the guests began to depart, many of the new owners assumed possession of their recently acquired slaves. The hall emptied slowly, the guests lingering over final glasses of wine and exchanging pleasantries that barely masked their competitive assessments of each other's purchases. My new owner, Jiren, appeared to be in quite a hurry, and led me away, accompanied by his 2 imposing bodyguards who flanked him like twin shadows. They were large men, muscular and silent, their expressions impossible to read behind the half-helms they wore. Each wore a sword at his hip and moved with the fluid grace of trained fighters. Despite his advanced age, Jiren moved with a brisk, purposeful pace that proved challenging for me to match after days of confinement and limited movement. His cane tapped rhythmically against the marble floors as we traversed the hallways and descended the stairs, each tap echoing in the now quiet corridors. My muscles protested the sudden activity, but I forced myself to keep up, unwilling to discover the consequences of lagging behind. As we exited the building into the cool night air, I noticed a peculiar-looking carriage awaiting us. The vehicle was elegant and well-crafted, with intricate carvings adorning its wooden frame and what appeared to be magical lights glowing softly in glass sconces on either side. But it was the creatures harnessed to it that captured my attention. The mounts hitched to it resembled brown horses, but bore distinctive zebra-like stripes adorning their bodies, their manes hanging in elegant waves down their strong necks. It was unlike anything I had ever witnessed before. But then again, I was in an unfamiliar world where strange sights were to be anticipated. One of Jiren's bodyguards instructed me to sit at the front of the carriage with him, while the other assumed his position atop the vehicle, taking the reins with practiced ease. As I settled into my seat, the leather cool against my skin, I felt a heavy chain fasten my leg to the floorboard of the carriage, the metal cold and unyielding around my ankle. The sound of the lock clicking shut was final and unmistakable, serving as a stark reminder that I remained a slave, albeit under the control of a different master. Chapter 7. As we commenced our journey, the rhythmic clatter of hooves against the dirt and rock road provided a steady backdrop to my thoughts. The carriage swayed gently beneath me, its wooden frame creaking with each dip and rise in the road. My ankle throbbed where the iron shackle had been fastened, a constant reminder of my new status in this world. I found my gaze irresistibly drawn to the enigmatic and captivating world around me, momentarily distracting me from my circumstances. The flora and fauna were unlike anything I had ever encountered before. Trees lined the road, their trunks gnarled and twisted in impossible configurations, bark rippling with patterns that seemed almost deliberately etched. Some reached toward the sky with branches that curved and spiraled rather than growing straight, creating canopies that resembled enormous umbrellas. Squirrels and birds adorned with brilliant hues and intricate patterns flitted about through the unusual foliage, sapphire blue feathers catching the light, fur in shades of crimson and gold, rather than the browns and grays of Earth's wildlife. I even caught sight of a squirrel boasting an armadillo-like protective shell, its scaled back glinting metallically as it scurried up a tree trunk. The entire experience was both fascinating and disorienting in equal measure. The air carried unfamiliar scents, sweet, pungent aromas from flowering plants that bloomed in vibrant purples and oranges along the roadside, mixed with an underlying earthy richness that suggested fertile soil beneath. Occasionally, a breeze would bring the tangy scent of something that reminded me of cinnamon, though sharper and more complex. I endeavored to absorb as much as possible, marveling at the disparities and parallels between this world and my own. The trees, for instance, were truly a sight to behold. Some bore azure leaves in place of the customary green, their undersides shimmering with a pearlescent quality when they caught the light. The trunks twisted and contorted in manners that seemed almost sentient, as if frozen in mid-dance. It felt as though the very essence of the world itself was alive and pulsating around us, an impression reinforced by the way certain plants seemed to turn toward us as we passed, tracking our movement like curious observers. The dual suns cast double shadows behind every object, creating a disorienting visual effect that my brain struggled to process. One sun burned white-hot and dominant, while the smaller one glowed with an amber hue, both together bathing the landscape in rich, complex light that made colors more vivid than seemed natural. As the hours elapsed, the landscape underwent a transformation, rural farmlands giving way to wilder terrain. Fields of crops I couldn't identify, tall stalks topped with bulbous pods in varying shades of purple, gradually disappeared, replaced by denser forests and rocky outcroppings. The terrain became increasingly rugged, the road winding through passes cut between steep hillsides covered in vegetation, unlike any earth forest I'd ever seen. We eventually reached a checkpoint, a sturdy wooden structure manned by guards in uniforms similar to those I had seen in the city, but bearing different insignias. Their armor gleamed in the sunlight, well polished and maintained, suggesting discipline and pride in their station. I couldn't help but ponder our destination as the carriage slowed. The celestial body's positions suggested a southern course, but in this peculiar realm, nothing was guaranteed. The twin suns presumably followed an east-to-west trajectory, or at least, I assumed they did based on their current position in the sky. My internal compass struggled to orient itself in this alien environment. The guards at the checkpoint were armed and vigilant, their postures rigid and eyes constantly scanning our carriage and the surrounding area. Spears with gleaming tips stood ready, and hands rested on sword hilts with practiced ease. They permitted us to proceed after a terse exchange with my companion. Jiren spoke to them with authority, his voice too low for me to hear clearly, but the guard's response, a curt nod and immediate stepping aside, suggested he held some significant status or had presented proper documentation. I experienced a pang of apprehension at their wariness, questioning what perils awaited us further along our path. Their heightened alertness hinted at potential dangers beyond the checkpoint. Bandits, perhaps, or hostile forces from some opposing faction. My new owner's guardsmen continued to guide me onward as the light began to fade, the carriage moving deeper into territory that grew increasingly wild. As darkness encroached, they produced what at first glance appeared to be ordinary torches, but upon closer inspection revealed themselves to be something far more fascinating. Their staffs were the length of ordinary torches, but in lieu of flames, they held luminous orbs that cast a steady, unwavering light. These magical illumination sources emitted no smoke or heat, just pure, even light in a soft blue-white hue that pushed back the growing shadows around us. The gentle, ethereal glow cast by these magical orbs transformed our surroundings, lending an otherworldly quality to the already alien landscape. Trees became looming sentinels, their silhouettes outlined against the darkening sky. The light reflected in the eyes of nocturnal creatures observing our passage, creating eerie pinpricks of brightness in the underbrush. The sight was simultaneously eerie and beautiful, and I couldn't help but feel a sense of awe and wonder at the magic that appeared to permeate every facet of this world. As we navigated the dimly lit path, I came to the realization that what I had initially perceived as twilight might, in fact, be their version of nighttime. The colossal planet-sized moon had risen, its enormous face dominating the sky. Banded with swirls of reddish-brown and cream that evoked images of Jupiter, it reflected such a significant amount of light onto this world that distinguishing between evening and full night was challenging. The result was a perpetual half-light, bright enough to see by but soft enough to signal the end of day. "It's truly beautiful," I whispered aloud to myself as I gazed up at the immense gas giant-like moon that dominated the sky above. The bands on its surface shifted slowly, suggesting atmospheric movement on a massive scale, a reminder that I was truly on an alien world. The bodyguard driving the carriage beside me, a broad-shouldered man with a weathered face and arms corded with muscle, turned toward me with a warm smile, his face partially bathed in the gentle radiance of his orb. Deep lines around his eyes suggested years of squinting into the distance, and a scar ran from his temple to his jaw, a pale line against his tanned skin.
"Aye, it is mesmerizing,"
he agreed, his voice surprisingly gentle for a man of his imposing stature.
"But be cautious not to become too lost in its beauty. This world can be perilous for those who let their guard down."
His expression softened slightly as he spoke, perhaps noting my obvious wonder, but his eyes remained alert, constantly scanning the road ahead and the surrounding forest. The warning carried genuine concern rather than threat, as if he'd seen others make the mistake of being distracted by beauty before danger struck. I nodded, absorbing his words of wisdom. This world was both enchanting and treacherous, and I needed to remain vigilant if I was to survive in it. The moment of shared appreciation created a brief connection between us, despite our vastly different stations. Upon reaching a new checkpoint, larger and more heavily fortified than the first, the guards barely acknowledged my presence, treating me as if I were invisible. Their gazes passed over me and immediately focused on Jiren, a dismissal that reinforced my status as property rather than person. They exchanged a few whispered words with my new owner, Jiren, and a discreet exchange of currency ensued, coins that glinted gold in the orb light passing from hand to hand with practiced subtlety. Leaving the checkpoint behind, the road improved markedly, changing from packed dirt to carefully laid stone. We soon found ourselves approaching a towering city encased within formidable walls, its gates manned by vigilant city guards. The fortifications rose at least 30 feet high, constructed from massive stone blocks fitted together with remarkable precision. Torches and magical lights similar to our orbs lined the walls at regular intervals, creating a boundary of light that defined the city's perimeter. What astonished me most were the impeccably maintained roads that guided us to the city gates. It was truly remarkable to see such pristine, paved streets just outside the city walls, suggesting significant infrastructure and civic organization. The smooth stones beneath the carriage wheels reduced the jolting and swaying, allowing for faster travel. As we drew nearer, I was in awe of the harmonious blend of medieval and steampunk architecture adorning the buildings visible beyond the walls. Spires and towers rose against the night sky, some topped with domes that gleamed metallically in the moonlight, others trailing thin wisps of steam that suggested machinery at work within. I couldn't help but crane my neck, attempting to absorb every detail of this fascinating urban landscape. As we navigated through the city, passing through gates large enough to accommodate several carriages abreast, the streets opened before us, lined with buildings that grew more impressive the deeper we ventured into the urban center. I found myself captivated by the sight of colossal mechanical ballistae positioned at strategic points along the wall, masterfully fusing steampunk and Romanesque engineering. These massive weapons featured intricate gears and pistons alongside classical design elements, suggesting they could launch projectiles with devastating force and precision. My curiosity was piqued, and I couldn't help but wonder what propelled the massive projectiles. Steam power, perhaps, or some form of magical energy I had yet to understand. I longed to get closer and examine the mechanisms, my engineer's mind already attempting to decipher their functioning from mere glimpses. But the carriage relentlessly continued its course. The streets themselves were alive with activity despite the late hour. Vendors still hawked their wares from stalls lit by orbs similar to those our guards carried. Citizens moved purposefully through the streets, their clothing ranging from simple tunics and trousers to elaborate ensembles that suggested status and wealth. The air grew thick with the mingled smells of the city, cooking food from taverns, smoke from workshops, the distinct tang of too many bodies in close proximity, and underneath it all, a faint metallic scent that I couldn't quite place. In due time, we reached the city's entrance gate, where we were halted by the watchful city guards. Their uniforms bore intricate insignias in gold thread against dark fabric, marking them as official authorities rather than private security. They scrutinized us with suspicion, eyes narrowing as they examined our carriage and its occupants. With practiced efficiency, they demanded additional payment from my owner, their tone suggesting this was standard procedure rather than extortion. Jiren complied without complaint, suggesting he had anticipated this expense. Once the transaction was finalized, we were granted entry into the city without further delay. As we traversed the bustling streets, our pace accelerated, and the horses confidently increased their speed, trotting toward our ultimate destination. Their hooves clattered against the cobblestones, the sound echoing off the buildings that crowded close to the street. The carriage wove through increasingly affluent neighborhoods, the buildings growing larger and more ornate. Gardens appeared behind wrought iron fences, carefully tended despite the limited space. Eventually, we turned onto a wide avenue lined with what appeared to be private residences of considerable size. The homes of the wealthy and influential, set apart from the more densely packed buildings we had passed earlier. As we neared a large, gated residence, I couldn't help but feel a sense of trepidation. The building loomed 3 stories high, constructed from gray stone that appeared almost blue in the moonlight. High walls surrounded the property, topped with spikes that discouraged climbing. The formidable residence guards greeted us with skepticism, their hands tightly gripping their weapons, swords at their hips and spears held at the ready. Their uniforms were simple but well made, lacking the elaborate insignias of the city guards, but projecting an image of competence and discipline. It was evident that they were not the hospitable sort, and I began to question the nature of the place I had stumbled upon. My new owner, Jiren, stepped forward and revealed his identity to the guards. In the better lighting near the gate, I could see him more clearly for the first time. An elderly man with a dignity that belied his years, his silver hair neatly trimmed and his beard carefully groomed to a point. His clothing, while not ostentatious, was clearly of fine quality, the fabric moving smoothly as he gestured. Despite his age, he stood straight-backed and moved with purpose. The guards studied him from head to toe, evaluating him with cautious eyes before finally acquiescing and permitting us entry. The heavy iron gates swung inward on well-oiled hinges, opening to reveal a courtyard paved with the same stone as the streets, though more carefully maintained. Crossing through the gates, I couldn't help but observe the robust construction of the large manor house. Every window on the lower level featured iron bars, decorative yet clearly functional as security measures. The walls themselves were thick, with few openings besides the necessary windows and doors, all of which appeared reinforced. It was evident that every inch was meticulously designed to withstand assaults and deter intruders. This made me ponder whether Jiren was a man who prioritized practicality and security over opulence, or if there were deeper motives behind his choices, perhaps enemies who necessitated such precautions. The interior of the city manor house, which we entered through heavy wooden doors reinforced with iron bands, was just as unadorned as its exterior. The entrance hall featured stone floors partially covered by worn but serviceable rugs in muted colors. The decor was minimalistic, a few tapestries depicting landscapes hung on the walls, providing some insulation against the chill that emanated from the stone, but little in the way of ornamentation. The furniture, while basic, was entirely functional. Sturdy benches built to last rather than to impress, tables that could withstand heavy use. I could see signs of wear and tear on the walls and floors, further indicating to me that they likely prioritized security over aesthetic considerations. The air inside carried the scent of wood smoke from fireplaces, mingled with beeswax from candles, and a faint hint of herbs that suggested someone regularly burned them, perhaps for practical purposes like warding off insects or disguising less pleasant odors. The manor felt lived in, but austere, reflecting the personality of an owner who valued substance over style. As we neared the stables attached to one wing of the manor, I noted that the stable hands were already poised to attend to our horses and unpack our belongings. Young men in simple clothing moved with efficiency, taking the reins and beginning to unhitch the unusual striped equines from the carriage. They worked with swift efficiency, as if they had performed these tasks countless times before, their movements economical and practiced. While I felt relief that our journey had concluded, I also couldn't shake a sense of apprehension about what awaited me in this place that would now be my home. The man beside me, Jiren's bodyguard who had driven the carriage, dismounted with a fluid motion that belied his size. He ambled around to my side, keys jingling in his hand as he prepared to remove my shackle. His weathered face, illuminated by the orb light he still carried, showed neither cruelty nor kindness, merely the professional demeanor of someone performing their duty.
"Welcome to your new abode, lad,"
he said to me, his voice gruff but not hostile. He gestured toward the manor with a calloused hand.
"It might not be much to behold, but it's home. You'll acclimate to it in due time."
His expression softened slightly, perhaps recognizing the uncertainty I felt, though his eyes remained vigilant. As he proceeded to unshackle my legs, the iron key turning with a definitive click that released the mechanism, he cautioned me against attempting escape. His voice lowered to ensure only I could hear.
"The compound is encircled by a wall and patrolled by guards at every corner,"
he explained, his tone matter-of-fact rather than threatening.
"Not that you'd get far in this city without papers anyway."
He straightened, pocketing the shackle and key.
"There are other combat classes within the compound as well, in addition to myself. Best remember that."
The subtle warning was clear. I was still a captive, albeit in more comfortable surroundings than the cells I had recently occupied. Feeling a flicker of hope at the mention of combat classes, which suggested organization and perhaps training that might eventually be accessible to me, I inquired if he was a slave like me. The question was bold, perhaps dangerously so, but I needed to understand the hierarchy of this place if I was to navigate it successfully. He responded with a hearty laugh that echoed in the courtyard, his head tilting back to reveal strong white teeth. The sound carried genuine amusement rather than mockery. His broad shoulders shook slightly with the force of his mirth.
"Of course not,"
he replied when his laughter subsided, wiping a tear from the corner of his eye.
"I'm a combat class, a berserker to be precise. I'm certain you can discern that from my imposing size and muscular build."
He flexed one arm demonstratively, the motion half serious, half joking.
"And there are other combat classes here as well, some even more formidable than I am."
His casual mention of others more powerful than himself, a man who already appeared capable of significant violence, served as yet another reminder of how vulnerable I was in this world of magical abilities and trained warriors. I couldn't help but feel a mixture of unease and dread at the thought of encountering these powerful combat classes. Each new piece of information reinforced how little I understood about the power structures and capabilities of this world's inhabitants. Simultaneously, I felt a tiny spark of hope that perhaps I, too, could learn to defend myself in this peculiar new world, even if my classification suggested a different path. The orb light wavered, casting ghostly shadows across my face as my new owner, Jiren, approached me, and then began to appraise me. His eyes, sharp despite his apparent age, moved methodically from my face to my build, assessing me like a farmer might evaluate livestock. Fine lines radiated from the corners of his eyes, suggesting a life of squinting in bright sunlight, or perhaps over intricate work. His hands, when he gestured, showed the slight tremor of age but moved with surprising precision. He seemed content with his initial minor appraisal, murmuring to himself that I appeared to be in good shape and health. The low words were barely audible, not meant for my ears, but rather him thinking aloud. He then brought up my alleged utility class and my affinities, asserting that if it were true that I possessed 12 affinities, he would easily recoup the money he invested in me and more. A glint in his eye betrayed his greed, a momentary hardening of his gaze that transformed his grandfatherly appearance into something more calculating. He fully directed his attention to me, standing straighter despite his age, authority evident in his posture.
"What do you know of your Tinkerer class, boy?"
he inquired, his tone businesslike but not unkind.
"Have you any experience with magical devices or mechanisms?"
I hesitated, uncertain whether I should divulge my understanding of artificers from my former world. The gap between what I knew from fantasy games and what might be the reality here could be vast, and claiming knowledge I didn't possess could prove dangerous. Opting to play it safe, I feigned ignorance and meekly responded that I didn't know much about my class abilities and limitations, since I had only recently arrived in this world. "I'm afraid I don't know anything, sir," I admitted, keeping my eyes appropriately lowered. "I only learned I was a tinkerer during the assessment. In my world, we don't have magic or classes like you do here." The half-truth felt safer than a complete lie, especially when I understood so little about what might be expected of me. Jiren, my new owner, appeared disheartened upon discovering that I required training from the ground up. His shoulders slumped slightly, and he exhaled a soft sigh that carried notes of frustration. He placed a hand on his chin and began to muse aloud, long fingers stroking his well-trimmed beard thoughtfully.
"Tinkerer training is a time-consuming endeavor,"
he stated, his voice carrying the weight of someone calculating costs versus benefits.
"Especially starting from nothing."
He shook his head slightly, lips pursed as he considered the implications. Nevertheless, he remained resolute, his expression clearing as he reached some internal decision.
"No matter,"
he continued, straightening his posture once more.
"I have already invested a substantial sum in you, and as the saying goes, it takes money to generate money."
He nodded to himself, seemingly satisfied with his reasoning. His words struck a chord with me, evoking memories of my old world and its capitalist principles that apparently transcended even dimensional boundaries. I briefly considered if there were others like me from my world who had been transported to this one in the past, how they might have adapted, what knowledge they might have brought with them, but dismissed the thought as he continued to scrutinize me under the flickering orb light. Eventually, he appeared satisfied with what he saw and gestured for me to accompany him with a beckoning motion of his hand. "Come," he said simply, turning toward the manor's entrance.
"Let's get you settled."
As I trailed behind Jiren, my new owner, I couldn't help but experience a growing sense of unease in the pit of my stomach. Though he wore a smile that creased the weathered skin around his eyes and mouth, there was something calculating in his gaze that made me feel as if every move I made was under close examination. It was as if he were dissecting me, gauging my worth against some internal ledger of costs and potential returns. We traversed hallways and corridors lit by wall-mounted orbs similar to those the guards had carried, though these were fixed in decorative iron sconces. Our footsteps reverberating off the cold stone walls created a hollow, echoing soundtrack to our progress. The occasional servant or guard we passed gave Jiren respectful nods, but regarded me with either curiosity or indifference. I couldn't help but feel as though I was in a prison, confined and isolated despite the relative comfort compared to the cells I had recently left behind. Nevertheless, I knew I had to maintain a brave facade, at least until I understood what my future entailed. As we walked, Jiren explained that it might be possible to secure a tinkerer instructor as early as the following morning. His tone carried a note of pride, suggesting this represented both an accomplishment and an indication of his influence. On hearing this news, I experienced a blend of anticipation and apprehension. Tinkerer training would undoubtedly grant me new and valuable skills, and I knew it could unlock a realm of possibilities for me. However, I couldn't help but question what sort of life awaited me in this peculiar and foreign land. How long will it take for me to acquire the knowledge necessary to be useful? I inquired respectfully, careful to frame the question in terms of utility rather than personal growth, understanding that my value here was measured in practical terms. He pondered for a moment before replying, his pace slowing as he considered the question. His fingers tapped a thoughtful rhythm against his thigh.
Tinkerer training is not an expedited process,
he responded finally.
It could take 2 to 3 years for you to grasp everything you need to know. But fret not, I'll ensure you have the finest teacher and access to all the resources you require.
His expression softened slightly as he spoke of the training, suggesting perhaps a personal interest in the subject that went beyond mere financial investment. For a moment, I glimpsed something almost like enthusiasm in his eyes, quickly masked behind his businesslike demeanor. I nodded, recognizing that this apprenticeship would constitute a significant portion of my life. Despite my apprehension, I couldn't help but feel a spark of excitement at the prospect of mastering this potentially valuable class. The idea of working with magical devices, understanding and perhaps eventually creating them, offered a strange parallel to my previous work with computer systems. After we arrived at my assigned room, located in what appeared to be a wing dedicated to household staff and other workers, my owner Jiren departed with a simple nod, leaving me to acclimate to my new quarters. At my initial glance at the simple accommodations of the room, I couldn't help but experience a pang of longing for the life I had left behind. The familiar sights and sounds of home were now distant, supplanted by the unknown and unfamiliar. Yet, I also understood that I had to make the best of my circumstances. The room was small, but private, a luxury compared to the communal cells I had recently occupied. A narrow bed with a thin mattress occupied one wall, made up with clean but worn linens. A small table and chair stood beneath the window, and a chest at the foot of the bed presumably for whatever few possessions I might acquire. A wash basin and pitcher sat on a stand in one corner, the ceramic chipped but serviceable. As I surveyed the room, I absorbed the minimalistic furnishings and practical design. It was evident that this place prioritized survival over luxury. The walls, constructed of durable stone, and the small barred windows provided a restricted glimpse of the world outside. Yet, even through the window's limited perspective, I could glimpse the compound's sprawling nature, other buildings visible across a central courtyard, gardens that appeared to be for practical growing rather than ornamental purposes. Engrossed in my thoughts, I was startled when a knock on the door interrupted my reverie. The sound was light but distinct, 3 quick raps that suggested a degree of familiarity with the task. Upon opening it, I encountered a young girl, likely around 15 or 16 years old, standing outside with a tray of sustenance and water. Her hair was an unusual shade of pink, hanging in loose waves to her shoulders, framing a heart-shaped face with delicate features. Her eyes, a clear sky blue, regarded me with open curiosity, rather than the wariness or disdain I had grown accustomed to. She wore a simple dress of blue-gray fabric, with a white apron tied neatly at her waist, the uniform of a household servant. Introducing herself as Dahlia, her eyes sparkled with genuine warmth, and her smile stretched wide, revealing straight white teeth. Her expression carried none of the caution or calculation I had observed in others since my arrival in this world. Encountering such a friendly face was a welcome relief, and I couldn't help but feel a wave of gratitude towards her. "Thank you, Dahlia," I expressed, gratefully accepting the tray from her. The simple meal, bread, cheese, and what appeared to be dried fruit, alongside a pitcher of water, smelled better than anything I had encountered since my arrival in this world.
"You're welcome,"
she replied, maintaining her warm smile. Her voice was melodic and light, matching her youthful appearance.
"Is there anything else you require? Perhaps assistance with unpacking or anything else?"
She clasped her hands before her, seemingly eager to be helpful. Feeling a touch of shyness, suddenly aware of my disheveled appearance and the stark contrast between her cheerful demeanor and my recent experiences, I shook my head. "No, I'm fine for now. I appreciate the offer, though." Dahlia nodded, appearing as if she yearned to say more. She lingered briefly, studying me with a curious gaze that held no judgment, merely interest.
You're the new Tinkerer apprentice, aren't you?
She inquired, her head tilting slightly to one side like a bird considering something novel. Yes, that's me, I answered, surprised by her knowledge of my status, but grateful for the lack of condescension in her tone. Dahlia's expression brightened further, if such a thing were possible.
I've heard that finding a teacher in these parts can be quite challenging,
she remarked, leaning forward slightly as if sharing a secret.
However, it seems fortune favors you. Word has it that the most esteemed Tinkerer instructor in the entire Valterium Empire arrived in the city just this morning, and he's currently accepting apprentices.
She conveyed this information while peering at me with wide, saucer-like eyes, clearly pleased to be the bearer of such significant news. I expressed my gratitude for the valuable information, genuinely touched by her evident desire to provide encouragement. She took her leave with another bright smile and a small wave, allowing me to ponder in solitude. My heart swelled with renewed hope upon hearing this news, and I recognized that this apprenticeship promised to be far more interesting than I had initially anticipated. Chapter 8. The next morning was a rude awakening, quite literally. The sound of persistent knocking on the door was incessant, each rap against the wood sending sharp echoes through my small chamber. Sunlight filtered through the narrow, barred window, casting elongated rectangles of golden light across the stone floor and illuminating dancing dust motes in the air. The knocking wouldn't stop until I answered it, growing more insistent with each passing moment. I groggily rolled out of bed, the thin mattress offering little resistance as I pushed myself up. My muscles ached from the previous day's journey, protesting every movement. Rubbing my eyes and trying to shake off the remnants of sleep that clung to me like cobwebs, I blinked several times to clear my vision. The knocking continued, each impact reverberating through my skull, intensifying the dull headache forming behind my eyes. "Give me a second, I'll be out soon," I yelled out in irritation, my voice rough and gravelly from sleep. The room felt chilly against my skin as I fumbled for my clothes, laid out on the simple wooden chest at the foot of the bed. As I reached for my shirt and pants, my eyes wandered to their worn spots, frayed seams, thinning fabric at the elbows and knees. The linen had lost whatever color it once possessed, now existing in an indeterminate shade between gray and brown. It was evident that they were on their last legs, and I knew I would have to replace them soon if I wanted to maintain any semblance of dignity. I dressed hastily, the rough fabric scratching against my skin as I pulled the garments on. The stone floor felt cold beneath my bare feet as I stumbled towards the door, still half asleep and disoriented in this unfamiliar room. The persistent knocking continued, each impact setting my teeth on edge. To my surprise, Dahlia, the servant girl, stood there again when I finally pulled the door open. The hallway behind her was dimly lit by wall-mounted orbs casting their steady, unwavering light. Her bright pink hair stood out vividly against the muted colors of the manor, almost unnaturally vibrant in the morning light. She wore the same style of simple blue-gray dress as yesterday, freshly pressed, with a pristine white apron tied at her waist. Her face was animated with a cheerful energy that seemed completely at odds with the early hour.
"Hello once again, Mr. Sleepy."
She greeted me with a cheerful smile that crinkled the corners of her eyes. Her voice carried a musical lilt that echoed slightly in the stone corridor. She balanced her weight from one foot to the other, her hands clasped behind her back in a posture of barely contained exuberance. "It's Eric. Just call me Eric," I interrupted, running a hand through my disheveled hair in a futile attempt to make myself more presentable. The idea of formality between slaves, or between a slave and a servant, seemed absurd, especially coming from someone who couldn't be much more than a teenager.
"Okay, I understand, Mr. Eric,"
she replied, her eyes lively with mischief. She emphasized the Mr. with exaggerated formality, clearly teasing me. A small dimple appeared in her left cheek as her smile widened.
"I was sent up here to tell you that the Tinker's assistant is here to see you. Likely he's here to evaluate you and see if you're worthy enough for his master to waste his time on you or not. I wish you luck. I think you might need it,"
she added, her tone shifting to seriousness, the smile fading slightly from her face. The news sent a jolt of nervous energy through me, instantly banishing the last vestiges of sleep. My heart rate quickened, and I felt a flutter of anxiety in my stomach. This was happening much faster than I had anticipated. Jiren had mentioned securing an instructor soon, but I hadn't expected to be evaluated so quickly. I nodded in response, swallowing hard against the sudden dryness in my throat. Dahlia motioned for me to follow her, turning to lead the way down the corridor. The sound of our footsteps created a syncopated rhythm against the stone floor, her light, quick steps contrasting with my heavier, more hesitant pace. Before we left the room, a sharp pang of hunger reminded me that I hadn't eaten since the meal Dahlia had brought me the previous night. I asked if there was something to eat, explaining that I always did better on tests when I was full. The prospect of facing an evaluation on an empty stomach seemed particularly daunting. Dahlia turned abruptly at my question, her pink pigtails swinging with the momentum. She smacked her head with her hand, eyes widening in realization. Her expression shifted to one of genuine concern, eyebrows drawing together over her bright blue eyes.
Darn, I knew I forgot something again today,
she said suddenly, her voice rising in pitch with distress.
I was supposed to give you something to eat earlier this morning, but I figured you were tired after your long journey, so I thought I would do it later. But then the assistant arrived, so I never got a chance to bring your food,
she explained, her words tumbling out in a rush, her voice apologetic. She bit her lower lip, genuinely distressed by her oversight. Don't worry about it. I can eat later, I reassured her with a smile, not wanting to add to her obvious distress. My stomach protested with another growl, but I ignored it. It's not like I haven't gone through something like this before on an empty stomach. The memories of pulling all-nighters for coding projects back in college, subsisting on nothing but caffeine and determination, flashed through my mind.
Okay, if you're sure,
she replied, though her expression remained doubtful. The furrow between her brows eased slightly.
I'll try to sneak you a snack later if I get a chance, I promise,
she added with a cheeky smile, her natural exuberance reasserting itself. She made a crossing motion over her heart, as if sealing the vow. I'll hold you to that, I said while I laughed as we continued to walk. The sound of my own laughter surprised me. It had been a long time since I'd had anything to laugh about. Something about Dahlia's bright personality made the weight of my situation feel momentarily lighter. We made our way downstairs to the main greeting area of the manor house, my nervousness intensifying with each step. The grand room opened before us, vastly different from the utilitarian simplicity of my quarters. High ceilings supported by ornately carved wooden beams stretched above us. Tapestries adorned the walls, depicting scenes I couldn't interpret but recognized as representing battles or hunts. Elegant furniture crafted from dark wood populated the space, arranged for optimal conversation or business discussions. A simply dressed man was waiting impatiently, standing near one of the tall windows where morning light streamed in. His attire, while not ornate, was of far better quality than my own. A tunic of deep blue with subtle embroidery at the cuffs, trousers of a sturdy fabric, and polished leather boots. He wore what looked to be spectacles of some sort, wire-framed and perched on a narrow nose. Behind the lenses, keen eyes observed everything with calculated precision. His fingers tapped an impatient rhythm against his thigh, and it was evident from the tight line of his mouth that he had been waiting for a while. My owner was there, seated at a substantial desk, going through his business parchments with practiced efficiency. The scratch of his quill against parchment created a background noise that somehow heightened the tension in the room. Without looking up, Jiren's presence dominated the space, his silver hair catching the light, his posture erect despite his age. It was apparent from the atmosphere that they were waiting for me, and I had kept them waiting. As we arrived, Dahlia announced our presence with an awkward curtsy, her movements lacking the grace that might come with more practice or formal training.
Here he is as requested,
she said, her voice taking on a more formal tone than she had used with me in private. My owner Jiren acknowledged her with a nod, finally looking up from his parchments. His eyes, sharp and evaluating, swept over me briefly.
Good job, Dahlia. You may leave us,
he replied, his tone neutral but authoritative.
Yes, sir,
Dahlia responded with another quick bow, more fluid than her curtsy had been. She shot me a quick, encouraging smile before disappearing through a side door, her departure leaving the room feeling somehow emptier. Jiren motioned for me to take a seat adjacent to the new arrival, the chair's wooden frame creaking slightly as I settled into it. The tinker's assistant remained standing, his posture rigid, hands clasped behind his back. A leather satchel lay on the table beside him, partially open to reveal rolls of parchment within.
Kid?
Jiren addressed me with a hint of warning in his voice, his eyes holding mine with unwavering intensity. Wrinkles deepened at the corners of his eyes as he frowned slightly.
Hopefully you're smarter than you look, and you'll get through this without any issues. You can consider that an order. I have a lot of money riding on you.
His tone carried no room for failure, each word carefully measured and delivered with precision. My heart pounded in my chest as I nodded nervously, the gravity of the situation settling over me like a physical weight. The implications were clear. My performance now would determine not just my future, but Jiren's investment as well. I was determined to give it my all, though the enormity of what was at stake made my palms sweat and my mouth go dry. The tinkerer assistant cleared his throat, the sound sharp in the tense silence. His expression conveyed annoyance, perhaps at being kept waiting or at being involved in evaluating a slave at all. He began to unpack several rolls of parchment paper from his satchel, laying them out on the table with methodical precision. The parchments were covered in symbols and equations I could somehow understand despite their alien appearance, as if my mind translated them automatically into concepts I recognized. Without even introducing himself, he handed me a steampunk version of an ink pen, an intricate metal instrument with tiny gears visible through a glass section, filled with dark liquid that resembled ink but shimmered slightly in the light. His thin fingers were stained with ink, suggesting frequent use of similar writing implements.
I assume you have some sort of basic training in mathematics where you come from?
He asked, his voice clipped and efficient. His accent was different from Jiren's or Dahlia's, more precise, with rounded vowels that suggested a different region or social class. Yes, sir, I replied, my voice barely above a whisper as my fingers closed around the pen. The metal felt cool against my skin, the weight of it unfamiliar compared to the ballpoints and keyboards I was accustomed to. Before I came here, I had just recently graduated from college and had an entry-level position at one of my world's technology businesses. The assistant's expression softened a bit at this information, his eyebrows raising slightly in interest. The severity in his gaze eased, replaced by a scholar's curiosity.
Oh, what was your field of study?
He asked, adjusting his spectacles with one finger. I was a computer engineer, I replied, my nerves making my voice crack slightly on the unfamiliar term that would mean nothing in this world. I gripped the pen tighter, trying to steady my hand. The assistant looked puzzled, his brow furrowing and creating a network of fine lines across his forehead. His head tilted slightly to one side as he considered the foreign concept.
What is a computer? I'm aware of what an engineer is, but computers are not a word I'm familiar with.
Genuine curiosity had replaced his earlier impatience, his eyes focused intently on me. I took a deep breath, organizing my thoughts. How could I explain the concept of computers to someone from a world that appeared to blend medieval and steampunk elements? The challenge of translation seemed suddenly monumental. A computer is a machine that can perform various tasks, such as processing data and storing information, I began carefully, choosing my words with precision. The assistant's eyes remained fixed on me, absorbing every word. As a computer engineer, I was responsible for designing, developing, testing, and maintaining computer hardware and software. I troubleshooted and debugged computer systems, collaborated with other professionals, and stayed up to date with emerging technologies. The tinkerer assistant nodded slowly, his brow furrowed in concentration as he tried to wrap his head around this foreign concept. His lips moved slightly, as if repeating certain terms to himself. I could sense the weight of his evaluation on my shoulders and prayed that I wouldn't let Jiren down. The older man had stopped pretending to work on his parchments and was watching our exchange with undisguised interest. After the explanation, the assistant seemed to come to some internal decision. Without commenting further on computers, he reached for an hourglass that sat on the edge of the table, an elegant object with deep blue sand contained within a glass housing decorated with silver filigree.
You have until the sand reaches the bottom to solve all the problems that you can on these parchments,
he stated, his tone once again professional and detached. He placed the hourglass where I could clearly see it, the blue sand gathered in the upper chamber, waiting to begin its inexorable descent. I glanced at the stack of parchments before me, my stomach clenching with renewed anxiety. All of them? There's got to be 10 parchments here, I said, unable to keep the note of dismay from my voice. Each parchment appeared covered with problems, the complexity of which I couldn't yet determine.
Consider that in and of itself a test as well, to see how many you can get through in the allotted time,
he replied, unmoved by my concern. His tone was matter-of-fact, neither encouraging nor discouraging, simply stating the parameters of the challenge before me. I nodded my head in resignation, gripping the pen tighter. Okay, whenever you're ready. The weight of Jiren's gaze on me was palpable, adding another layer of pressure to an already stressful situation. The assistant nodded and turned over the hourglass with a fluid motion. The blue sand began to flow immediately, marking the beginning of my evaluation. Begin, he said simply, stepping back to observe. As I took the test, I couldn't help but feel a mixture of nervousness and excitement coursing through me. The peculiar pen in my hand moved smoothly across the parchment, leaving behind marks that dried almost instantly. The materials in front of me looked daunting at first glance, the unfamiliar symbols and layout momentarily overwhelming. The first few questions were easy enough, just basic subtraction and division, mathematical concepts that transcended worlds. The symbols were different, but my mind interpreted them automatically, as if the translation spell or whatever had affected me extended to mathematical notation as well. My confidence grew as I worked through these initial problems, the pen leaving behind neat rows of calculations and answers. But as I progressed through the test, the questions became progressively more challenging. The third parchment introduced what appeared to be geometric principles, requiring spatial reasoning and application of theorems I hadn't used since high school. By the fourth page and beyond, I was faced with algebra, calculus, and trigonometry-level problems that required me to concentrate intently, brow furrowed, and lips pressed together in concentration. The scratch of my pen against parchment filled the silence, occasionally accompanied by the soft clearing of a throat or the rustle of fabric as someone shifted position. The blue sand continued its relentless descent, marking the passage of time with silent efficiency. Jiren had returned to his parchments, but glanced up occasionally to observe my progress. I struggled with some of the more advanced problems, spending precious minutes working through complex equations, double-checking my work, and occasionally having to erase and recalculate. Sweat beaded on my forehead despite the coolness of the room, and my hand began to cramp from the unfamiliar writing implement. Too soon, the last grains of blue sand filtered through the narrow neck of the hourglass. The assistant raised his hand, signaling the end of the evaluation. "Time," he announced, his voice breaking the concentrated silence that had fallen over the room. Unfortunately, I had not completed the task. There were simply too many problems that were surprisingly difficult in the later stages. I had made it to about page 8, leaving 2 parchments untouched. The man overseeing the test seemed somewhat dubious about what he saw, his eyes narrowing as he collected the parchments from me. He asked,
"Did you guess on any of these problems, so that you could simply skip ahead?"
His tone suggested he found my progress suspicious, perhaps too quick for someone claiming to be from another world entirely. I replied with complete honesty, "No. Each one of them, I tried to solve as best I could." My voice carried the weariness of mental exertion, but I met his gaze steadily, confident in the work I had done. He looked skeptical, the corners of his mouth turning down slightly as he examined my answers. He muttered something to himself that I couldn't quite catch, and then began grading my answers with methodical precision. With a slight nod to Jiren, he settled into a chair across from me and commenced his evaluation. The assistant quietly went through the set of tests for the next 30 minutes. He seemed annoyed for some reason as he continued to read through the parchments, occasionally making marks with his own pen, or pausing to recheck calculations. His eyebrows would raise occasionally, or his lips would purse in consideration, but he offered no comments on my performance. As I waited, I couldn't help but take in the surroundings more fully than I had upon entering. The musty scent of old books and parchment filled the air, emanating from shelves lining one wall of the room. This was mixed with a faint whiff of something that smelled like sage, perhaps from the small bundle of dried herbs hanging near one window, gently swaying in the breeze. The room was comfortably warm, heated by a small fireplace in which embers glowed softly. I heard the sound of writing utensils scratching on paper as the assistant continued to work his way through the tests. Occasionally, Jiren would turn a page or dip his quill in an inkwell, the soft sounds punctuating the otherwise silent room. From somewhere deeper in the manor came the muffled sounds of activity. Footsteps, distant voices, the clang of what might have been cooking implements. Finally, the assistant made it to page 8, and, after examining it for a moment, put the parchment down with a decisive motion. He sighed aloud, the sound carrying a note of resignation rather than disappointment. His expression had shifted during his evaluation, the skepticism gradually replaced by something that looked almost like reluctant admiration.
Not bad, kid. I hate to say it, but I'm impressed,
he said, removing his spectacles and pinching the bridge of his nose as if fighting off a headache.
I take it that mathematics in your world is somewhat common?
The question seemed genuinely curious now, lacking the earlier suspicion. I told him, somewhat, but advanced mathematics were only something that higher-level students typically had to learn. Most people made it by with only simple basic math. The memory of struggling classmates during calculus courses flashed through my mind, alongside the recollection of how essential those same principles had become in my engineering work. He nodded and said,
That explains a lot. You only missed 2 problems, kid.
His tone carried reluctant respect, perhaps surprised that a slave could perform so well on what was clearly designed to be a challenging evaluation.
What's your name, by the way?
The question seemed almost an afterthought, yet suggested I had become a person of interest rather than merely an object being assessed. I replied, My name is Eric. The simple act of introducing myself, of being acknowledged as an individual with a name and skills, felt unexpectedly significant in this world where I had been reduced to property.
Very nice to meet you, Eric. My name is Merrick, by the way,
he responded, extending the same courtesy of introduction he had initially withheld. His tone had warmed considerably from our first interaction.
I think my master is going to be very interested in having you as a potential apprentice.
A slight smile tugged at the corner of his mouth, suggesting he rarely offered such positive assessments. As I waited for the final verdict, my mind was racing with possibilities. If I got chosen, it could mean a whole new life for me within the constraints of my current situation. A chance to learn from a master, to expand my knowledge and skills in ways I could only dream of. The prospect of becoming a tinkerer apprentice, working with magical devices and perhaps eventually creating them, offered a path that might leverage my engineering background in this new world. But if I didn't make the cut, I would be back to square one, my future entirely dependent on Jiren's whims and whatever value he could extract from me. My owner Jiren then cut in, his voice breaking through my thoughts.
Good job, boy. I knew you could do it. You were worth every cent. I always knew you were. Never forget it.
His words were ostensibly praise, but carried an undercurrent of self-congratulation for his own investment acumen. Nevertheless, he gave me a grudging smile, the expression softening his usually stern features. As the tinkerer assistant rose from his seat, gathering his materials and returning them to his satchel with practiced efficiency, I couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation building. The test had been grueling, taxing mental muscles I hadn't used since my final exams, and I wasn't sure if I had done well enough to truly impress the master. But Merrick seemed to think that I had a chance, and that gave me hope. Merrick informed us that he would turn these results into his master, and that I would likely hear from him within the week. His tone was professional once more, but lacked the earlier disdain. I bowed to him and thanked him for his time, the gesture feeling both foreign and necessary in this hierarchical world. The man nodded back before taking his leave, his footsteps fading as he departed the manor. As I watched him go through the large oak doors, I couldn't help but wonder what the future held. If I was chosen to be an apprentice, it would mean a whole new chapter in my unexpected journey through this strange world. But if not, I would have to find another way to carve out an existence here, to adapt and survive in a reality I still barely comprehended. My owner then sent me back up to my room with a dismissive wave, telling me that he would be sending someone today to measure me for new clothing.
You've earned it,
he said, the words suggesting a reward for services rendered rather than a recognition of basic needs. Still, I couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. I had worked hard under difficult circumstances, and it was gratifying to know that my efforts had been recognized, even if the underlying relationship remained one of owner and property. As I made my way back to my room, retracing the path Dahlia and I had taken earlier, my stomach began to growl with renewed intensity. The emptiness felt more pronounced after the mental exertion of the test. I realized that I hadn't eaten since the previous evening, and that was probably why I had struggled with some of the questions on the test. They had required me to think harder than I originally anticipated, and my brain had been operating without its necessary fuel. Fortunately, at that moment, I heard knocking on the door of my room and a familiar voice calling my name. I opened the door to see Dahlia once more, with a heaping plate of food balanced carefully in her hands. The scent of freshly baked bread and roasted meat hit me immediately, making my mouth water in Pavlovian response. The plate was piled high with all sorts of foods I didn't fully recognize. Sausages of a deep reddish color speckled with unfamiliar spices, rolls with unusual colored fruits baked into them, some sort of odd berries in shades of purple and blue, and what looked to be a wooden cup filled with a fruit drink, judging from the sweet, tangy smell wafting from it. My stomach growled once more, the sound audible in the quiet corridor. Dahlia giggled at me, the sound light and musical.
Looks like I arrived just in time. Here you go.
Her eyes crinkled with genuine warmth as she set the tray of food on my makeshift table with careful movements. She bowed to me deeply, the gesture seeming out of place from the cheerful girl who had teased me earlier.
Thank you so much for not telling the master that I forgot to feed you. Once more, I'm really, really sorry. I'm still kind of new at this, and I keep making mistakes.
Her expression was earnest, a hint of vulnerability showing through her usual cheerfulness. I told her not to worry about it, and that we're all entitled to make mistakes every now and then. Her relief was visible, tension leaving her shoulders at my reassurance. But as I took my first real look at her closely, I couldn't help but notice how young she looked. She had 2 pigtail buns on the top of her head, secured with simple ribbons that matched her apron. Her hair was pink, similar to one of the social media female influencers back home I used to watch from time to time. The vibrant color seemed natural, not dyed. Another reminder of how this world differed from my own in unexpected ways. Dahlia looked to be about 15 or 16, but I had never asked her age. Her eyes were sky blue, bright and clear like a summer day, and she had a ready, easy smile and mischievous air about her. Her features were delicate, a small nose, heart-shaped face, and a smattering of freckles across her cheeks that became more visible when she blushed. I saw her as a kid sister that I never had back home. Her youthful energy and genuine kindness, a welcome contrast to the calculating interactions that dominated this new existence. She smiled at me when she noticed me staring at her and said, before she left,
Again, thank you so much.
Her gratitude seemed disproportionate to my simple act of not reporting her oversight, suggesting that consequences for such mistakes might be more severe than I had imagined. She then took her leave and closed the door behind her, leaving me alone with the feast she had provided. When she left, I'm not ashamed to say that I attacked the food, filling my belly fuller than I ever had my entire time in this world. The flavors were rich and complex, the sausages spiced with herbs I couldn't identify, the bread still warm from the oven, the fruits sweet and tangy on my tongue. Whether from genuine quality or merely intense hunger, the meal was deeply satisfying, each bite chased by another until the plate was nearly clean. Once I had satisfied my hunger, I couldn't help but feel a sense of surprise. The food here wasn't too bad, despite my initial impressions of this world's cuisine during my captivity. It was hard to know how much of that was actually due to the quality of the food, or just my hunger. But either way, I was grateful for the meal, the fullness in my stomach a welcome contrast to the gnawing emptiness that had accompanied me through the morning's evaluation. As I sat there, pondering the test I had taken earlier, I found it quite interesting that the problems on it were comparable to algebra, trigonometry, and calculus questions back home. Although the symbols and numbers were completely different, I could understand them just fine, as if my mind automatically translated them into familiar concepts. It was a strange feeling, as if I had stumbled upon something familiar in a world that was completely new to me. I couldn't help but wonder if this was a clue to what a tinkerer's job entailed. Perhaps it wasn't as different from what I was already accustomed to in my computer engineering job back home. The logical thinking, problem-solving approach, and mathematical foundation seemed similar, even if the applications might differ vastly. I said out loud to myself, interesting. Perhaps I wouldn't have to learn something completely new from scratch after all. The sound of my voice broke the silence of the room, reminding me of my solitude. But I reminded myself that I was making a lot of assumptions, and I would have to wait and see what unfolded next in my training. Chapter 9. The first few days after the meeting with the tinkerer's assistant were filled with a flurry of activity. As a slave, I was immediately put to work alongside the household staff, learning the ropes of the daily routine. Dawn arrived with the sharp ring of a brass bell, summoning servants from their quarters to begin the day's labor. The manor stirred to life, a hive of coordinated movement as floors were swept, hearths stoked, and breakfast prepared. I was tasked with various menial duties, carrying water from the well to the kitchen, splitting firewood for the cooking hearths, and assisting with the cleaning of common areas. My muscles ached from unaccustomed labor, hands growing calloused from rough work. The stone floors of the manor were cool beneath my feet, walls thick enough to maintain a pleasant temperature even as the dual suns climbed higher in the azure sky outside. As I went about my duties, moving through the manor's labyrinthine corridors and sun-dappled courtyards, I couldn't help but marvel at the strange and fascinating world around me. The architecture blended practicality with subtle artistic flourishes. Archways carved with intricate patterns, window frames adorned with metalwork that caught the light in mesmerizing ways. The garden courtyard contained plants wholly unfamiliar to me, flowers with petals that shifted color throughout the day, trees with spiral-patterned bark, and fruits that pulsed with faint luminescence as they ripened. It was during this time that I first learned the name of this world, Iriddoria. The name resonated with an almost musical quality when spoken, a melodic combination of syllables that seemed to capture the essence of this magical realm. It meant gateway of lights in the unfamiliar language that I magically understood here, a fitting description for a world where even the air seemed infused with subtle energy. The name captivated me, and I immediately sought out more information about it. To my surprise, the household cook, Adele, who was also Dahlia's mother and affectionately known as the kitchen mother, was happy to answer my questions. The kitchen became my sanctuary during off hours, a warm space filled with the comforting aromas of baking bread, simmering stews, and herbs hanging from the rafters. Steam rose from copper pots arranged on the massive hearth, creating a perpetual mist that caught the light streaming through high windows. The rhythmic chopping of vegetables and the sizzle of meat on iron griddles formed a culinary symphony that somehow put me at ease. Adele was a petite woman whose graceful movements belied the strength she'd developed from years of kneading dough and hoisting heavy pots. Her dark brown hair, so unlike her daughter's vibrant pink, was always bound in a practical bun at the nape of her slender neck, with occasional strands of silver catching the kitchen's warm light. Deep laugh lines framed her mouth, testament to a spirit that had weathered hardship without surrendering joy, while her hazel green eyes, shifting between amber and emerald depending on the light, held wisdom earned through years of observing the world from her kitchen domain. Despite approaching her late 40s, Adele retained a striking beauty that prompted whispers among newer household staff, particularly when one noticed how little she resembled her daughter beyond their shared delicate features and certain graceful mannerisms. Her worn apron bore the stains of countless meals prepared, a record of service written in gravy and berry juice, adding a humble counterpoint to the quiet dignity she carried through the manor's halls. Looking back, I realized that Adele had taken a liking to me because she had heard about my assistance to her daughter. The way she slid extra portions onto my plate when no one was looking, or how she found small tasks for me in the kitchen's warm embrace rather than in the drafty corridors, spoke of a quiet gratitude that transcended our respective positions in the household.
"Sit yourself down, boy,"
she would say, gesturing to a worn wooden stool tucked in the corner by the hearth.
"No sense standing when there's sitting to be done."
Her voice carried the same musical lilt as Dahlia's, though tempered by age and experience. As we talked during quiet moments between meal preparations, Adele shared with me that the kingdom I had arrived in was known as the Valterium Empire, a fantastical empire that resembled what my world would have called the Roman or the Byzantine Empire. The comparison helped orient me, giving me a mental framework to understand this new political reality. Though, I commented, remembering my history lessons, it would have probably been more accurate to describe them as the Holy Roman Empire, which was neither holy nor Roman. The observation slipped out, a fragment of Earth knowledge that seemed suddenly irrelevant in this new world. Adele chuckled at that, her shoulders shaking slightly as she continued to knead dough with practiced efficiency.
Sounds like empires are the same everywhere. Grand names hiding complicated truths.
Her hands never stopped working even as she spoke, forming patterns in the dough that seemed almost meditative. When Adele spoke, I listened intently, fascinated by the history of this new world. The kitchen's ambient sounds, the bubble of pots, the crackle of the fire, the distant calls of servants in other parts of the house, formed a background to her storytelling. Sometimes she would pause to taste a sauce or add a pinch of some unfamiliar spice, the movements so ingrained they required no conscious thought. She told me that the Valterium Empire was the successor state to a much greater empire during Iriddoria's golden age known as the Donegarian Age. Her eyes took on a distant look when she spoke of ancient times, as if she could see back through the centuries to a world long vanished.
The time of the Donegarian Empire was the first recorded golden age of this world,
she explained, wiping flour from her hands onto her apron.
Its legacy lives on in the myths and legends of the people.
The firelight cast flickering shadows across her face, lending an almost mystical quality to her words. Adele went on to recount some of those legends to me, her voice dropping to a near whisper as if sharing secrets not meant for common ears. The kitchen staff moved around us, giving respectful distance when they sensed the importance of our conversation. Stories of how the early progenitors of that empire arrived in this world in the same way that I had, through magic gates powered by that world's unique form of magic. These gates allowed them access to new lands where the people were comparably primitive, but this world had resources that their own did not, so they began to colonize it.
Imagine,
she said, gesturing with a wooden spoon for emphasis.
Beings from beyond the sky, wielding powers beyond comprehension, arriving in our world.
Her expression conveyed both awe and a hint of ancestral fear. However, the native inhabitants of Iriddoria took exception to their presence. Some chose to resist, while others outright attacked and attempted to destroy the otherworlders. These people, not born on this world, were often referred to as otherworlders, a term which later I found out was commonly used to describe people who, like me, were not native to this world. When Adele continued her captivating tales of Iriddoria, she spoke of the early native kingdoms that had formed alliances to resist what they called otherworlder encroachment. Her voice hardened slightly when she spoke of resistance and conquest, perhaps carrying echoes of stories passed down through generations of her own family.
But their efforts were in vain,
she said with a sigh that seemed to carry the weight of centuries.
The resisting kingdoms were destroyed and left in ruins.
She paused to check a pot bubbling on the hearth, adjusting its position with the ease of long practice. I was shocked to hear this, because even though I had never witnessed a combat-class warrior in action before in person, I nevertheless had met many of them in this place, and the immense power that each of these men exuded made me realize that they were not beings to be trifled with. The guards who patrolled Jiren's manor moved with lethal grace, their posture and alertness speaking of years of training. Even at rest, they conveyed a sense of contained power, like predators momentarily at ease but capable of explosive action at any instant. I had already witnessed them perform incredible feats of strength and agility with apparent ease, as they patrolled and safeguarded the manor house. One guard had casually lifted a fallen stone column that would have required several men from Earth, moving it aside as if it weighed nothing. Another had leaped from the ground to a second-story balcony in a single bound, pursuing an intruding animal that had somehow breached the walls. Adele explained that back then, the gate to the otherworld was easily accessible, and the otherworlders were able to send reinforcements through the gate continuously. The late afternoon sun slanted through the kitchen windows as she spoke, dust motes dancing in the golden beams. Their numbers never seemed to dwindle, and they possessed ancient, extremely powerful machines known as golems.
Some of these golems were as colossal as mountains,
she said, her hands forming shapes in the air to convey impossible scale.
And they strode the earth like titans, capable of decimating entire battalions of combat-class warriors on their own.
Her expression held a mixture of fear and reverence, as if speaking of forces beyond mortal comprehension. The thought of facing such an indomitable foe was terrifying. I couldn't begin to imagine how the people of Iriddoria must have felt, knowing that their world was being invaded by an apparently unstoppable force. The kitchen suddenly felt smaller, more confined, as my mind grappled with the scale of what Adele described. Adele went on to explain that due to the technological advantage of the Otherworlder Empire, there was no hope of resisting them. She kneaded her dough with renewed vigor, perhaps channeling some ancient frustration as she spoke of conquest and subjugation. Adele then spoke of the aftermath of the fighting, where the Donagarian Empire emerged as the new and unquestioned authority of this world. This authority united many of its inhabitants through might and economic means, leading to the first golden age of sorts. Roads were built to the four corners of the empire, goods were exchanged, and peace was established for 2,000 years after the Great Consolidation. It was a time of prosperity and growth, a time when the people of Iriddoria flourished.
Even in conquest there can be progress,
she admitted, her tone suggesting complicated feelings about this history.
The roads they built still carry our traders. The aqueducts they designed still bring water to our cities.
However, as Adele spoke of this time, I could sense a tinge of sadness in her voice. Her movements slowed, her usual efficiency giving way to something more contemplative. She went on to share more of the legends, and it soon became clear why.
Supposedly the gates to the other world collapsed,
she said, her voice dropping to just above a whisper.
And the Otherworlders who were left in this world were unable to open them again or re-establish contact with their world of origin.
The kitchen had grown quieter, the day's major work completed, staff moving with subdued purpose to prepare for the evening meal.
They were stranded in Iriddoria, cut off from support, and were forced to create a new life for themselves.
As I sat there listening to Adele's stories of Iriddoria, perched on my stool by the hearth, my mind was racing with questions and wonder. The scale of the events she described left me in awe, with the rise and fall of empires, the clash of worlds and cultures, and the blending of technologies and ideas that had taken place. It was fascinating to think about how these two worlds had merged, creating something entirely new and unique. The kitchen smelled of baking bread and simmering spices, a counterpoint to the epic tales of conquest and civilization. Outside, I could hear the ordinary sounds of manor life, servants calling to one another, the clatter of a dropped tool, the distant whinny of horses in the stable. The mundane present seemed impossibly removed from the legendary past, yet irrevocably shaped by it. Adele went on to explain that after some time had passed since the gates had collapsed, the Otherworlders left on this side set up a new governance structure that ultimately reorganized the colony into a lesser empire, still calling themselves the Donagarian Empire. She paused to wipe her hands on her apron, leaving ghostly white handprints in the flour.
At first things went well,
she continued, moving to stir a pot of fragrant stew. Steam rose in aromatic clouds, carrying scents of herbs and spices I couldn't name.
The people of this world enjoyed many of the advancements that the Otherworlders brought with them, such as medicine, food storage, and magical engineering, among countless other things.
The kitchen gradually emptied as kitchen staff completed their tasks, leaving us in relative privacy. The fire had burned down to glowing embers, casting the room in a warm, orange glow that seemed to create a bubble of intimacy around our conversation. However, as Adele continued to speak, it became clear that even in a world of magic and wonder, there was still conflict and violence. The formerly vanquished kingdoms began to re-establish themselves and reassert their dominance, leading to fights over control and power. And innocent people died on both sides during these chaotic days.
War is the same in any world,
Adele said with the weariness of someone who had seen its effects firsthand.
It's never the rulers who suffer most, but the common folk caught between forces they cannot control.
She brushed a stray strand of hair back from her forehead, leaving a smudge of flour on her temple. It was a sobering thought, but as Adele explained, it was also a reminder of the resilience of the people of Iriddoria, their ability to rise again and again from the ashes of defeat. Her expression softened with pride when she spoke of resistance and recovery. Eventually, this culminated in the collapse of the Lesser Donagarian Empire, and the successor kingdoms began to fight amongst themselves for the territories formerly controlled by the collapsed empire. As I looked out through the kitchen window at the world around me, I couldn't help but feel a sense of excitement and wonder. The courtyard was visible from where I sat, servants crossing with baskets of laundry or armloads of firewood. Beyond the manor walls, the rooftops of Azure Reach spread in a tapestry of terracotta and slate, smoke rising from countless chimneys into the late afternoon sky. There were still so many secrets to discover about this place, so much to learn and explore. What hidden treasures lay buried beneath the earth? What forgotten tales whispered on the wind? Adele went on to explain that the collapse of the Lesser Donagarian Empire occurred about 100 years ago, while the collapse of the Magic Gates happened around 1,000 years ago from the current day. She marked these dates by tapping her fingers on the wooden table, creating a timeline in the thin dusting of flour. Despite the passage of time, the legacy of the Otherworlders continued to shape Iriddoria, with their technology and knowledge still influencing the people and their way of life.
You can see it in our buildings,
she said, gesturing broadly to encompass the manor.
In our tools, our weapons, even in the spells our mages cast. The old knowledge, passed down and changed, but never forgotten.
But Adele then explained, the legacy of the Otherworlders was not always a positive one. Her face darkened, a shadow passing across features usually animated by warmth. Due to xenophobia and fear of the royal family of the old empire, many lesser Donagarian royals were hunted down and exterminated to prevent their rise again, back then. In their place, the more powerful successor kingdoms emerged, claiming themselves as the rightful inheritors of the possessions of the old empire. One of these kingdoms was now known as the Voltarium Empire. In their early struggles, the Voltarium Empire reconquered many of the lesser kingdoms under their banner. However, due to their constant expansion of land, they were always fighting with neighboring kingdoms, leading to a great need for soldiers. These soldiers were men and women with magical combat classes, which were the equivalent of nuclear weapons in this world. It seemed that the balance of power was usually determined by how many trained combat class soldiers you had under your banner.
A single combat class warrior,
Adele said, lowering her voice though we were alone in the kitchen,
can destroy an entire company of regular soldiers. Imagine what an army of them can do.
Her eyes held a mixture of awe and fear, the respect of someone who understood just how devastating such power could be. Supposedly, this was why the current emperor's ministers put together a plan to gather more combat classes by using the discovered ancient ruins of the old Lesser Donagarian Empire. The fire had burned down to glowing embers now, and Adele added a few small logs, stoking it back to life. The fresh flames illuminated her face from below, emphasizing the lines experience had etched around her eyes and mouth. It was said that these ruins held secrets of the past, powerful artifacts and knowledge that could be used to create more powerful combat classes and strengthen the Empire's position in the ongoing conflicts. As I sat listening to Adele's captivating tales of Iriddoria, I found myself lost in a world of magic, wonder, and intrigue. The kitchen had grown dark beyond the circle of firelight, shadows gathering in corners and beneath tables. The stories were filled with secrets and mysteries, and I couldn't help but feel a sense of awe at the sheer scale and complexity of the world she described. According to Adele, the Donagarian Empire's rulers had tried in vain to find their way back home, creating their own magic gate machines. She rose to check something in the pantry, returning with a handful of dried herbs that she crushed between her palms before adding to a pot. The pungent aroma filled the air, sharp and medicinal. However, despite their best efforts, the program failed, and the gates were sealed away in underground vaults. But the Voltarium Empire had recently discovered these vaults and begun using them to bring in Otherworlders, mainly because Otherworlders are generally known to have greater potential for magical abilities than the natives. But the main drawback was that potential powerful Otherworlders who had no loyalty to this world, or the Empire, could be brought through the gates potentially as well. After she told me that, Adele remarked to herself, a risky move that could have grave consequences. It's a dangerous game they're playing, I remarked to Adele, sensing the potential for chaos and disruption. The words felt inadequate against the backdrop of imperial machinations and interdimensional politics. Adele nodded gravely, her expression serious, lips pressed into a thin line.
Indeed, the otherworlders they bring in could be incredibly powerful, but more often than not, they're unpredictable.
She glanced at me, perhaps remembering that I myself was one such otherworlder, brought here against my will. Her eyes held a mixture of sympathy and caution, understanding my situation while recognizing the unknown potential I represented. The idea of unknown forces and magic users being brought into this already volatile world filled me with unease. It was one thing to explore and discover new worlds, but involving oneself in the political machinations and power struggles of a foreign land was something I personally considered to be a risky and dangerous game. I thought of the power I had seen in even the household guards, the casual strength, the inhuman speed, and tried to imagine beings with even greater abilities, thrust into an unfamiliar world with no allegiance to its people or customs. Currently, the Voltarium Empire was already embroiled in conflict with the Kingdom of Celistoria to the west, and the cities and towns within raiding distance of the western border were on edge. Adele mentioned this almost as an afterthought, but her hand trembled slightly as she stirred the pot, betraying deeper concerns than her casual tone suggested. The tension was palpable, and it was impossible to know when or where the conflict might erupt. As I looked out the window, onto the bustling streets of Azure Reach, the city where I currently resided, I couldn't help but feel a sense of both awe and fear. The last rays of the setting suns cast long shadows across the courtyard, painting the city beyond in hues of gold and amber. Lamps were being lit throughout the manor and in the streets beyond, creating a constellation of earthbound stars against the gathering dusk. This was a world of beauty, wonder, mystery, and a rich history, and there was so much here to potentially discover and explore. Chapter 10. On the 4th day of the week, I was informed by the Tinkerer's assistant that I had to undergo yet another examination by the Tinkerer teacher in person. The news arrived at dawn, delivered by Merrick, who appeared at my door with his customary punctuality. The morning light caught on his wire-rimmed spectacles as he handed me the formal notice, the parchment heavy and cream-colored, sealed with dark blue wax bearing an unfamiliar symbol, perhaps the mark of the Tinkerer's Guild.
Be ready by midday,
Merrick instructed, his tone professional but not unkind.
The master does not tolerate tardiness.
With that, he departed, footsteps echoing down the corridor, leaving me alone with the weighty implications of this summons. My owner Jiren had been given instructions to arrange this meeting, and he seemed uncharacteristically agitated when I encountered him at breakfast. His silver hair was slightly disheveled, as if he'd been running his hands through it with unusual frequency, and his fingers drummed a nervous rhythm against the polished wood of the dining table.
"This is it, boy,"
he told me, barely looking up from the ledger before him.
"Don't disappoint me. I've invested too much for you to fail now."
The unspoken threat hung in the air between us. By midday, my bodyguard/chaperone, the broad-shouldered berserker who had escorted me to the manor on my first day, arrived to accompany me to the workshop. He wore the same impassive expression as always, his weathered face revealing nothing of his thoughts. The sword at his hip gleamed in the sunlight, meticulously maintained like everything else about him. "Come," he said simply, gesturing toward the door. We traveled through the bustling streets of Azure Reach, navigating through crowds of merchants hawking their wares, nobles carried in ornate sedan chairs, and citizens going about their daily business. The city hummed with life and energy, the air filled with the mingled scents of cooking food, animal droppings, perfumed nobles, and the indefinable aroma of too many people in too small a space. Occasionally, the wind would shift, bringing a hint of fresh air from the river that curved around the eastern edge of the city. The workshop district occupied a section of the city dominated by the constant cacophony of industry, the rhythmic pounding of hammers on metal, the hiss of steam from various contraptions, the shouts of apprentices running errands. The buildings here were sturdy and practical, constructed of stone and brick rather than the wood that predominated in the residential areas. Smoke rose from numerous chimneys, creating a perpetual haze that hung over the district like a translucent ceiling. The Tinkerer Teacher's workshop stood apart from the others, both in size and design. 3 stories tall, with large windows that gleamed with unusual clarity, it combined practical functionality with elements that hinted at its magical purpose. Brass pipework crawled across the exterior walls like metallic vines. Small devices that resembled clockwork insects clung to the roofline, their tiny gears occasionally catching the light as they rotated. The door itself was a masterpiece of engineering, interlocking panels of dark wood and metal that slid apart at our approach, responding to some unseen mechanism. Upon arrival, I found myself among 2 other students who appeared to be around my age, if not younger. One was a lanky youth with unkempt straw-colored hair that fell over one eye, giving him a perpetually startled appearance. His fingers never stopped moving, constantly fiddling with small metal objects he pulled from the numerous pockets of his oil-stained vest. The other was shorter and more solidly built, with close-cropped dark hair and calculating eyes that assessed everything and everyone with obvious suspicion. Both wore similar attire to mine, simple, practical clothing that would not interfere with delicate work. The workshop's interior was a marvel of organized chaos. Workbenches lined the walls, cluttered with half-finished contraptions, tools arranged in patterns that suggested frequent use, and jars of substances I couldn't identify. The air was heavy with the smell of hot metal, machine oil, and an underlying sweetness that might have been magical residue. Mechanisms both large and small occupied the center of the room, some motionless, others clicking, whirring, or pulsing with colored light. A spiral staircase in one corner led to the upper floors, its brass steps worn in the center from years of use. We waited there for what seemed like hours for the Tinkerer Teacher to arrive, the tension between us growing with each passing minute. None of us spoke, each lost in our own thoughts and speculations about the coming assessment. The assistant, Merrick, sat at his desk near the door, busy with paperwork, occasionally glancing up at us with a mixture of pity and mild amusement, as if privy to a joke we had yet to understand. Finally, after an hour of waiting, an elderly man entered the room, who looked to be in his 80s, with a dark tan complexion that suggested a lifetime spent under foreign skies. Deep lines etched his face, particularly around his eyes and mouth, telling stories of laughter, concentration, and perhaps hardship. His white hair was cropped close to his scalp, revealing the shape of his skull and emphasizing the sharp angles of his features. In my old world, he might have been mistaken as someone from Africa, judging from his complexion alone. But I knew that in this world there were many various factors that made up a person's ethnicity, and I was not fully informed on all of them. He leaned heavily on his staff, a gnarled piece of wood topped with a strange crystalline formation that emitted a faint blue glow. The staff appeared both decorative and functional, bearing intricate carvings along its length that might have been writing or merely ornamental. His tired appearance suggested that he was on the brink of exhaustion, his shoulders slightly stooped, and his movements measured, as if conserving energy. His robes, though of fine quality, hung somewhat loosely on his frame, suggesting recent weight loss, or the general diminishing that sometimes accompanies advanced age. However, his sharp and focused eyes conveyed his intellect. Dark eyes that missed nothing, shining with an inner vitality that belied his aged body. They moved rapidly, taking in every detail of the room and its occupants, lingering momentarily on each of us before continuing their assessment. Those eyes gave me hope that he was a competent teacher, despite his apparent physical frailty. After all, I didn't want to be taught by someone who was confused and forgetful. The room fell completely silent as he entered, even the various mechanical devices seeming to quiet their operations in deference to his presence. The scent of something herbal and medicinal accompanied him, perhaps a poultice or tonic he used to manage the aches of old age. As the Tinkerer Teacher made his way across the room, his staff tapping a deliberate rhythm against the stone floor, he scrutinized us with a piercing gaze that seemed to penetrate to the core of my being. I could sense his keen observation skills, noting how his eyes narrowed slightly when they lingered on certain details. The calluses on my hands, the posture I adopted, perhaps even my breathing pattern. I wondered what he was thinking about us, what criteria he was using to form his initial judgments. Nevertheless, I stood tall and tried to project confidence, despite my nervousness. My palms were sweaty, and I fought the urge to wipe them on my trousers, not wanting to appear anxious under his evaluating stare. I couldn't help but wonder what kind of teacher he would be, patient or demanding, encouraging or critical. Would he be the type to guide with a gentle hand, or would he throw his students into the deep end and watch them struggle to swim? But I was determined to make the most of this opportunity to learn from him, regardless of his methods. As he reached us, positioning himself before our small group with deliberate slowness, I prepared myself for what was to come, taking a deep breath to steady my nerves. The man cleared his throat, the sound unexpectedly loud in the quiet workshop. He addressed us with a cryptic message, his voice deep and resonant despite his age, carrying easily through the room without seeming to exert effort.
"Today, you lads will either feel very fortunate or very disappointed,"
he said, his tone neutral, but his words laden with significance. The other two students and I exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of what to make of his words. A sense of unease settled in the pit of my stomach. The old teacher continued speaking, his hands clasped over the top of his staff.
"I am too old to train 3 students. I only agreed to train 1 more tinkerer, and I am determined to select the most competent and determined candidate from amongst you this day."
His gaze moved between us, giving each of us a moment of his direct attention, as if measuring our reactions to his proclamation.
"The preliminary examination that you have passed showed that you at least have some intelligence,"
he continued, a hint of amusement creeping into his tone.
"But now I am looking for much more than that. This final test will assess your determination and class quality, and it would be far more intense than any assessment that you had undergone to date."
As a tinkerer, he explained, we typically had low-ranked affinities, which made it difficult for standard assessments to accurately evaluate our potential. His fingers tapped against his staff as he spoke, emphasizing key points. Instead, a more intense method was needed, and only the most worthy candidate would be selected to be his apprentice. He turned slightly, gesturing toward a large apparatus that stood in the center of the workshop, a contraption I hadn't paid much attention to earlier. It consisted of a pedestal topped with a large orb that pulsed with an inner light, connected to various tubes and wires that led to a control panel several feet away. The orb itself was roughly the size of a basketball, its surface a swirling mixture of colors that never seemed to settle into a pattern. Something about it made the hair on the back of my neck stand up, an instinctual response to power I didn't understand.
"This device,"
the old man said, his voice dropping slightly,
"will test your very essence. It will push you beyond your limits, force you to confront your own capabilities in ways you cannot yet imagine."
The light from the orb reflected in his dark eyes, making them gleam with an almost predatory intensity. He gave us the option to leave if we didn't want to undergo the test, but we would forfeit our chance to be his apprentice. His lips curved into a slight smile that never reached his eyes. A gleam in his eye hinted at the challenge he was presenting to us. Only one of us would make it past the test, and the one with the highest class quality would win the apprenticeship. The gravity of the situation sank in, and I felt a mixture of excitement and anxiety coursing through me like an electrical current. My mouth went dry, and I swallowed hard, trying to maintain my composure. I knew I had to give it my all to have any chance of succeeding. The other two students remained silent, seemingly intimidated by the daunting challenge ahead, though the shorter one's jaw clenched visibly, a sign of either determination or fear. But I was determined to prove myself worthy and become the tinkerer's apprentice. The test would likely be intense, but I was ready to push myself to the limit and see where my skills could take me. This could be my only chance to gain the knowledge and skills I might need to find my way back home, or at least to carve out a place for myself in this strange new world. The old man's words hung in the air, heavy with the weight of his expectations. My two rivals and I exchanged uneasy glances, unsure of what to expect. The large glowing orb standing on a small pillar seemed to pulse with an otherworldly energy, beckoning us forward. Its light had intensified, casting long shadows across the workshop floor and illuminating our faces from below, giving us all a slightly spectral appearance. The old man continued to explain, his voice low and measured, the words falling into the silence like stones into still water.
This test will not be easy. It will be painful, and will determine your class quality, or if you prefer, untapped potential.
He moved toward the orb, his hand hovering near its surface without quite touching it. He then likened it to a tinkerer, using different materials to achieve different outcomes, with higher quality materials yielding better results.
A skilled craftsman can create wonders even with base materials,
he said, his fingers tracing patterns in the air as he spoke.
But give that same craftsman the finest materials and he can reshape the very world.
His eyes gleamed with passion, revealing the depth of his dedication to his craft.
You,
he continued, looking at each of us in turn,
are to be my raw materials, and I will settle for nothing less than the highest quality. I have no interest in mediocrity. My final student will be my masterpiece, my legacy to the world of tinkerers.
As he finished speaking, the old man looked at us with a challenge in his eyes, his posture straightening slightly as if drawing on reserves of strength.
Which one of you will go first?
He asked, his tone sharpening.
And which of you will go home?
The workshop fell silent again, save for the soft humming of the orb and the occasional tick or whir from the various devices scattered around the room. The sweet, metallic scent of magic grew stronger, emanating from the orb as its glow intensified further. I felt a sense of trepidation wash over me, an almost physical weight pressing down on my shoulders. But also, a growing sense of determination arose within me, pushing back against the fear. I wanted to prove myself, to show that I was worthy of being the old man's apprentice, his masterpiece. Jiren's investment in me, my own desire to learn, the possibility of finding a way home. All of these factors combined into a powerful motivation that steeled my resolve. As I stood on the threshold, ready to take the test, I observed one of my rivals standing beside me, the lanky youth with the straw-colored hair. Without a shred of humility, he walked towards the orb as if he didn't believe the old man's warnings. His posture exuded confidence bordering on arrogance, his movements casual and untroubled. With a taunting grin on his face, he boldly placed his hand on the orb, daring the old man to do his worst.
Let's get this over with,
he said, his voice cocky and dismissive.
I've got plans for the afternoon.
A few strands of his hair stood on end as he approached the orb, responding to whatever energy it emitted. The old man only smiled in response, a slow, knowing smile that should have served as a warning. He walked behind the orb, his movements deliberate and unhurried, and pulled a lever to start the machine. The control panel lit up with various colored lights, and dials began to spin of their own accord. Suddenly, a surge of electricity coursed through the young man's body, visible as blue-white energy that danced across his skin and made his hair stand completely on end. His cocky expression transformed into one of agony as he screamed, the sound echoing off the workshop walls. He writhed in pain as the machine relentlessly continued its assault, his body rigid one moment and convulsing the next. His eyes bulged, and his face contorted into a mask of suffering. After 20 seconds of enduring the shock, he fell back, breaking contact with the orb and collapsing to the floor. He lay there gasping for breath, his chest heaving with exertion, and glaring up at the old teacher in anger. His previously neat clothes were now disheveled and singed in places, small wisps of smoke rising from the fabric.
What are you trying to do, kill me?
He exclaimed, his voice hoarse from screaming. Frustration twisted his features as he struggled to sit up, his limbs trembling from the after effects of the machine's probe of his affinities. The scent of ozone and burned hair hung in the air around him. The old man simply smiled, unmoved by the display of suffering.
You haven't completed the assessment yet. Care to try again from scratch?
His tone was light, almost conversational, as if he were offering the youth a cup of tea rather than another round of torment. The young man shook his head in frustration, his previous confidence shattered. Stumbling to his feet, he cast one final glare at the old tinkerer before running out of the building, nearly colliding with a workbench in his haste to escape. The door slid shut behind him with a decisive thud, leaving the workshop in momentary silence. The old man looked at the remaining two of us, myself and the shorter, dark-haired youth, and uttered a single word, his voice neutral but expectant.
Next!
My heart skipped a beat as I started to step forward, determined to succeed where my competition had failed. The floor seemed to tilt slightly beneath my feet, my body leaning involuntarily toward the orb as if drawn by an invisible force. But before I could even make a move, the other young man had already rushed forward and placed his hand on the orb, moving with surprising speed for someone of his stocky build. I cursed under my breath, frustrated at being beaten to the punch once again. My opportunity to prove myself delayed yet again. The old tinkerer's smile was laced with amusement as he watched the young man approach the machine, his dark eyes lighting up with interest.
Well now, you certainly get an A for effort,
he remarked, nodding approvingly.
But we're not testing for effort, we're testing for endurance. Let's see how well you do at that, boy.
With a pull of the lever, the machine whirred to life once more, the hum rising in pitch and intensity. The young man's howls of pain echoed through the workshop as the machine assessed him, his stocky frame rigid with tension. Unlike the first candidate, however, he maintained his grip on the orb, his face contorted into a grimace of determination, even as the pain clearly tore through him. The grueling process continued for a full 5 minutes, yet the young man refused to let go. His knuckles turned white with the effort of maintaining contact, and sweat poured down his face, dripping onto the floor below. Finally, the machine cut off on its own, the lights on the control panel dimming, and the orb's glow subsiding to its previous level. The young man collapsed to the floor, panting and exhausted, his body occasionally twitching with residual energy. The old man's assistants rushed over with a stretcher, carrying the young man away to one of the back rooms where he could recover from the ordeal. His face, though pale and drawn with exhaustion, held a hint of satisfaction, as if he knew he had performed well. The old tinkerer smiled to himself as he examined the readouts from behind his machine, his fingers tracing lines of data that appeared on a small screen embedded in the control panel.
Not bad at all,
he muttered, impressed by what he saw.
This young man has the qualities of a B-grade tinkerer with 7 affinities to his name. I can certainly forge him into something useful.
His tone held genuine approval, suggesting that the second candidate had significantly outperformed the first. As the old man looked up at me, I could tell he was unimpressed by what remained. His eyes swept over me, taking in my unremarkable appearance, my clear nervousness, perhaps even detecting my foreign origin. His expression suggested he had already made up his mind about my potential, or lack thereof.
I'm going to be honest with you, lad,
he said gravely, leaning more heavily on his staff.
This young man is going to be tough to beat. In all my years of training, I've only come across 2 others with his level of qualifications. Are you sure you want to go through with this? Even if you do, there's no guarantee that you'll beat this assessment. This young man is above average for a tinkerer.
His tone was not unkind, merely practical, as if offering me a dignified way to withdraw. I swallowed hard, feeling the weight of the old man's words pressing down on me. The room seemed suddenly smaller, closing in around me as I contemplated my decision. The memory of the other candidates' suffering was fresh in my mind, the echoes of their screams still ringing in my ears. But deeper than my fear was my determination, to learn, to survive, to find a way home someday. "I still like to give it a try, sir," I said, my voice trembling slightly despite my best efforts to sound confident. My hands clenched into fists at my sides, nails digging into my palms. The old man merely shrugged, his expression suggesting that he'd seen many young fools come and go.
Have it your way. It's your funeral, but don't say I didn't warn you, kid.
The words were delivered flatly, without particular emphasis or concern. With a deep breath that did little to calm my racing heart, I stepped forward and placed my hands on the warm orb. The surface felt strangely alive beneath my palms, vibrating slightly with contained energy. Heat radiated into my skin, neither pleasant nor painful, but somehow significant, as if the machine was already beginning its assessment. As the old man pulled the lever and the machine whirred to life once more, I braced myself for the onslaught of pain that was sure to follow, tensing every muscle in anticipation. The machine cut on with a high-pitched whine, and pain unlike anything I had ever experienced surged through my body. I writhed in immense agony, with every fiber of my being screaming for me to let go. My body felt like it was engulfed in flames, every nerve ending simultaneously ablaze with torment. My mind was a chaotic mess of fragmented thoughts and primal instincts, all centered around the overwhelming desire to escape the pain. But I couldn't let go. Not now. Through the haze of suffering, I thought of all the people I loved back home. My mother's gentle smile, my father's proud gaze, the friends who had shared my journey through life. Their faces flickered through my mind, each one a reminder of what I had lost and what I might someday regain. I knew that this could be my only chance to find my way back. If I was ever going to make it home, I had to master my class. There was no turning back. I could only move forward through this trial by fire. And so, I chanted to myself, the words becoming a mental mantra that provided a focal point beyond the pain. I have to move forward. The only way is forward. With each repetition, my determination grew, and my anger intensified. Anger at being brought to this world against my will. Anger at being enslaved. Anger at being forced to endure this torment to prove my worth. The pain continued, radiating from the orb up my arms and through my entire body, but I refused to let it consume me. My teeth ground together so hard I feared they might crack, and my vision narrowed to a tunnel focused solely on the swirling colors within the orb. Finally, after what felt like an eternity suspended in agony, the machine shut off with a series of declining beeps, and the pain subsided, leaving behind a tingling numbness that was almost pleasurable by comparison. I panted heavily, my chest heaving with the effort to draw air into lungs that felt scorched from within. Sweat drenched my clothes, and my legs trembled so violently I feared they might give way beneath me. But I remained standing, staring back at the old man with a fierce determination in my eyes, refusing to show weakness now that the worst was over. He looked at me for a long moment, his expression unreadable, dark eyes assessing me as if seeing me for the first time. The workshop had fallen completely silent, even the various mechanisms seeming to hold their breath in anticipation.
Look, kid,
the old man finally said, his voice softer than before.
I appreciate your determination. It's clear that you're trying to accomplish something significant, but I'm going to be honest with you. I've only encountered 2 other tinkerers with an assessment as high as the young man who came before you.
His words were measured, neither encouraging nor dismissing. I didn't say anything, just continued to look at him with unwavering determination, drawing upon reserves of strength I hadn't known I possessed. The silence stretched between us, the only sound the occasional drip of sweat falling from my chin to the floor below. Finally, I spoke up, my voice steadier than I expected. You can tell me all of this after you've finished looking at my results, I said firmly, unwilling to accept judgment before all the evidence was in. The old man raised an eyebrow, surprised by my confidence in the face of what he clearly considered a foregone conclusion. The old man shrugged nonchalantly, resigned to my determination to see the assessment through.
Very well,
he muttered, turning back to the control panel. He began to review the results, his fingers moving across the screen, calling up different displays and data points. I noticed his posture change subtly as he read, his back straightening and his head tilting forward with increased interest. Then I could see his eyes widen as he read through the readouts, his expression transforming from mere professional interest to genuine shock. His grip on his staff tightened, knuckles whitening with the force of it. Looking up at me with newfound intensity, he asked fiercely,
Kid, where did you say you were from? I thought you were just some sort of slave.
His voice carried an urgency that hadn't been present before, suggesting that whatever he'd seen had fundamentally changed his assessment of me. I explained that I was an otherworlder, brought to this world through the last magic gate. The words came easily despite my exhaustion, perhaps because they represented a truth I had accepted, but not yet fully processed. I didn't ask to come here, I added, a hint of bitterness creeping into my tone despite my attempt to remain neutral. The old man stroked his beard thoughtfully, the gesture slow and contemplative.
Ah, that explains it,
he said, nodding to himself.
I've always heard rumors that otherworlders possess more power than the native-born, but this proves it.
His eyes had taken on a gleam of excitement, like a researcher who had just stumbled upon a groundbreaking discovery. Interrupting him, I asked if he could share the results of my assessment. My heart pounded with anticipation, the moment of truth finally at hand. Whatever these results were, they would shape my future in this world. defining my opportunities and limitations in ways I couldn't yet fully comprehend. The old man smiled and chuckled to himself, a sound of genuine pleasure rather than derision.
Sure. Where's my head?
He replied, tapping his temple with one gnarled finger.
According to my assessment machine here, you have 12 magic affinities, all with a strength ranking of R1. But the amazing thing I see here is that your class quality grade is S grade.
He pronounced the letter with particular emphasis, his voice rising in excitement. I looked at him, unsure of what that meant in the context of this world's magical ranking system. The classifications were still new to me, their significance not yet fully clear. "Sir, is that good?" I asked, hoping I hadn't endured all that pain only to discover I was somehow deficient. The old man nearly shouted in excitement, his previous weariness seemingly forgotten in the rush of discovery.
Is that good?
He repeated, gesturing expansively with his free hand.
I've never seen a higher grade than S grade. You will definitely be my apprentice, young man. I wanted my last student to be my crowning achievement before I officially went off to live as a hermit, and it seems fate, the gods, or whatever entity you pray to has given me the best quality material to work with. You win, young man. You most certainly win.
His enthusiasm was contagious, his eyes bright with possibilities I could only begin to imagine. I couldn't believe it. All of the pain and determination had paid off in the best possible way. Relief flooded through me, weakening my knees and bringing unexpected moisture to my eyes that I quickly blinked away. I would be able to train with one of the greatest tinkerers of this time and learn from his expertise. The knowledge I gained might someday lead me home, or at least allow me to carve out a place for myself in this strange new world. With a grin on my face that felt both foreign and entirely appropriate, I thanked the old man for the opportunity and vowed to work hard to live up to his expectations. The future was bright, and I was ready to take on whatever challenges lay ahead.